peeqartaatariaqartassava inavut. Up. Yes, up. Аалартингинитсинни налунаавутигилаасавара нутсерисоқараттамарлунник аакикку headset-тит тигунеқарсиннаасут писариақартитсисоқассаппат калаалисууми тулуттуум нутсерисоқарниссаа ималун аам киллэрмут тулуттууми калаалсуумут. Before we start, I would like to let you know that we have some headsets over here. We have 2 translators here, and they will translate from Greenlandic to English and from English to Greenlandic. The headsets are over there by the entrance. Skal jeg lige 1 minut over 2 minutter over? Og så lige få fortællelse. Tikilluangaaritsi nunarput landback isumasiuqatigisittinermut maannakkut isumasiuqatigisittineq aallarnerlugu aviaja Rakel sanimuinnar Christiansen qullermik igitsilaaqarniarpoq qullab iluarsaateriornerani 1 minut ilisaatilaasuunga uaqqupanuk ulsinimik ateqarpunga ullumikkullumaani ingerlatsisuusussaalunga maannakkullu isumasiuqatigisittineq ammaanersiorlugu Pele Broberg oqaluiarniarpoq Pele naleqqami siulittaasuuoq inatsisartuni ilaasortaq siornatigut marloriarluni naalakkersuusuusimasoq Copenhagen Business School imit nunanut allanut niuarnermik ilisimatusarnikuuoq siornatiullu ukiuni tyyvingajanni timmisartortartuusimalluni Philip sungiffimini nuannarилluinnagaasa ilagivaat angallamminik angalarnissani Philip takanna
qoyana siullermik una weekendti Naleraq ataatimersuarsimanera ilisimatittissutigilaassivara inernerisимаса тасса иппассақ сиулерсуисуни нутааник қинерсиникуугут атаатимерсуарнитсинни тассанилу синниисоқарфиит нунатсиннииттут налеққа иммиккоортутаарфи инатсиартуни лаасортай қинерсимаваанга ингерлаққиссасунга сиулиттаасутут таанна тангассимаарутингисимасоруйуа қинигааққиттут арлақарпут атақатигиннерпут ерсаариссимақаа Siluttaas tullia suligaatiarsimasok pilersaarusioqataalluni ippassaamaa arfaningormallu aqutsisuulluni siluttaas tulliatu qinigaaqqittу Jens Napaatto aammalu inatmaleruagassuut nutarterluit sineriammut immikkoortutaarfimut akisussaalertoq ataqatigissaarinissugut Knud Fleischer aama qinigaaqqipoq silersusuni ilaasortat Juno Bertelsen Anton Frederiksen aammalu Gista Fenker qinigaaqqipput ndartaralungu Dorti Sib Christiansen taassumасаниатигут инатсиартуни илааsortat мааннаккут малеруагассагу малиллуит аама сиулерсуисунерни иниссиллутик массакку тассааллутик сиулерсуисуунери нгиттут Имануэл Нуку аамалу Панер Олсен синниисорпассуит аама qutsavigivuut тассуга иниссисимасут нуаннеқар писимасоқ таамату наатсунгуумик налунаарутигериарлугу уллумиккумут писуссамут ингерларсулаассаанга уллуми писуссақ налунгереерсимуарпут ааллаққааммулли инуит сулинеранни ааллартиффеқассасоқ уллеэққанулли ааллартиттаақарнерпут тунгавеқарпоқ имартоқиммат уллумиккут саммерусутарпут аллаат синериамми массак малиннаасут нериуппуут исумаккеерсиннаагаатигут нутсеринеқ тоққааннартумик уллумиккут иммиккоортиллуит ингерлассиннаангиннатсигут ааллакаатитсинермут синериаммут тасса оқаатсит маанинерсуорма торнеартут аама синериамма пууссуссаппут калааллисууйуппат тулуттууйуппат иммиутиссаар тамаат qulakkiissoorput teknikkikut taanna aaqqinneqarnissaa taava kiusinnerusukkut kalaallisut oqaaseqartunut akunnattuungasimangaanni tuluttoqanu oqaaseqartornersoq takoqqinneqarsinnaangorlugu kalaallisut amatuttaa tuluttut taamatut inissinniarumarparput ullumikkut nunarput eqqartornerartillugu politikkikkut ассигииммик паасинеқ ajoripпут малуннарсисимоқ нунарпут оқаасертаанна исумаа тассаагами уагут пииппут ajorалуартумилли инатсисеқивиараанни нуна тамаат оқартуссаавиинеқарнаа уллумикку танмаркимиппу таамааммат калаалли нунаат оқассаллуни нунарпут инатсисит малиллуит оқарнерунгила мисигиссутсилли уллумиккут писуссақ аалиангерсимуарпут политиккиккут имақартиппаллаассанагу акууффигифсанагу уллумиккут тусарнаагассаси оқаатсит аторусутатик исуммернитик киллилерсугаанатик саққумиуссиниссаат пингаартиллуу аалларниинеқ уна аап политиккимиппоқ наггасиинеқ qulарнангитсуми аам политиккитақассаа уллумиккулли уутин пингаарнерпаар тассаасимоо паасиссутиссаник апууссуинисса иннуттаасуни исумманик сиккеартитсинисса иммақалуми аама паасиллуу сооруна налерaq илумоортарту кассак кисианни тунгавиит нааммангиллат мисигиссутит малиннаасуссаап иппассар атаатсимерсуорнитсинни наггасернеартуми политиккиккут ерсеққиссарнерерпу ассиингитсут эқунгасут уллумиккут нунатта танмакким пигинеқартиллугу иниссисимасут утеқаттаассангилакка таакку маани кисианни ерсаассаатсутигилаассавара эқунганеқ налигингиннеруйуссуақ пиусоқ уут киситта аллангорсинаагатсиу оқаатсит кусассаккат тимитақангиттут нааммагилерникууллугит налерaq пингортиннеқарникуу тимиталерсуиниарлута наалааффингорниссатсин иппассақ налерата атимерсуарнерани аама таанна нақиссулернеқаққиппоқ инериарторнеқ аторлуарлуу аққутиссагут тамааса аторлугит аққутиссиуеқатааниарлута уяртуиниарлута уллумиккут саққуммиисуссарпассуит Tungavia kisiat apaqutigimasarput saqqummiinialerunik piviusut ulluinnarni takusartakkagut inatsisit nuna tamalaakornanittut ааllaavigalugit innuttaasut pisaaqartitaat qiviarluu oqallinnissa tassa imatu paasaaqartilluu politikkikkut kikkut annerunersut pitsaanerunersut ааllaaviunani таамааммаммоқарпунга политиккиккут аалларниилаассаанга наггасилаарумаарпунгалу уллорли тамаат тусаарнаагассаси налеққамиит ааққиссууссаангалуарлуни уна оқаасиссааник туниникуунгилавут қанеқ исуммиссанерсут қанеқ саққуммииссанерсут ила аарлаллит уна такугамикку оқарпут илиссулиассарингиларс тусаассиортуну сулиассаат илисси сулиассарингиккалуарпарси наалаккерсуисуну сулиассаат ап илумооққиссаарпоқ aanali tupigisimasarput ullumikkut ukiu 70 matumasiorna nunarput eqqungitsuni paasissisiillutik nunun tamalaanut kalaallit siorasаарlugit Danmarkium pulatinnerarnikuu naak persuarsiutaat naalakkersuisut naak namminiilivinniarnermik oqariartuuttaat naak naliginginneruissuarmik takutitsiniartarlutik iliusaat ulloq una imaannaangittuuq aap silittaasut tatullia aama ullumikku inungorfiani pilluarli kisen taanna ulloq ааllaaviingikkaluarparp oqallinnermi ullumikkut ukiu 70-ngortorsiorneranni suut periarfissarinerjut nunasiataajunnaartutut inissinissarput qiviarluu ааllaaviu qularnangitsumik arlallit eqqartorusussavaat oqartussaammi angerlaatеққарниангиннассигит sunami qisuugalugu ingerlarsussavisi уллумиккут qitiungilaq qanorpiaq peqataasut takorlugaqarnersut kisin periarfissat suunersut qiviarluingerlarsornissaq naatsorsuutigaarput тассами илисиматусарфимми оқаллиннер переерпоқ намминерсорнерми инатсимми аллаққасоқ free association аторниараанни налангаффингорниараанни қану исумақарнерсо ерсаққериссумик тассани оқаартутаавоқ оқартусаани тигусеққартаарингиласи тасса исумақатингиссутип исумаа тапииссутит сули исумаллуутигинаарсиннааппут налангаффиунгалуарлуни арлаллу qassapпут таами намминиливиннерунгила таавами сули исумаллуусеқассаагут налеққами таани сертуутингиларпут сиунертаа уутсинни имаангиннами уллуиннарн инууниутит аёрсериартинниарлуит налангаффингорниартугут маттуссерингилагут периарфиссаник периарфиссаник уяртуинеқ илутигалуу ассерсуутигалуу free association эққарторникууарпут таамааммат периарфиссани алланик питсаанерусуник таккуттоқассаалуарпат налера тунуарсимаарнавиангила тассини пеқатаассаллуни уллумиккооқаллиннэрми нунарпут малунгереерпарпут партиини ангинернит қиманникуугаат оқаасингорникууоқ нунарпут агуниангааюннаарлуни таамерсаатсигисум таасиннаава инатсисартуни таасеққаммигатта намминерсорнерми инатсимми параграф 21 атуутилерниссааник аллангууммик сиуннэрсуутеқартуармат Naleraq kisiartaalluni аллангуутиссум сиуннэрсуум тассан таперсиу кисиартааллуни сиуннэрсуутеқарторлуунниит сиумумеерсоқ намми таасақатааффиингила сиуннэрсуутини партиата илалингила ила тупиннаралуттуақ уллумиккут нунарпут қулеқутақ қивиараанни илаасаа пеққутигисаат сормун унатулуттут land back тасса исумассарсиорнитсинни қивиарсимаатсиит нуна аллат қаноқ инисситтарсиманерсут Amerikka avannarliani landback atungaatiaavo nuna inoqqaaviusut arsaarinnissutaannut qiviaraanni qanorlu pissaanermik oqartussaasussermillu utertitiniaanermik qulequttiiniaraangata уллумиккут оqaasiinnaaro кусассаатааро таанскит наалагааффеқатигиннэрми оqaатигисартагаат таанскинукуа наалагааффиат уагут атаанииппугут ассерсуут ерсаиссоқ атаасиааннарата таасарникууарпут тигуссаасутуллу қивиассагаанни тиенистеманниту аторфеқарникут нунатсину укиорпассуарн сулисиннарлутик маани соқарнингораангата тигусартагассаат анникиннеруппут Danmarkimi nuunnermiingarnit ila allaat kaammattornerarluit Danmarkim nooqqulluit tupinnaqaaq naligiinginneruussuaq ullumikkununarput eqqartortilluu kina kalaaliuwa aamma naleqqamii qaqinneqarnikoq inatsiartun kinguarsarnerartoq partiina anginernimarlunnik sulinaammassingila kiana nuna oqarutta nunarput кинаассусеқ тунгаавиуоқ сиунissamут кинаассусеқарата уллумиккут таанскису иннуттаассусеқарнерпут оқалуусериуарпарпут тассами инуиаат калааллингоқ намминиливиссиннаатитааппут инуиаат калааллит нунарпут киккуугамик таакку инуиаат таанскит эққунникуусаат суми инунгорсиманеқ наёққутаралугу иммиккоортитсинеқ қаллунаату атилик фødestadskriteriet сули уллумиккумут атуутсиннеқарпо тассами аллаат нунатсиннақиссусернеқарпо укиу таллимат маани инунгорфитит ину наёқарсимагуит таунгоқ нунақависсуугутит таанскит инатсисаанниит кигунеранит маанга атуутситақ акерлианиллу таанскит инатсисаанни акуриинеқарникууллуни инуиаат калааллит тассаасут инуннит кингоққисут тассами илангууссар сивами таанна атуарнеқарсиннаавоқ намминерсорнерм инатсиммут исумалиутиссииссутаани ила канооруна уллиуккум киллиффеқартугут нунарпут канорпигилерсиннааварпут уллумиккут оқаллиннэрми қулаангиларпут уума инерсууп аватаани эққартуиниалерусси налеққамиит эққумааффигиппут апорааффинник пилерситсисоқартармат қаллунаат ajoralugit уна оқаллисиссаангила қаллунаат ajoralugit намминиливинниангилагут уагунуна намминеқинерусуккиппут қаллунаат қаноқ сиуниссами инериартоқатигиниарнериут ааммалуми нунарсоормиоқатигут аллат киссаат анникиккалуақ таматиут ависсаартуутситинэрмут саатиннеқартартоқ қаллунааюнэрмут нааммагиттангиннеқ илутигалу налеққамиит қуларутингиларпут уллумикку қаллиннэрми оқаартуутигинеқарумаартут арлаллит аалассатситсисиннаасут мисииссутсиниппоқ кинакалаалиуга уллумикку инатсисиниунгитто налеққамиит аамна қиссусерникууарпут атаатсимерсуарнэрми уани оқаатигинеқартутут нунатсиннут уумматеқарто нунатсинни пеқатаарусутто сиуниссами ам иннуттаассусеқалерниссаан аққутиссиуккусуккатсиу кинаассусеқарниссарпут намминилиинниссамут аалиангернисса тунгаанут исумақангила аллани маттуссина сиуниссами кисен оқаатигинеқартарпоқ калааллингоо наммини аалиангиссаваат сиуниссартик таамаасериарлуталу қаллунаат тасса таанскисут иннуттаассусиллит тамармик тааситтарлуит инатсисартунут иннуттаасунуллу тааситсинерми ила эқунгасоқарпоқ уут таамани Danmarkki иум пуланиарлуни EF-юнгаллармат нунатсиннерсут тамармик тамагаяммик наамераалуарпут пулатиннеқарлутали илунгерсорлута 85-симаниугут тупиннеқар 79-симит 2023 тунгаанут партиит ангинерит намминиливиккусуттуусаарлутик сули аниниссарпут илуатсиссимангиннамикку Kungeqarfimmiit Danmarkimiimmi kinerungaatiartumit ajornanginneq aninissaq suli timitalinginnamikku. Tuluin anuaqqiviarsiuk iumi aniniarnerat ukiu pingasut aap malitseqalaarpu kigorna. Uagut ukiu qassit massakkut ingerlapparput naalaaffinngorniarserina. Sooq innuttaasut politikeri upperisarpaat oqaraangata namminilivissinnaangilagut immaqa uffaqartalillarunik takorluisinnaangilagut aqqutissiuisinnaangilagut. Taamaamat qaammaasaqarluta naalagaaffinngornissamut aqqutissiuniarutta tusaassiorfiit naalakkersuisut inatsisartut аллааллумиккун муунит сусассақартуллу аллат пеқатигисариақаалуарпугут қаноқ налааффингорниарниссатсиннут аққутиссиуссанерлут такорлунгаарнерлута сооруна налерақ кисиартааллуни уллулигисиннаасартоқ аллааллуми укиулигисиннаасартоқ сооруна налерақ кисиартааллуни партиини пилерсааруммик саққуммиуссинико қинеққусаарнерми соорун партиит аллат оқааннартартут намминиливиккусуппуунгооқ иннуттаасунгооқ сулиариссаваат таманна сооқ тава қинеққусаартарпат намминиливинниарнераарлутик политикериаллат иммаа qaammaasakиннер илутигалу таамаама уллумиккут пилерсаарусиорнерпут сиунертарисимаваа таанна политиккиккут массакку саккортууни оқалулаариарлунга qaammarsaanермут киссаатеқарлута уна пилерсаарут иниссиссимоо налунгиннатсигум налеққами уут исумарпу кисиа саққуммиуккутсуу партиаллат алламит исуммиссаппут такореерпарпут таамаам уллумиккут пеқатаасуссарпассуарнут налеққами қуямасоқаагут илаат наммина килерлугу маага саққуммияартортут илаа икиорлуит иниссисимагут кисианни налеққа акилингааник қуянартуми сиулерсуисуунерит акуерисааник уллумиккут политиккиккут qaammarsaaниарлута пилерсаарусиорсимагут аап пилерсаарусиорнеқ qulарнангитсумик арлаллит уярторсимаваат уллуиннармииссангитсо киа тасса уллумиккут нақиссусерниарлугу укиу 70-сингорторсиоруатта 1953-сими юуни таллимаани карааллит эққунгитсумик паасиллуит сиорасаарлуит Danmarkimut pulatinneqarnaata kigunerimmagu ullumikku killiffi ersarisumik taanna saqqummerneqarnikuuq siusinnerusuk pilersaarusiatsinni katua inersuaraan saqqummiigatta atuakkiortor Anne Kirstine Hermann atuakkia imperiets børn oqaluuseriatsiu amma tassani politikkikkut aqunnagu qanoq isumaqassanersoq qanusaqqummiissanersoq oqallinnerni ingerlatsiugut inersuarulikkaavilluu арлалиппассуит аниллаппу тассангааниоқарлутик таамааттуник амерланерн писариақартитсиугут сооқ макку паасиссана лусиммавагут уллумиккут исумасиоқатигинниссақ тассангаанниит ааллаавеқарпо аап илуарнерусимассагалуақаа аллаат синериамми иматут ингерлатсисиннаасуугутта исианни парти сисаманик инатсартуни илаасорталик киллеқарами аама агуммаффигисиннаасаа синериаттамаат кисианни нериуппуут уллумиккут писоқартитсерернеру кигунерисааник аторлуарнеқарумаартоқ тигуллуарнеқарумаартоқ паасиссутиссиинеқ иннуттаасунут пигаарнерту исигатсиу тассами иннуттаасут qaammarsaавигалуит намминнеқ аалиангерсинаалиссавааттаава суниарнерлутик наалагааффингорниарнеқ иннуттаасут ассааниинникуувероо 75% тиингоор намминилуиккусуппут соуна таава намминилуиккусуттуник 75%-ник политикеерангиттугут инатсисартуни тастан эққумигисарпут налеққамит кисианнили илисиматууссутиккут аама сиусиннерусуккут саққумиуннаарсимасу илисиматусарфимми такуссутиссаасор тассаавоо sivitsortooraanni aqqut politikerit nangialertarput politikerit sapilertarput naak innuttaasut piumagaluartut ilismatuussutsikku tastaanna ersersaarnikuumo nunat 50-sit nunasiaataasimasut арлаатигут уутситут уллумиккутут иниссисимасут мисиссорнерисигут сорлиит илуатситтарпат сорлиит нунасиатаагиннартарпат инериартунгитсоортут анингаасарсиорниккут кинаассутсиккут намминиуссутсиккут тассааппут политикеқалерсоортут пиумангитсуник тасса сивисуумик исумаллуутеқарлутик иссиааннаарусуттут акерлианик илисиматууссутсиккуам такутиннеқарерпоқ аалиангераанни аалиангерфиуллу пиффиссаа сивигитсиллугу таава ингерлаааққипаллаттартут нунат аама анингаасарсиорниккут илинниартитааниккут кинаассутсиккут инериарторнерат сукканерусарпоқ уллумиккут пиллуақингутта данмаккимит пигинеқарлута сооқ аёрторпассуарник тааккартуисоқартарпа уллумиккут сунаана апорфиусоқ инуусуттагут инерсимасут утоққартагут инуунертик кипитиккаамикку ида нуна аллат ассигалуит иниссисимангилагут нуна аваннарлиунгилагут исситтормиуугут кинаассусеқангилагут таанскиуугут инуяаюугут ассигалуит таанскит иммиккоортиннеқарсинаангиннерпут нуна тамарсуарми паасисиннаангила сооруна таанскит наалагааффеқатигиффиат нассуяарумаа минааққаа алламиунут исумақарамик кинаассусеқартугут ииуми ниуерсиннаатитааппут инуит пуисиамииник сооруна қаллунаат таават ниуертут инунни кингоққингитсут сооруна пиумасақаатаангиттоқ уппернарсаатеқарнisса инуиуллуни пиниартуунisса аллаат има қаллунаангорсагаатигаангут пиниарнэрму инатсит акуаринеқаққаммигоқ калаалиусариақангилатит пиниартууниаруит таанскисуллуунниит иннут таассусеқартариақангилатит калааллинунаани пиниартууниаруит партииллу агинери таакку акуерсеқатаасут сули культуурерпут эққартортарлугу таасиннаанангулу киккуунерсут таакку культууриат аллаат има тоққааннартигисимик таанерарпоқ культуурингор никеқартугор апеққутааллуни киккумаанииннерсут таами караалли культуурингилаат таава караалли нунааннаюнгақартут культуурииваат караалли нунааннаюнгақартут иумут ниуерсинаанерм иммиккут акуерсиссутеқангиллат инуннит кингоққисуусут кисимик пуисиаминик ниоққутеқарсинааппут иумут тасса наггуеқатигут канатамииттут карааллунаанииттуллук карааллит паасиуминаассимақинерпоқ эққарсарлута таамааммат иматут писоқартитсинисса пингаарутеқарпоқ qaammarsaanеқ писариақарпоқ налунгиларпут мисилереерпарпут Facebook аторлуу Facebook лайми оқаллиттарна кисин малиннаасуун кисимик тассани писсарсиақартарпут илаасунум аллаат партииник иллерсуерусуллусик апеққусертарпаат эққунгитсун паатиссиинерсуу налеққами таамам пингаартиссимаарпу уллумиккут писуссақ уагут ақутаринагу мисилиттагаллит илинниарлуарникут ақутаанник уллуми оқаллиннеқ ингерлассасоқ нериуппугуллук писсарсиақарлуармартуси қуянаруссуақ нуннисарисилу
пиримут қуянаруссуақ пирип оқалаареернератуут тасса уллумикку қулеқуттат ассиингитсут саммисуссаавагут соорлу нунасиаатеқарнеқ нунасиаатааюннаарнеқ инуиаат инуттут намминнеқ оқартуссаанерат Kadaallit eqqartartaatikkut peqqissusaat inususissarsiorneq inuiaat inuit qisiutillugit kiisalu nunatta naalagaafinngornissaa isimasiuaqatigiisittinermi maani anguniarparput nunatsinni inuaqatigiit ilisimatusartut ilinniarsimallutik sulisut kiisalu politiikerit ammasumik naapissinnaanissaat aataanguaq qulequttat taasakka eqqartorlugit ullu ingerlanerani immikkoortuni arfinilinni saqqummiisuqarumaarpoq akonganilu aama oqallittoqartartussaalluni ukanani issiavinni issiallutik tissa aampiili oqareerneratuut isumasiuqatigiisittineq Facebook ikkut ingerlavoq toqqaanartumik aama YouTube ikkut naleqqap Facebookianu iseriarlisi tiilersinnaavarsi tassiammartersinnaavarsi unamassakut ааллагаатитсинеқ аам иннерсуусутигисиннаарпут тиилилеруссиуп уна нунарпут landback hashtag аторсиннаагисси илиссисиаммартериниссинни калаалнунаанит иниу аллат аама лиммар танмаркимит нуналин алланиитуллу малиннаасиннаасагамик уллуп ингерланерани эққартугассагут аттортиннарсиннаасассаппут кинаасутситсиннут налертитатсиннут пингаартитатсиннуллу тунгаммата таамаамат паасиссутиссиисутигилаасавара 80 симут тусаангамут сианертоқарсиннаамат оқалоқатеқарниссамик писариақартитсисоқассагалуарпат аама таасумасаниатигут арнаарaq Patricia Block аана арнаарникивилаарит арнаарaq орниллу аама оқалеқатигинеқалаарсинаавоқ писариақартитсисоқассагалуарпат массаккут саққуммиисуссақ сиуллеқ тассаавоқ Julia L. Hardenberg Julia саққуммииниссамини қулеқутариваа нунасиаатеқарнермик писсааниллит атаани инунгорсиманеқ нунасиаатаасутут эққарсаруннаарнеқ Julia PhD-ngorniaavoq København Universitetimi aammalu Royal Danish Academy of Fine Artimi Associate Professoriuoq Bergen Academy of Art and Designimi Julia massakkut aama saqqummersitsivoq nuuk kunstmuseumimi saqqummersitsineralu qulequtaqarpoq nipangersitaassangitsut those who can't be silenced Juliallu sungiffimmini sniskuuterernissani nuannarилluartuuaa Julia takanna
Temas tikilluaratsi nuanna inui takullugi kiinnal aam ilisarnartut aam nuannaraarmeeqqannajuuttoqarmut tassamiun taaksiunissaa ila aam tungavialu eqqartuisut nipikippaqanillissavara anginermununa ila ja siullerm aaqqissuusun qujarusuppunga sammisam soqutiginaqasumuk peqataasinnaaga saniatiu aam quyafiirusuppak inuit киффаангиссутти анерсааваник ааллаавеқарлути исуммерлутиллу исималиулерситсартут соорлуттаа оқалуттуарисаанитсинни инуит киллиффитсиннут сунниутеқартарсимас оқаартуутаат ипангерситассаангитсут оқаатигилаассаваа саққуммиуссунера уна тулуттут ингерлассагакку кисанутсерисоқарпуут аватитсин сулеқатигут нунасиатаасиманеруп кингунераник илисиматусартут нунал иноққаанут писиннаатитааффилеерусуллутик сулиаллит пеқатаатиннеранни конференси уна аққутигалугу нунарсуарми оқаллиннеқ аннертусааффигатсигу соорлууна оқалугиаатера ақагуагу услуми ноогими оқалугиаатигиссагакку First, a little bit about myself. I'm a visual artist and a researcher. I'm born and raised here in Nuuk. For the past 30 years, I work with identity and post-colonial perspectives as an overall theme. For the moment, I'm working on my PhD research funded by Novo Nordisk Foundation, Mads Øvlesen PhD Scholarship in Practice-Based Artistic Research at the University of Copenhagen and the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Arts. Besides that, I have a part-time position as an associate professor at Bergen Academy of Art and Design. In my PhD project with the title Between Power and Powerlessness, the Decolonized Mind, I am examining the colonial memories and experiences that exist among the population in Greenland. My hypothesis is when you are born and raised in a society built on colonial structures and thought patterns, you may not always be aware of your own contribution to reproducing the colonial system. Therefore, the project aims to examine the more invisible aspect of the colonial structures and shed light on the impact they have on citizens and society. How do descendants of colonialism carry the colonial heritage with them? What processes do they undertake when they want to fit in or stand out? This year marks the 70th anniversary of Greenland's incorporation as a Danish county in 1953. As a citizen who was born and raised here in Nuuk, I reflect on this milestone, especially in Nuuk, where there's a big division among those who are affiliated to either Danish or Greenlandic mindsets. On the top of that, your affiliation to the different political profiles influence whether you succeed or not. As humans, we are archives of many experiences, and part of this presentation is reflecting on my own memories and experiences associated with colonial structures that have influenced my artistic process of decolonizing my mind and thought patterns. 500 years back, when the European states embarked on the exploration of other continents and the colonization of them, it marked the beginning of colonial experience in the shaping of human tragedies and stories. Yet my story does not begin with the colonization of Inuit Kalaallit Nunaat, whose Danish name can be traced back to the Icelandic name, Greenland, and their presence in the country during the period of year 1000 to 1500. A crucial transformation happened with the arrival of the Danish-Norwegian missionary, Hans Egede, in 1721, searching for Roman Catholic Icelanders. However, they were nowhere to be found. But the meeting with the Inuit culture became crucial for his work as he established the colony Gottorp, now known as Nuuk. After World War II, with the establishment of the United Nations, the process of decolonizing European colonial possessions began. During this time, human rights and the rights of indigenous people became a prominent issue. While the United Nations had guidelines for what the colonial powers should present of political choices to the colonies, Denmark did not follow these guidelines, as they only presented two options out of three to the Greenlandic National Council. Greenland could become fully independent or be integrated into Danish state. The mandatory third option, free association, was never presented as an option to the Greenlandic National Council. Few days after, without any formal discussions that include the population, Greenland was incorporated as an integral part of the Danish state. Danish labor went to the country and organized a new reality and structure, taking over leading positions in society and supporting the building of society according to the Danish model. The general self-perception of Danes as a good and supportive culture legitimized a new era of Danishation. which in reality meant a recolonization of Inuit in Kalaallit Nunaat. As the social anthropologist Aviaja Egede Lynge said at Rethinking Nordic Colonialism in 2006, I quote, "We have always been taught that we were one of the best colonies in the world. No slavery, no killings. We learned it through Danish history books and from Danish teachers. We went directly from being a colony into becoming a part of Denmark. We learned to be Danish and to be thankful." Since then, Inuit Kalaallit has been struggling against the colonial power structures that exist in the society, where Danes and Danish companies still enjoy broad favoritism. However, Inuit Kalaallit have managed to achieve Greenland home rule governance in 1979 and their own flag in 1986. In Greenland, in 2009, Greenland went a step further by gaining home rule governance. I was born into different paradigms with opposing interests and directions. One strengthened the relationship and assimilation to the Danish mindset. Another approach that strengthened the Inuit Kalaallit language and culture. This takes us to my first day at school. I was 6 years old, and I remember standing in the hallway. There were different children, some with light features and others with dark features. Some who spoke Danish and others who spoke Kalaallisut. When the door opened, we were divided into Kalaallisut and Danish-speaking classes. It was the first time I experienced the concept of them and us. As kids, we quickly learned that there were huge differences between the Danish and Kalaallit classes. I noticed the linguistic and social differences that separated the two groups. The Danish-speaking classes were dominated by Danish culture, language and mindset, focusing on education in Denmark. Kids from the Kalaallit classes were also encouraged to take an education, but certainly not the long and high educational programs. So the formal expectations of the two groups were very different. I remember the cultural and language barriers that challenged our learning by having new teachers from Denmark every year. We brought up with the storytelling about Greenland from a Danish perspective, in which we often didn't recognize ourselves in. On the other hand, we could recognize ourselves in the shared experience we had with Danes. And even though we knew that the Inuit culture existed in most places in the Arctic, it was not something we explored. We were primarily concerned with the Danish state of mind. Since the late 90s, the division of children in Kalaallit and Danish classes has been replaced by integrated classes where both languages are used. However, Danish culture and language are still given priority among the elite, as seen in the establishment of a Danish-speaking school in Nuuk called Nuuk Internationale Friskole. It's a general rule that Danish-speaking people are not expected to learn Kalaallisut, while Inuit Kalaallit are expected to learn Danish and become bilingual. Ironically, my observations from Nuuk illustrate that children of mixed marriages who actually have the best grounds for learning both languages primarily become Danish speakers. It is no longer rare that a Greenlandic couple speaks Danish with their children. Young Inuit Kalaallit who wants to be a part of the globalized world are already aware of the fact that in addition to the Greenlandic language Kalaallisut, they need to learn Danish or acquire at least one of the dominant languages of the world for educational purposes. But it doesn't seem as important to learn the local language Kalaallisut as a way of adapting to the culture. The standard of Kalaallisut, Danish bilingualism, is expected of the Kalaallisut-speaking population, but not of the Danish-speaking. All this especially reflected in the educational sector, where the language of instruction is primarily Danish. This means that the Danish-speaking students still have better chances of acquiring an education because their chances of graduating are better. With roots in Inuit and Nordic cultures, also being bilingual in Kalaallit and Danish, I've realized the importance of language. Language gives us access to knowledge and convey knowledge. Language connects us to communities and where we are in the world. When we speak a language, we think in language. When we think and speak a language, we also connect to the culture. In language, both philosophy and history is to be found. When we think language, we often think ethnicity, but ethnicity doesn't always represent a linguistic affiliation. Ethnicity and physical appearance doesn't always represent a cultural understanding. That is why we make connections through language more than through ethnicity. While studying abroad, I realized that I had no distinct national identity, as I was a Danish citizen. My cultural identity, on the other hand, was my feeling of being an Inuk Galala. When it came to flags, I noticed that the Greenlandic flag was the only Nordic flag without a Christian cross. At that point, I had no knowledge of post-colonial issues and indigenous rights among Sami people. However, my awareness was strengthened through my participation at Inuit Youth International Seminar in Gutjor, Canada, organized by ICC, and through Rethinking Nordic Colonialism, organized by Kuratorisk Aktion in 2006. After the years of study in Finland, Norway, England, and Denmark, I returned home to Nuuk and established a family. As well-educated Inuit Kalaallit, me and my husband entered a Danish-minded and privileged environment. All our friends were mostly from mixed marriages, typically with a Greenlandic mother and a Danish father. We were privileged in the sense that we had everything that a modern life required. But something was wrong. I didn't understand why I was still dissatisfied, and sensed that something was unredeemed. What was the point when few had success with a certain profile, and the majority felt alienated and struggled to fit in the society, where the existing role models in society were very far from the reality of their Inuit Kalaallit fellows? Especially reflecting on Inuit Kalaallit has the highest numbers of suicides, especially among young men. No one seems to reflect on their position and challenges in the society, where their ethnicity, culture, and language influence their opportunities. No child is born with a predisposition to suicide, but in our society, most people don't connect it to colonialism and racial structures. When you accept the doctrine that the most humane colonizer among the inhumane has colonized you, you might take the blame upon yourself. In a society where we don't allow room for anger and criticism towards those who participate in an oppressive structure, that anger is likely turned towards yourself, leading to a self-destructive process. Years passed, and while I became more critical towards our own society and system, I soon realized that the colonial power structures were very much still intact. In the political system, employer organization, educational system, cultural institutions, newspaper and television companies, and NGOs, and so on. No one wanted to accept such a discourse, and soon we realized that many others had the same experience. What struck us the most was the internalized racism reproduced among our own fellow citizens as a way of maintaining their position. Themes like assimilation, de/colonized minds suddenly came to mind. This was prompted by our daughter's belief that the Danish language spoken by her and other children in the kindergarten was the Kalaallisut language, whereas my spoken language, Kalaallisut, was foreign to her. My husband and I then decided to change our mindset. In 2008, the year before the introduction of the self-rule governance of Greenland, I launched a project with the main question: what will happen if I reclaim using only my mother tongue, Kalaallisut? I decided to speak exclusively Kalaallisut for 6 months, and thereby examining the linguistic, socio-cultural, and cognitive effects on using my first language in my home city, Nuuk. Despite these simple principles for a project that could seem unproblematic, I ended up being confronted with many different reactions about language and culture, which gave me a clear insight into the tensions that can exist between language and culture. Through the process, I realized that there were a huge lack of cultural and linguistic connection between the different groups in the society. I have come to understand our colonial history and its effect on society, and gain a more nuanced view of the different, evidently existing issues in the society. I have also obtained a deeper understanding and sympathy for people who feel alienated in their own homeland. Some of the reactions I received while working on my language projects are as follows. My husband and I were invited to a reception to celebrate the CEO of one of the bigger government-owned companies. When we arrived, we were welcomed by the Danish CEO in his mother tongue. I smiled at him, and when I replied in Kalaallisut, the situation became very awkward, as he didn't understand what I was saying. While I was trying to explain him about my language project, his wife appeared with an awkward smile and asked, "Hvad finder du nu på, din skøre kvinde? What are you up to, you crazy woman?" Once again, I explained my project in Kalaallisut while I sensed a distance from my own fellows who became embarrassed since I created the awkward situation. People avoided me for the rest of the evening, also the only Kalaallisut-speaking Greenlandic man who sat at the table with me. One of my friends told me about something she had experienced at the post office in Nuuk. An older Inuk-Kalaallit woman had in embarrassment asked other customers to translate for her because the employee had told her that he did not speak Kalaallisut. I wondered whether it was reasonable that she should learn Danish in order to get customer service, or whether the employee should learn Kalaallisut in order to assist the customers. I once had a sponsored ticket from Air Greenland. When I decided to use it, I contacted the airline company by email. However, they politely asked me to resend my request in Danish. Then I replied in Kalaallisut with the result that it took 5 days before I heard from them again. My inquiry had to be translated. Air Greenland is a Greenlandic company that operates within Greenland and services its inhabitants. I know that the reverse situation would never occur. They would never ask a Danish-speaking person to resend the request in Kalaallisut. My husband once decided to improve his Kalaallisut language, and he plunged into it. He participated in the cultural program on TV, where he, in his poor and limited vocabulary, talked about his experiences. Many praised him, but there were others who cringed at the fact that he did it in front of the camera, in his very incomplete Greenlandic. The project got a lot of attention. The output of the project was the Inatsisartut Greenlandic government adopted on May 19, 2010, a law on language policy for companies and public institutions in Greenland. Of this, paragraph 4 states, private companies with at least 10 employees, public enterprises and authorities should develop a language policy. But it doesn't say anything about the Inuit Kalaallisut language. As a part of the election concerning Greenland South for governance in 2009, I made the project Naleraq, where I encouraged the population to write me a letter about their expectation to self-rule governance. The letters and drawings that I received were later on display at Gaduaq, along a catalogue that was distributed among politicians. I also made an installation on Block P, the Greenlandic flag, made out of clothing. The smaller prototype on right is to be seen at Nuuk Art Museum until October. I did the project in collaboration with the youth from Bjørnsarvik. It was a great time. Beside that, I invited designers and artists to create a dress symbolizing the new realm. This dress was my contribution. Some years later, I did a project in collaboration with the photographer from Deluxe Studio, Lars Kleeman Andersen. It is portraits of different Inuit Kalaallit citizens staged as movie stars in movie posters. There is no movies behind those posters. The poster shows the potential for story making in our society. It is a way of using our own voices to tell our stories that we carry in our society. And notice all the titles is in Kalaallisut. They were on display at the Cultural House of Greenland, and those who were passing by thought there was a movie festival going on. They are also on display at Nuuk Kunstmuseum until October. In 2017, I took part in the exhibition Unraveling that looks at Denmark as a colonial power. In my contribution called Disconnection, an installation presented a mapping regarding language within management and boards among self-owned companies, NGOs and media, which showed that Inuit Kalaallit speakers were a clear minority. Especially the Inuk male were a minority in the leading positions. Women were also a minority, but those who were in charge were often Danish women or Greenlandic women married to Danes. During the project, I became aware of an incident where an appointment committee rejected an applicant's profile for being too Inuk-minded and therefore not a good fit for the job. In Greenland, equality only pertains to gender and not to language or cultural affiliation. So this is a poem about it. White fragility, it's called. They talk about equality. All I see is white supremacy. They talk about equality. All I hear is white feminism. They talk about equality. All I see is a tokenized Inuk. They talk about equality. All I hear is white fragility. In 2018, the Danish Art Foundation gave me the opportunity to submit a proposal for the decoration of the prayer room, social meeting room, at the correctional facility Anstalten. In order to represent the history and origins of the Inuit culture, whose beliefs were based on shamanism and animistic principles, I came up with an idea that embraced the inmate's attachment to their culture and history and integrated that in the snow crystal as a symbol. I also placed a Christian cross in the middle for those who seek it. Concerning the inventory, I hired Anna C. from Assange Furniture to make the liturgical furniture after a design I made. Concerning the baptismal font, I had sources, black sand from Red Darsuar, and hired Lena to experiment with it. Since the church space can be converted to other purposes, the furniture is designed so that its function can be adapted to other purposes. And even though the qilat is not a part of the liturgical inventory, I decided to place one near the entrance to connect the space to our own history. We humans are archives of experience and knowledge, and if there's anything we as a previous colony have experience with, it's several centuries of colonialism, internalized racism, and strategies of assimilation. What does it mean for our society and the relation between Inuit Kalaallit and Danes when the narrative of Greenland being colonized by the most humane among the inhumane becomes the dominant narrative? When the state of Denmark have a national identity approach to our reality rather than a humanistic approach? Who has the right to define who we are? Where we, Inuit Kalaallit, will be in 100 years, when it, as one of the smallest languages and cultures, hasn't secured its legal rights as Inuit Kalaallit, and instead leave the discourse to forces driven by financial and geopolitical interest. Luckily, the movement of Black Lives Matter has created new platforms and discourses focusing on colonial heritage, also here in Greenland. In that sense, we need a safe space to discuss those issues. I myself have experienced art as a perfect space to articulate challenges and reflections within colonial structures. Today, I am teaching my children that our history does not begin with the colonization of Inuit Kalaallit, Nunat, 300 years ago. Instead, the history of our people goes way back, where our ancestors had great skills and deep knowledge on how to survive in the Arctic, exactly like we know where we belong and how to develop and continue living in our homeland. I seek to inspire them to be critical towards a structure that practices structural racism and cultural discrimination, where the struggle of gender and equality doesn't always include language and cultural representation. I also let my children understand the complexity of the world history, and that diversity means inclusion of endangered languages and cultures in the world. The honor goes to those who had enough integrity to carry society forward without losing themselves. You are welcome to come by at Nuuk Art Museum, where I'm exhibiting some of those pieces that I have shown in this presentation. Thank you for listening.
Juudiamut qenaruissuaq. Juudiamut apequssissaarteqassagaluarpat kingusinnarusukkut ornilaarlu apeqisinnaarvarsi taavalu aama maani oqallittoqarnerani kingusinnarusukkut periarfissaqarumaarpusi apeqqutiqarsinnaanissassinut. Assorsuar juudia assitsaqqummersitai attortinnarput qamuuna ua misiisimaungasoorl arlaa ikittoq iliuseqarusussusersekkortusillugu qoena Tullinguulluni saqqummiisussaavoq Lars Jensen. Hej. Lars Jensen qulaqutariva maana paasisimalerparput Danmarkip nunarput nunasiaatigisimagaa qanga nunarput nunasiaataayunnaarpa. Lars ilisimatuiuoq nunasiaateqarnerup kingorna pissutsinut Cultural Encounters Roskilde Universitemi sulisuuoq Laasillu sungiffimine wombat spotting this wombatinik ujarluuyorneq nuannarisarivaa aamadu apatanado kaffimik liisapornimi imeruyornissani nuannarisarilluu Lars Degenner.
And apologies beforehand if I say anything in Greenlandic, it will sound absolutely non-Greenlandic, I'm sure, but at least the intention is there, let's say. In case I couldn't sort of obviously understand the last bit because I'd taken the headphones off, but if she was referring to drinking abatanados in Lisbon, then I can just say go down to Café Vika and have a Svendip down there because that's actually the same sort of coffee. So this talk I'm going to do is going to be a sort of slightly sprawling talk that will cover a lot of, in a way, the kind of discussions and conversations that I could see we're going to have in the space of this afternoon. I hope it makes sense because obviously that was my intention, but it's in a way trying not to sort of go too deeply into the archives. I could speak to those, of course, but in some ways I think I have sort of this feeling that we already know what's in the archives by now. And it's not looking pretty, what's in the archives. So I sort of took the opportunity to try to become a little bit more broad-ranging in what I'm doing. This should take probably maybe about 30 minutes, so I hope that since I've got 45, more like 40 minutes now, that's all right. Hopefully there'll be a little bit of chance for people to ask a couple of questions, so if there's anything you want me to go a little bit further into, I'll do that. And I will also read slowly also for the benefit of to give the translator a chance to get it across the board. So let me begin my talk by thanking the organizers for inviting me and for having the thought that I might have something interesting to contribute to this important conference. I would actually like to dedicate my talk to two parties, both of which are relevant to my topic. I don't mean political parties here. The first one is to Indigenous Australian journalist Dan Grant. Let's see if I can get this one to work. Is that one? Or no, that one? Yep, there he is. Who had to take leave from his job at the ABC, which is the Australian television equivalent of KNR in Greenland or Danmarks Radio in Denmark. He had to take leave from his job at the ABC because of the barrage of vitriolic hate directed at him and his family after he spoke about the historical and ongoing effect on Indigenous Australians when he was commenting on the coronation of poor old Charlie in May. I mean, poor old Charlie, of course, referring to the new king in the UK. What Grant did was basically argue that the introduction of one sovereignty was the violation of another, a pre-existing one, which actually, according to the literature on sovereignty, constitutes a violation and is hence illegal. This also happens to be the view of the Australian High Court. Grant became caught up in what the author Margaret Simons described as, and I quote here, what looks like objectivity to white journalists looks very different to those who are, to quote Grant, on the other side of history, unquote. I would hate to think this applies in a Greenlandic Danish context to journalists, politicians, academics, let alone anyone speaking of the Danish monarchy's involvement in colonizing Greenland, and of course the same monarchy's involvement in enslavement in the US Virgin Islands. I was thinking about this when I was walking from my hotel yesterday past Prinsessevej, Dronning Ingridvej. And isn't it funny that where most cities have a ring road, Nuuk must be the only one that has a rink road. So in respect of Stan Grant's wish when he stood aside from the ABC, that he didn't ask for or necessarily think he deserved support, because he recognized his own privileged position as a highly profiled mainstream journalist. I would like to dedicate my talk also to all Indigenous Australians, and particularly those who have fought so hard to bring forward the case of an Indigenous voice to Parliament since the Uluru Statement from the Heart in 2017. If you're interested, I can elaborate on this in question time, perhaps for those who are not familiar with that, but there's lots of here that has ramifications for what we're talking about here. That voice to Parliament in Australia is now heading for a referendum as it requires a change to the Australian Constitution. Sound familiar? The Indigenous Australian case is about sovereignty, as our conversation here today is about sovereignty. Just as it is about the fact that until sovereignty is achieved, there can be no end to colonialism. And if there is no end to colonialism, there is no end to racism, including settler colonial Australians and Danes here in Kalalit Nunaat and over in Denmark, who will continue to think that solutions to Indigenous Australian and Greenlandic problems can only come from settler colonial Australians and Danes. Whiteness and blindness go hand in hand. Otherwise, one would have thought they would have realized the problems were the result of earlier white interventions by themselves. So why reappoint the same people who have made the early mistakes to fix the problem? Then, of course, the backdrop for this conference is the 70th anniversary of the annexation of Greenland and the Faroe Islands to Denmark. I noticed that it was used in a press release also. I used the term annexation to highlight how undemocratic and in complete contravention of the UN's principle of colonized people's right to self-determination that process was, as demonstrated in Anne-Christine Hermann's book and in my books. Speaking of which, I know I'm kind of here as an academic today, but I'm also sort of here as a non-academic, and I'm also here to speak my mind, but also to speak from my heart. But I have sort of these publications that I made over the years that will be kind of slightly referenced in what I'm saying here, and I'm just going to leave them behind for someone. I hope they find a space where multiple people can get access to them, of course. So what was uncovered was not particularly difficult to uncover. I mean, what Hermann and what I uncovered in my book about the transition in 1953 was actually not particularly well hidden, I thought. So it's not difficult to uncover. So why has this not been taken up generally by scholars in the relevant fields? That's more my question. Is there a pattern to the Danish Greenlandic establishment's paving over, ignoring and or silencing of these unpalatable chapters in a supposedly common history? A strategy that seeks to avoid rocking the boat by constantly fixing the gaze on the future and disconnecting the past from the present. In the broader public realm outside academia, it also took decade upon decade before it has begrudgingly at best been recognized as an absolutely typical form of European, and in this case, Danish colonial rule. I signal the European because you can just look at how blatantly the French have worked to avoid real self-determination in its supposedly former colonial territories in the Indo-Pacific. Jens Dahl raised this simple question in his Arctic Selvstyre from 1986. How come we so openly in Denmark see and condemn French colonialism in the Pacific, yet don't see our own? I also signal the connections between various European colonial practices and attitudes decades after the end of the colonial era. I mean here in a historical sense, using the colonial era as a kind of formal colonial rule, just to make that absolutely clear. To point out how there is nothing particularly exceptional about Danish rule over Greenland, not during what went before the modernization period, nor in what followed. And this, of course, is where colonialism begins to tap deeply into Danish national self-perceptions. And this, in my view, sits at the core of why it is so difficult to shift the Danish attitude from its white supremacist colonial logic. Often we tend to think of Danish reluctance to face Greenlandic desires for independence simply with reference to Danish interest in the Arctic. But I think what is also at stake here is the Danish need to be seen to be altruistic, to be benevolent, to be worthy of promoting universal Danish values and export them to the rest of the world through, for instance, development aid. So, in other words, not an either or, but a both-and situation, interests and self-perception going, in this case, hand in hand. So this brings me to the point of the importance to scrutinize what took place during the supposed post-colonial Danish rule in Greenland from 1953 to 1979, but not to do so in isolation, but with a keen attention to what happens when nasty policies from the modernization period escape into the open. The most recent, I guess, is the scandal of the IUD, what's known here as spiralkampagne, or in Danish known as spiralkampagne, the birth control campaign. The question I would ask here is why we can be surprised, as we have long known about what is now referred to as the experiment in the 1950s, early 1950s, when these kids from Greenland were taken to Denmark. In other words, there is a pattern here, both in what the modernization period actually was and what it entailed. But my point is there is also a pattern to the repeated shock over revelations, just as there is a pattern in the repeated lack of consequences for the parties involved and for what repercussions such a past must have for the renegotiated Greenlandic-Danish relation in the present. The Danish Prime Minister's apology to the children is not irrelevant and may represent a moment of closure for the survivors. But it points to a far deeper question of how Denmark ruled over Greenland in a system that remained colonial and hence racialized. And I would argue continue to pop up in those forms. In my 2 books on post-colonial Denmark, you can go and look that up. In that book, I reference, for instance, the 2008 debate in Folketinget, the Danish Parliament, on asylum seekers, where one of the members of Parliament said we cannot have people coming off the ice cap to decide Danish policy. And then, of course, most of us in the room probably are familiar with the 2019 situation, Greenland as Africa on ice, which helped Denmark avoid a buffoon of a prime minister. But how did the other Danish politicians actually respond to Pape's idiotic statement? I think that is where we need to look. So the issues briefly outlined above are not directly related to sovereignty at the end of colonialism, yet they are completely fundamental to understanding how Danish rule over Greenland may go through its phases, but we shouldn't mistake those phases for a lack of pattern. And that pattern is about pretending to work alongside Greenland and the Faroe Islands, while in reality it is about continuing Danish rule over and in Greenland, for the sake of preserving its position as an Arctic power, but also for the sake of preserving its idealized self-image. From helping extend landing strips at airports to maintaining the status of Danish language as the master language. So, who am I? I stand here as a teacher and researcher who has spent a few decades examining colonialism and its aftermath in numerous places, I would like to say. I also stand here as myself a white Dane, though I don't subscribe to Danishness in any shape or form. Today I'm hopeful I don't come across as one of those who stridently defend, who implicitly defend, or who tries to be your friend without taking the necessary steps to deserve your friendship. What has brought me here is also a number of conversations that I've had with friends about what I typically label as the Greenlandic-Danish relation over a steadily rising number of years. I owe everyone in this community that I've been privileged to be part of a big thank you. You helped me way more than you could ever think. I also wonder, though not really, why I have not even found a handful of Danish academics to have these conversations with. I hope you're listening out there. I don't think that we sent the worst Danes to Greenland from the beginning of the modernization period, nor do I think we sent the most talented. But I think those who came and continue to come here traveled with a self-perception of natural entitlement. That is the legacy of having been undisputed rulers. Similar to how, for example, Portuguese people saw themselves when they migrated to Angola and Mozambique during the global financial crisis when the economy in Portugal collapsed. A very, very similar pattern of attitude and what they thought they were doing there, how they were treated by the locals, and what their sense of entitlement was, etc. So because we have taken so long to begin to talk about colonialism, not as a sort of weird period happening outside our national identity formation, but as a form of oppression, of subjugation, that made us feel good about ourselves as Danes, in fact helped define what it meant to be Danish, European, and naturally superior. This made us feel so good that we came up with all kinds of mythologies, justifying our presence out there and up here. It was such a good feeling that it became entrenched in us as Danes. You may think not that many Danes came up here, or have come up here out of a Danish population as a whole. I would argue, in contrast to that mentally we all came here. Because Greenland operated as a cultural archive, justifying to ourselves who we were and are, and we were and are good. If we were bad and did things wrong, you will note there is no identification of who was bad or what was done wrong. The bad of the past is used as a smoke mirror to demonstrate how we have become good. And that, I think, also includes the Danish Prime Minister's apology to the Greenlandic children who are now pensioners, those who are still alive. These days, Denmark is wannabe world champions at whatever we touch, from sports over COVID handling to human rights defenders, renewables and democracy upholders to protectors of our unique welfare society. At least on the sports front, we occasionally actually lift the trophy. On the other fronts, we are undermining, I would argue, and destroying while we claim to work to do the opposite. In that sense, I think there's a very clear correlation between the way in which Denmark handles its relationship to Greenland and how Denmark handles its relationship with its migrant population. So in this field, there is consistency in how Danish policy is practiced at home and in Greenland. The resulting schizophrenic relationship between Denmark and Greenland, orchestrated by Danes, is, I think, caught beautifully in Julius' marvelous straitjacket as a form of mutual self-entrapment, where Danes know that we must leave, but we cannot leave because of what it provides for us in terms of national grandeur, inflated global self-importance. Greenland has become Denmark's Hotel California. This is one reason why Lars Løkke Rasmussen couldn't appoint a Greenlander as Arctic ambassador. And it furthermore explains why he couldn't let himself be confronted by it. Note how the Danish media and the Danish Greenlandic academic establishment may have picked out the arrogance of his approach, but failed to identify the profoundness of the arrogance. So I'm just going to show you a slide here because that one we might just skip, but I can talk to that later. But obviously it's about, where are we in history? How come it repeats itself type of thing. But that one, which I actually spent a sizable amount of time putting together because I'm not really good with these things. And the ambassadors kept sliding down the slide, so I had to sort of put them up there again. But they're kind of slippery people tend to be, I suppose. That's the nature of the game, isn't it? But I thought I wanted to take it seriously. Lars Løkke Rasmussen said, well, in Denmark we don't appoint ambassadors on the condition of their ethnicity. And then I thought, I want to see the color scheme of these ambassadors. There are 3 Larses, by the way, among those up there, I think also. And they're not all there, but I've not sort of stripped away, selected ones that look different, right? So that's a very kind of representative way of looking at what Danish diplomacy looks like. And it explains quite a lot of things, I think. Okay, so I know I was invited here to speak about the 70-year period since the annexation that went on the scene and backstage. So let me turn to make some observations about this. 1953, 1979, 2009 appear like pearls on a string. each pearl signaling another step in the direction of self-determination as stipulated by the UN and is desired by the vast majority of Greenlanders, and often celebrated by Danes as a Danish gift, as evidence of Danish grace, of Danish benevolence, and the success of the Danish civilizing mission. There is a counter-narrative, of course, to the rigsfællesskab's community discourse, that every new pearl on that string represents another Danish moment of attempting to procrastinate its rule, to prolong eternally its rule over Greenland. These two narratives are perhaps less polarized than might immediately seem to be the case. The straitjacket I mentioned earlier can both be seen from a Danish, from a Greenlandic, and from a relational perspective, or a game of chess, where Danes seek to avoid more self-determination, Greenlanders seek to achieve more, and the relational is the give and take arrangement. The latter may be a fairly accurate description of what's going on, but what are the power relations which determine what game we're playing? How many pieces we actually have on the chessboard? And then there is the question of the national self-perception. Let me ask a simple question. Can anyone think of a Dane with influence in this power game who advocates for more self-determination for Greenlanders? Can anyone think of a Greenlander who wants less self-determination for Greenlanders than Danes? And if someone out there is thinking, but what are those Danes who say, then let them have their independence, we will just leave? Don't make me laugh. They don't mean it. What they're after is a return to the modernization period. And their argument is not only about Greenland, but tied directly to fantasies of an exclusively white-ruled Denmark at home and abroad. And then I think I need to say something briefly about sovereignty. Like the Greenlandic-Danish relationship, sovereignty also comes with a straitjacket, or perhaps several. One dimension is that sovereignty in itself is a Eurocentric term, because it is rooted in domestic European history and because it served as an instrument in European colonialism. How it was and still is conceivable that someone can get in a boat in England, sail to the other end of the globe and claim a place, declare it uninhabited, while the locals who have been there for 60,000 years stand around, remains a mystery to me. But as a colonial power practice of taking land from its rightful occupants and declare it yours, with reference to a concept of sovereignty that is completely meaningless to the people and delivered in a language they don't know, it makes perfect sense because it's part of a pattern. And that pattern is about colonialism and its accompanying racialization. To talk about sovereignty then is to ask a question about how political judicial practice, geopolitics and international law shape the conditions of a future sovereignty, such as the one Kalalit Nunaat is looking for. But to be a sovereign subject, in, for example, the words of Indigenous Australian researcher Eileen Morrison-Robinson, is about something more than the Eurocentric definitions of sovereignty I spoke to before. It is to recognize that you cannot be alienated from your land, because land is kin, land is who you are, what you think, what you believe in. It defines you. This may seem an example of how utterly incompatible European, for example, British and Danish, ways of thinking sovereignty is to Indigenous Australia or Greenland, perhaps better, in this case, Inuit, ways of thinking sovereignty. But that is to miss the point of colonialism and its racist underpinnings. You are not alienated from your land or from your culture. Someone uses something to alienate you. Colonialism is about dispossession, to pave the way for what Morrison-Robinson called the white possessive. So sovereignty at the end of Danish colonial rule is about taking back control over your country, Nunaput, right? But it is not only about being in control of your political and economic destiny, because what waits there is the world as we know it. The world disorder, as we know, it's shaped by hundreds of years of colonial control and imperial control. And now in its most recent form of neoliberal globalization. Sovereignty has to be about looking for a different way forward, where the destiny of Kalalit Nunaat is shaped both by taking full control of its political and economic structures, but sovereignty is also about redefining what it means to do this in a way that does justice to Inuit ways of knowing, that foregrounds this production of knowledge and continues to decolonize the Danish presence and legacy physically and mentally. So, I'm getting towards the very end here. I would have been quite happy to talk about the challenges out there in the form of the world disorder inside which we live. US, China, Russia, you know the drill. And even more happy to talk about the schizophrenic Danish international politics. Greenlanders, be aware of the American interests. Those same Americans that Danes trust unconditionally with safeguarding their own future. But I would like to finish by briefly revisiting one of those future scenarios envisioned for a huge country like Greenland, the 12th biggest country in the world, but with one of the world's smallest populations. And, by the way, of course, destined to deliver at least 0.5 meter of global sea rise before the next century, beginning of the next century. I'm talking about the free association idea. Interesting concept, but of course with its own colonial history. The first mention refers to French colonial territories in Indochina. We all know what that meant and where that went. In its more contemporary arrangement, I would be less interested in the US Pacific Island model. I'm naturally a bit skeptical about the Americans sometimes. And I'd be more interested in the South Pacific islands of Niue and Cook Islands, where particular parts of state structures may be outsourced or perhaps held at some collective, mutually obligated level. For Kalalit Nunaat, this could potentially, of course, involve Denmark, once Denmark has recognized, worked for reconciliation or reparation, in other words, demonstrated in practice what it likes to put in words. It is not that there is an absence of global power operations in the Pacific. The rivalry between the US and China is more prominent there than it is in the Arctic. Yet the rivalry in itself provides opportunities for negotiating better deals. And finally, finishing off the talk, of course, by talking about Cook Islands, it brings us back to the beginning of my talk when I talked about the English captain heading to Australia, who, of course, was Captain Cook. Huyanak, I've got a couple of slides more that I am not really going to talk to, but it's just to, it's some of the sort of stuff that has been going on. And again, I'm talking to an audience that is so clued into all these discussions. So it's a bit pointless to me to start talking to that, because you'll know possibly even more about it than I do. And this one is just kind of trying to say a little bit about what's at stake in revisiting the constitutional past. So it's kind of going a little bit over the territory that I've been covering here in my talk. So let's have a moment of reading. It's like a church, isn't it? And then that one. We all want to know about the future, don't we? All right, so by my count, we've got about 12 minutes for questions, which is not too badly done, I thought. Yep, well, Huyanak for the time being, but like I said...
Массакки пиффисақалаарпуут апеққитеқартеқарсинаанissaanут пиффисаарпуу массак апеққитиссанут апеққитиссақартеқассаппат арлерсмааниитсиси апеққитиссақарписи аагин наппаасақарпоқ аамаан пиле ап пинга ап нину ингатунгуусамик илиллилик сиуллиисилаақаа ап
Hallo.
ап
Ja.
масиули
Аюнгила.
аттиуиннассуут
Ua kadasho qalu kama
ап аюнгила
kama soorunam.
ап
Tassa qoinaruussua saqummiussa soqutiginartoruyoruissuarnut. Inatsisaqarnermu tungasut aamma soqutiginartumik saqqummiuppatit. Tassanilu taanskit inatsisaat nunatsinni atuutsinneqartut. Ilaatigu namminerta misigisartakkaum malillugit uatsinnut kalaallinut kultuuritsinnut inoriaatitsinullu ilaatigut naleqqutiнгittoriuruissuit misigisarpagut atorlugillu taakkua pillungit ulluginnarni inuunitsinnut sunniuteqartarnerat itisililaarlugu nassuiaateqarfigilaarsinnaaguqqu inassaqaaq.
I possibly need a little bit more help, but I mean, the question was about Danish policies not suitable for Greenlandic conditions. Is that correctly understood? Okay, up. That was an up. I was wondering if I could sort of throw the question back at you, which you're not supposed to be doing, but is there any Danish legislation that actually is suitable for Greenland? I mean, I think one interesting aspect, if you go back to the constitution changes of 1953, of course, is that this question that Greenland becomes part of Denmark, but at the same time there's all these all these mentions in the constitution that this does not actually apply to Greenland or the Faroe Islands, which of course are put in the same situation. But I think that it's again, I would argue that this is not a particularly Danish way of doing things, that this is particular to European colonial powers, because the Portuguese did the same in Africa. The French are doing the same exactly now. They've had 3 referendums put up in New Caledonia where the New Caledonians had an opportunity to vote for more self-determination, even independence. But what did the French do? They moved a lot of people from other parts of the Indo-Pacific to New Caledonia, and they gave them immediate voting rights. So I'm not quite answering your question here, but I really think that I can't imagine that a Danish government would ever think of doing legislation specifically for Greenland. And certainly never with Greenland as this equal partner, which is also what Julia talked about.
апеққитит ерсеққитсимик акиваа паасинарпа
Anshukku ana unana apunniarsaringaa apeqqutigisarnut ilalерлutит oqarluni арлаанааллуни туллуарами нунатсиннуут инатсисит туллериаарлу илаққивиартарпагут нунатсиннул туллуаратик таанна таагааюна қаллунаа кисими таамаасиорнаёрамик кисиннунасиаатеқарсимус тамами таамаасиортарамик таала ассерсуутилу тассан таангаила ассерсуутилут ньюкиниами намминилиунниссам таасилераруармата пиаарсарнерани франскит таасисиннаангорлугит франскеқатигит нууссупаллаппаат илисарнарторюнгами нунатсинну ам қаллунаа таасисарнерат тааккарторникугатсуун нунатсинни сунниисарнерат қаллунаа инатсисаани ааллаавеқарнерат имма тааннаана акиниарсарингаат оқарсинаангиннами суут туллуарнерсут акерлиан таагамут таам туллуарпасингиннамик нунатсин уаутсиннут лоппа танна
ап апекутеқарсуус туллиа
Tissana paqutiinaarlu 1940 Henrik Kaufmann Danmark uisama allartita ambassadøria taamanikkamakkumusaafiinnippo Danmark tiguusaammat sorsunna Hitler tiguusaammu taamanikkut tawa Amerikkami saafiinnikkamu taakinguningua tissa tuuliarpaasikassiingittut nunatsinni Amerikkammusakkutoqarfi pilersinnerarput taamanikkaarlaliippuamma tawa taamanikku kalaallila landsrådet kimara taamanik nalaaniarma takpeqataatinneringinneri malunnarami taakingun sorsunnersuukiarni ulluman tikilluu USA Danmarkillu kalaallinaallu Amerikkami simaqatigiissutaat iluami inuaratiippassuut paasinikuunginnatsugu qanuattuumasteqarnersoq USA uutsinnu taw apaqutigiusullu massuk namersernerlu ataani USA mi simaqatigiissut namerserner ataani uut nunatinnut tunnun tassami tunduunneqarsinnaanersoq kisanalungila Danmarkki naalangaffianu suli atavuut rigsfællesskabimut taanaama porfigivartarami simaarpuaris fællesskab amma sakkortunuussumi амманерусимус натсино қаллусигинеқартаақарто Danmarkkim налингаффақатигииннеқ уутсин питтаақутеқарнерсо кисаван инуаратигиппассуут тисимаарпуут уутсиннут Danmarkki налингаффақатигини таанеқарнера ассингитторпассерам пакатсинартну ликкаарто таанна ума оқаллитсисоқану исимақарфиинера аспаасорусиннаалу.
Well, as I was saying during my speech, or my talk, I think whenever you're trying to examine the Danish attitude, you get into this, like I was trying to describe, this kind of schizophrenic move that on the one hand there is the kind of geopolitical interests, right, which are kind of hard sovereign issues about territories, etc., which in a sense provokes one sort of Danish response. And then at the same time, there is this sort of what we typically talk about, sort of kind of softer, more kind of cultural realms of the ways in which Denmark and Greenland are obviously also connected. And so it's not, again, strange that Denmark moves between those two, because all countries move between them. But what I was trying to do with the example of the chessboard is that it's so important who decides which game of chess we're going to play. And of course, in the case of using the metaphor of the chessboard, you could sort of start by saying, well, when Denmark plays Greenland in chessboard games, already, of course, there's only a king and the queen on the Danish side, right? And so that already means that the relationship from the beginning is unequal. And there is no interest in a kind of real political way, realpolitik way, as you would talk about in kind of political science, from Denmark in actually obviously surrendering any pieces in the chess game to make it more equal. But there's also not an interest in the more kind of softer cultural side of things in surrendering anything to the Greenlanders, because it goes against this idea that Denmark is never wrong. And that's why I also linked it up with Mette Frederikssen's apology to the Greenlandic children, because you sort of think, well, obviously here at least was sort of some acknowledgement of guilt. No, it was not. It was an acknowledgement of wrongs having been committed in the past, but a past that at the same time was segregated from the present. So it was, in a sense, It was symbolic, and it's not that I think, like I said, that these symbolic kind of apologies are not important. They serve a certain purpose. For instance, going back to the Australian example, I saw footage when the Australian Prime Minister in 2008 apologized to the stolen generations, which was a much more bigger scale than what happened with the experiment kids in Greenland. And there were many people at the time saying, oh, but he's just apologizing, there will be reparations. So they will, that may be the case. But I also saw people on the lawns of Parliament, Indigenous Australians, with tears streaming down their cheeks. So I thought, okay, this does something for someone. So it should be recognized as that. But we should not mistake it again for the real thing. So in a way, it's not very... The Arctic ambassador example, again, is an interesting example, because why the hell didn't he just appoint a Greenlander, right? Why? Who else will know something about the Arctic area? He found, what, an ambassador from South Africa, I think, if I remember correctly? And that, of course, as I said to one of my friends, at least it's close to the Antarctic, so he may know something about us then, but I don't think so. And in that case, penguins, which you don't have up this end, right? But I mean, so this pattern, and if Denmark, I would actually argue that sort of a personal observation of Danish politics over the last 20 years, Denmark has become an extremely arrogant, militaristic, anti-migration power. And I think there was much more potential for change in Denmark 20, 30, 40 years ago than there is now. But what has happened in the meanwhile, I think, is that Greenland is clearly in a very, very different space. So it has, I think, taken, in a way, more of that softer form of power that you can see being articulated, which is why the Danish media even have to sort of, in a way, react to the way in which Løkke talks about the Arctic ambassador. They can see that clearly this isn't right. And I don't think that would have been conceivable for them to react in this way 25, 30 years ago. So things change, and things stay the same, somehow, in this power relation.
Apeqqutit akiva erseqqippa imalun USA mutungatinnerullu ilangutiti apeeqqilasuunga qano ilassutissaqalaaramigu mikrofon tunniusipallalaarsinnaarput naadukullammik pausilaaratta unikkallitsialaaratta
takkua иллерсорнисақарнерм тунгаасут Danmarkki нунаппулла тава сорнатиу контаалиминнику саккутуут имарсоорнерму таккутиллиисоқарфиат соорлууна питуффеққарсаатигисагутсигу туулими америккармиут тассалииннаап саккутоқарфимми тау укиуарллаама qassina саккутоқарфиат контаалиминнику киорпассуит иллоқарфиммииннани кисаннуума сакка паққутигинаарлуу соорлу уа малунгисаакку саккутоқарфиу нуумииларнера ассииннарамиу кипинхаарними имаат имарсоорт саккутоқарфиат таанама туникуо таасмаилай нунатсиннуунникуат нууми иллоқарфиммут таамат иллоқарфими саккутуулеартитсинеқ ималунниит қаллунаат тааматут иллерсерниссамут тунгатиллу инисисиманерат каарлуссармунама саккутоқарфеқалернissaa ассииннагааттарму илаан соорс нунасиаанерму каниллаттоққииннартугу илаан тааннаан апаққутигинерла.
Yeah, he was referring to the American military being in Greenland and the Danish military being in Greenland, and just a short answer.
Yeah. Well, the short answer is you're right, of course, that Denmark, of course, is in Greenland to defend its own national interest. But then again, because it's sovereignty, then of course it's simultaneously Danish and Greenland if Denmark decides that it's that, because it goes back to the powers that Denmark still wield over Greenland and why that was written into the self-government treaty, right? I think that this, in a way, in the relationship between Denmark and Greenland, as far as if you sort of look for sovereignty along that trajectory, trying to get to Greenlandic sovereignty, it's a bit sort of like the old story of the rabbit, of the tortoise, right? I mean, running the race. So every 5 minutes or so, the rabbit, because you send the tortoise off on the track first, and then you send the rabbit after it. Every 5 minutes or so, the distance between the tortoise and the rabbit will be halved. So when does the rabbit catch up to the tortoise? The answer is it never will, right? Because it's just halved all the time. And this explains to me Danish sovereignty policy in relation to Greenland.
Taamaasilluta Lars Jensen-nimut kuyanauissuaq
Thank you.
Apequtissaqatorp igen okay. Aingilaq una we sorry Lars. There's one more question.
Yeah.
Ja. Una mange ingerlanginnernut fjernsynet melnafiinaani qasnaannaani oqartoqarpoq nuna USA tassaasoq qasnaannaaningaani suleqatigaluupiarnerpaa tauaam nagaqippoq kalaallunaat tassaaoq qasnaannaata sakkua tappigarnerpaartaa tau tassani paasuminaatipaa ulluman tikilluu suli inuiaqatigit ilutsinni naalakkersuinikkut periutsit suli nipaapallarneriorlissuat qasnaat massakku nalluutorsiorpoq tau nalluutorsiornaan tungatilluu apeqqutigilaajaqarpoq USA'mi me qasnaat staatministeriat kalaalnaatilu naatumut tanmakkimu akilersuiuarluni tau inuiaqatigi tumiippugut qanorlangusaqassaagut ileraartornissatsinnut pissuttit aqungingaarmata inuiaqatigit uagut ammukayaaq kisimi isigisussaat tannaalaappeqatiginerup iluani nunasiataanero iluani pinikuugut tamannalu ullamaas takusinnaawarput inuiaqatigi nalliinnartut qaatsamikut immin tammin unatartut tas inerneraa inuiaqatigit maannutsinni kangunaq sinneri immin ilinnaarsimastu taagortut sumiippugut.
Well, if what you're saying is there is a missed opportunity here in a certain way, I think we can talk about that in certain ways, but I think, like I said, maybe that moment has passed. In the sense that I think that what will happen, and I'm very much in favor of Greenlandic independence, and I think it should be accompanied by Danish reparations for a sustainable period of time. Otherwise, free association, of course, enables you to go and talk to other nations. I would not recommend the Americans, possibly not the Russians either, or the Chinese. But there are other partners out there. And I'll use the example of the Cook Islands as an example of a really, really small population of about 20,000 people, thousands of kilometers away from anywhere, that has some sort of model that operates in certain ways. So I'm sort of giving this answer because I think inside the realm of rigsfællesskabet, with Denmark and Greenland sort of finding each other as partners, I see very little evidence of that possibility simply because Denmark is too recalcitrant to bring to the table. But maybe again, I mean, I think there could be a strategy involved in actually striking out and say, well, then we go and look for something else. And then maybe the Danes come back to the table in another shape, right? In a more listening shape. Because I think as long as they think that whatever Greenland decides, it really has no accountability for us, then I don't think this is, in that sense, this is about hard policy, because you're right, of course. The only thing that makes Denmark an Arctic power is Greenland, and it's not an Arctic power. I mean, the idea that Denmark can defend Greenland is completely and utterly ridiculous. Denmark cannot even defend Denmark. So why would that be possible?
Tissinkillikkallarta Larsimut quyaqqinniarta Массаккит униккаллатсиалаалерпугут марлуттунгаанут Unikkallassertiareeritta uani paneelimi tassa uani oqallittoqarumarpo. Marlunut takeqqiliupput. Unikkallattiarneq 5 minuutsimik sivitsilаарparput tassa marluqaangerluu tanneq ataaseq aallarteqqissuugut. The break will now be 5 minutes longer, so we will start again at 2:05 p.m.
Do you want me to talk? Can you hear me now? Good, very good. Do you want me to talk? Can you hear me now? I can hear back, yes. Good, very good. Do you want me to talk? Can you hear me now? I can hear back, yes. Good, very good. I can still hear back.
Исаақилаариаrissi аалартеққилерпугут тасмарлqaangerluuten атаасингоормассаккит. We are about to start again. It would be nice if people can return to their seats. Исаақилаариаrissi аалартеққилерпугут тасмарлqaangerluuten I kan bare begynde at sætte jer. Hvad siger du? Mikrofonen er bare Jonup Atiasa, som er på midten. Op. Oqalaqatigiinnermi peqataasussat maang issiavinnut ingittariaanaaput op. Pele kisimi amigaatiilerpaq.
I think we'll move that one.
Pele?
No.
You want to go ahead?
Just a little Up.
Up, ana pele akkerpoq. Torrak. Tissa oqaloqatiinersiulleq panay debat. siullermassakkut ingerlanneqalerpoq yuunu paadelsinni aqutsisuusoo taavaru tassamaaninajuuput Pele Broberg, Miriam Collin, taavaru Sven Hardenberg, online-ikkullu aama Gudmundur Alfredsson islanimingaaniitnajuuppoq yuunu takanna
Qoinaruussuaq siullermik tamassi quiarusuppassi takkussimagassi nuanneqaa taam takkut toqartigiisoq aali inuppassuи массаксулисут una tuluttut ingerlassavaa tuluttuussaanga tamatta tuluttuussaagut neriuppugu nutterissual qanoruna nutserluassagaat quyanarussuaq Isaaq. Thank you very much, everyone, for showing up. We've looked very much forward to this day and to have this panel to talk about some very, very important issues for Inuit in Greenland. I have a very, very exciting panel with me here today. I have Gudmundur Alfredsson from Iceland, an Icelandic lawyer who is an expert in international law and human rights. And I have with me Sven Hardenberg, Netflix star here on the stage, and also a very successful entrepreneur in Greenland. And I have Miriam Collin from New Zealand, who is an associate professor and a guest lecturer at Ilisimatusarfik, the University of Greenland. And then I have Pele Broberg, who has done an amazing introduction himself earlier, so I won't be saying much there. So this panel, the title is Greenlandic Independence, the International Legal Framework, and Inuit Identity. So the reason for the choice of that title is, as we've heard, the history of Greenland, the colonial history, has to be seen in a context where racism is part of the conversation. So the fact that we have Inuit today, Galaslit, and the fact that we seem to have some confusion in terms of the words or the terms we use. So today it's been it's become a very confusing term to say Greenlander, because it's been muddied because of the fact that we are a population where parts of the Greenlandic population has been mixed with Europeans and Danish people, and that we have Danish people here. So the fact that a lot of people don't really know what the term Greenlandic means, that we don't have a clear definition, is why it's important to talk about identity. So I think we'll just get into it, and I would like to open with Gudmundur. And Gudmundur, you are an expert in international law and human rights. I would love for you to maybe start this panel off with explaining to us in broad terms, from your opinion as an expert in international law and human rights, the framework and the possibilities for independence for Greenland and the Greenlandic people. As an expert in international law and human rights, the framework and the possibilities for independence for Greenland and the Greenlandic people.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for the invitation.
And the possibilities for independence for
There is a little problem
Greenland
with the sound coming my way. It's nice to hear from you, Juno. But everything you say, and now everything I say, I hear it 2 or 3 times. Coming over the loudspeaper,
with the sound coming my way.
and the sound is very unclear as I listen.
I just want to point out that there's a lot of noise in the background. It might be because of the sound. Yes, now we can't hear you. A lot of noise in the background. It might be because of the sound.
Anyway, Juno, I have lowered my sound so I'm not being disturbed by it.
Can't hear you.
I want to say thanks for the invitation. You have certainly chosen a good date to look at the situation of Greenland with a 70-year anniversary of the integration.
I want to say thanks for the invitation.
And looking at the international law status of Greenland, sort of looking at from the issues from a legal point of view. The Greenlandic people, the Greenlanders, are in a good position under both international law and Danish law. Under international law, Greenland was listed as a colony or a non-self-governing territory with the UN. And in 1953, supposedly that situation, that colonial situation was brought to an end, and Greenland was integrated. There was a lot of problems with that process. No options were given. The Greenland Council that took the decision did not have a constitutional mandate. The council didn't even have representatives from all of Greenland. They got 2 or 3 days to discuss the matter. There was a referendum in Denmark,
can
but
you
no
hear me?
referendum in Greenland. And on top of it all, if you look at the information submitted by Denmark to Greenland,
Gudmundur, can you hear me?
Stopping of reporting. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there seems to be a problem with the sound, and I don't know if it has to do with is it the sound system here or is it the sound in it? Okay, so I think I'm hearing that you might need to put your headphones on so that there's no the sound that you're putting out is not caught by the computer. So is a possibility for you to put headphones on? To put your headphones on so that there's no the sound that you're putting out is not caught by the computer. So is a possibility for you to put headphones on?
I would love to put on headphones, but I don't have any.
Well, I think maybe we can continue the panel, and if I don't know if there's a solution to this, because it seems to be that the sound is not right from your end, and it's necessary to maybe find some headphones. So I think we'll continue the panel to get the most out of this conversation as possible. But thank you, Gudmundur, for showing up. And I hope that you will follow now. If it is possible for you to find headphones, I'd love to encourage you to do that. But we'll continue the panel here as it is right now. Thank you. You can hear it and it's distinguishable? Okay. So Gudmundur, the sound is not optimal, but please continue finishing your thoughts.
No, basically I was saying you have, as a matter of international law, a good position. And on top of it, in the Danish self-governance legislation, the right of self-determination is also guaranteed. You have, as a matter of international law, a good position. And on top of it, in the Danish self-governance legislation, the right of self-determination is also guaranteed. And I know I sound very convincing because I can hear myself 3 times saying everything, and I stop here. Thank you.
All right. I think we'll continue with the panel right now. There's too much going on with the sound right now, so it's not optimal. I think I'll continue with the panel up here that's physically present. So Miriam, I would love to ask you, in your capacity as someone who engages with also with human rights in a way and international law, how would you describe the framework that we have, or the possibilities for Greenland to become independent, and in which ways?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I was anticipating that Gudmundur would cover this stuff, so I'm just going to shoot from the hip and sort of cover what I think Gudmundur was saying, and hopefully get some head nods from Gudmundur as I go. But my understanding is that the process of decolonisation that was implemented by the UN was one in which Denmark was a number of territories listed as non-self-governing at the time. Ultimately, the conclusion under international law for decolonisation is for a non-self-governing territory with three options. One is that you become independent, one is that you become a freely associated state, and the third is that integration into the coloniser state. Very few chose the latter. In the process of decolonisation that occurred in 1953, as I understand it, there was a question that was asked of the Danish appointed council that governed here some things. They did not have a mandate to decide this type of matter and were given only a couple of days to consider the matter. The Greenlandic people were not asked, so it was a decision made by the council itself, which in some ways I think makes questionable, right, that process of decolonisation. And some would say that your rights as a colonial people didn't really shift with that particular process, that people weren't consulted, that requirement of the decision being informed, being consultative, being a free choice of the people concerned was not engaged in that decision. So yet that's the state of affairs from 1953. There was a decision of that council to integrate into Denmark, and since then that was the end of the colonisation process. The UN has always viewed with some suspicion the process of integration into the coloniser state over processes of free association or potentially independent statehood. And so when we think about what that means for human rights today, there were processes of reporting that Denmark was obliged to engage in under Article 73 of the UN Charter to give reports on, are they improving the lives of these people in these non-self-governing territories? You know, accountability was there, and that was lost at the moment that Greenland became integrated as a state, as a territory within Denmark. Today, there is still human rights reporting going on. I'm sure that some of you are aware that as early as February this year, you had the UN Special Rapporteur on Indigenous Rights come and examine the relationship between Greenland and Denmark in relation to whether human rights are being complied with, and he expressed a great number of concerns. And I think one of the things that you have to think about when you're thinking about human rights is that as long as Greenland remains a territory within the realm of Denmark, then you're entitled to your human rights being realised in an equal footing to Danes. So you have a right to a standard of living, to healthcare, to these kinds of human rights on an equal footing to Danes. And where there is a system of oppression that has been in place for a period of time, where things have been inequitable, then principles of equity rather than just equality apply. And that might require further investment or further support of those people who have been oppressed than for the majority population who haven't suffered that oppression. Equity demands that more is done. So those would be some quick remarks on human rights and international law broadly.
Great, thank you. And I should maybe point out that the whole panel was attending the Free Association seminar that was held at Elisemetusarfik on the 24th of May. And it was a very, very exciting and very interesting seminar. I'd love to pass it on to you, Pele. After having that seminar, going through the whole motions with in terms of how free association is a possibility for Greenland to use, and that independence or becoming a nation state and a sovereign state for Greenland is actually something that's tangible and something that we can, that we can realistically strive for and work towards. What are your comments in terms of what we heard partly from Gudmundur and Miriam, and what you learned from the Free Association seminar?
Well, thank you very much for, I was about to say having me today when I'm paying for it. No. Thank you very much for asking me that question. One of the important aspects that I found out is that no matter how hard we try, the goalpost will be moved. Today, what Julia Hardenberg has done put me in a state of emotion that I didn't quite expect to get. I have seen all her works, or most of them, and they just hit deep. And what Lars Jensen also said, This is not an equal footing at all. So, in my view, what we heard on the free association seminar always lead up to we have to defend ourselves, why we want the independence. We always have to justify and, more importantly, finance how we envision the future, which again, as I said, the goalpost keeps being moved. And in my view, we are at a crossroads where we either give up independence and become Danish citizens on equal terms with all the rest of the Danes in the Kingdom of Denmark, or something else is being done by the international community. Because as Lars said, the goalpost has been moved all the way from 53 to 2023. For the last 70 years, we haven't gotten anywhere. We don't even have an identity. I cannot claim to be Inuit because I can't document it. I do know people tend to talk about their feelings when they say it, but by law, the identification process doesn't exist. So the Greenlandic people is just a term that is being used, and I have to say I agree with Lars Jensen to delay independence. That's what the self-governing rule has become, and I feel that's what free association will become. It will be yet another project that we'll talk about for 20 years, how to do this and all that, instead of making the first decision, do we want independence, yes or no? If it's a yes, then we start the process and we get out of the Kingdom of Denmark as fast as possible. And then we'll figure out the rest from there. But again, it doesn't seem like anybody is interested in actually achieving that goal except a very few politicians in Greenland, and certainly none in Denmark.
Yeah, so I think I want to ask the question, because every time we talk about Greenlandic independence, or Greenland becoming a nation state, as things are right now, there are always these reoccurring or recurring questions or arguments that are being used, and they always have to do with economy. So what is there to say about the conversations that we have in society? And we've heard from Danish politicians that have made headlines that the Greenland can forget everything about expecting to have some financial support if Greenland chooses to become independent. So what is there, and this is a question for all of you, you can chip in if you want, all of you. What is there to say about that? Like those conversations that occur when arguments are being presented about the economy being in the way, that we cannot become independent if we are not economically self-sufficient, yeah. Svend, I'd love to hear your take on that.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think the whole construct and the narrative is wrong that we are following, because it all tends to be a discussion about how would you manage such independence reality when you cannot even support yourselves. And they're always referring to the block grant that is around 3.6, well now maybe 4.1 billion Danish kroner. That is not a lot of money. It's a lot of money for one person or persons when you're discussing it, because we don't earn that much money in a lifetime as a private person or family. But for a state, a country, with all the resources that we're sitting on, it's nothing. And I think we are fooled into the false construct that it's all about money. No, it's not. It's about making a decision and then making it happen. Because we are 56,000 inhabitants in the biggest island in the world with all the resources that we are sitting on. And when we heard on the last discussion we had about free association models, I was amazed about the variety of differences that are in the solutions for a free association agreement, and also how they are financed. And it was amazing for me to learn that our block grant is so small in regards to all the other types of agreements other countries have with the sovereign state. And I felt very at ease in regards to our own process, because we have all that history to build on when we're looking at different solutions. And I think that totally lacks in the discussions that we are going to have about what are our options. I think that could be very, very interesting to investigate much further.
And Miriam, I'd love to hear your take on, like, you are well versed in terms of free association. I know that in New Zealand, as you've explained in many of our talks, that the model that they use in New Zealand, interestingly, where there is no constitution for those indigenous people living in New Zealand. Can you refresh how that setup looks like?
Sure. Excuse me. Thank you. I should have mentioned I was so nervous to follow Gudmundur that I didn't thank you for inviting me, and I didn't introduce myself as a settler woman from Aotearoa, New Zealand, who's an interloper here in Greenland and an immigrant in Denmark. So I speak here neutrally and without political favor, but really just to bring you knowledge of work that I've been working on in this space. I'm a lawyer, I'm a human rights lawyer, so I've worked in the past with Indigenous peoples in Australia in particular, but also to some extent in New Zealand. Anyway, to get to the question though, so New Zealand has obviously its Maori population, which is the Indigenous peoples of New Zealand, with whom there is a treaty between the New Zealand government and the chiefs of the Maori in the early part of the 19th century. That's one arrangement, which I can get into, but we've often talked about what's interesting about New Zealand in terms of its relationship with Maori is that, especially right now, tikanga Maori principles, so the philosophies that underpin what it is to be Maori, and as a matter of law, are incorporated in a pluralist system. So they sit alongside the predominantly British colonial system. Make no mistake, British law is, the Commonwealth legal system is dominant, but there is the Waitangi Tribunal, which decides land claims for Māori, and tikanga legal precepts and principles are now being applied in courtrooms fairly regularly and are applied in Māori-specific issues. So is a lot of movement in New Zealand towards tikanga Māori law being incorporated alongside colonial law. In addition, New Zealand has relationships when it took over some of the British colonies in the Pacific. So it sort of, the Cook Islands, Niue and Tokelau, became part of the Dominion of New Zealand within the New Zealand realm. And so the relationship New Zealand has with Niue and with the Cook Islands is one of free association, which means that the people of the Cook Islands got to make a decision about whether they wanted to continue a relationship with New Zealand in one way or another. And as part of their decolonisation process in 1965, agreed with New Zealand that they wanted to be in free association, and they brought that to the United Nations. That relationship of free association doesn't actually sit on a treaty. It's the first one that existed, and they didn't have sort of a setup. But what it gave to the Cook Islands is all of the elements of statehood. So independent decision-making, its own governance, while maintaining a relationship with New Zealand, such that New Zealand government agreed and expects to continue this in perpetuity to provide money to the Cook Islands under a constitutional arrangement. New Zealand government acts for the Cook Islands in security and foreign affairs only when the Cook Islands gives its consent and instruction that New Zealand may so act. Otherwise, New Zealand does not have a say, right? Often there are discussions between the two. There are friendly relations between Cook Islands and New Zealand, but it's Cook Islands that gets to make that final decision. So that makes that quite a unique arrangement. What's important about money, though, in this, the Cook Islanders remain New Zealand citizens for the time being. If Cook Islands wanted to institute its own citizenship, it could, but it hasn't elected to. New Zealand citizenship gives Cook Islanders, who number today about 15,000, so not many people, free access to come and go from New Zealand. In New Zealand, about 80,000 people identify as Cook Islanders. What New Zealand takes from that is that because these citizens are part of the New Zealand realm, then New Zealand has obligations to uphold the human rights of its citizens all across the realm, which will require funding adequate to make that happen, so that Cook Islanders enjoy a standard of living, access to adequate food, access, a standard of adequate health care that all equal the New Zealand standard as best possible. And so the New Zealand government will change the amount that it gives to the Cook Islands every 3 years, so that there's sufficient planning for future budgets, but also so that when there is a higher need, such as recently when COVID hit, Cook Islands is almost completely dependent on tourism for its economic stability. When COVID hit, tourism took a significant drop and the Cook Islands economy really collapsed. New Zealand more than doubled its monetary assistance to the Cook Islands in that context. I say this because I'm trying to give you creative options for the way that you might engage in negotiations, well aware that the feeling is that Denmark isn't willing to move. But the thing about law and about constitutional arrangements is that it's often slow, right? Every long journey starts with a single step. And so what I think would be a shame would be if you completely cut off all of the different kinds of options available only because you sense a lack of political will right now. Also, I'm giving this example in the context of being here and in thinking hopefully about the future. That is not to say that New Zealand is somehow perfect or has it done it all right, or that there isn't harms that have been and continue to be put upon New Zealand Māori and other Indigenous peoples within the realm. Rather, it's just to give you like a hopeful thought of ideas for moving forward.
Yeah, I think I'd love to point to the fact that it was kind of joked around after the free association or during that. I think one of the presenters joked that we might consider making a free association deal or agreement with New Zealand. The fact that the Cook Islands have full say in terms of security and defense. And that New Zealand as a state can only act upon security and defense issues when they have agreement or consent from the Cook Islands. Pele, what are your thoughts on like the differences that are very apparent between Greenland and New Zealand in terms of that whole setup?
Well, first off, we have been told many times that we cannot become a state or even go down the free association path because we're only 56,000. We need to be more people. This is a prime example of why that's just not true. But the second part is that I do feel that since the election in 2018, where we proposed a plan for actually doing free association negotiations with Denmark, because we actually, like Miriam suggested, wanted to keep some form of relations with Denmark. Since then, we feel that all the bridges have been burned by politicians on both sides, Danish and Greenlandic. They don't want to go down that road for several reasons. One of them being that we want complete independence. That's the word we get as excuse from most politicians in Greenland. And from the Danes, well, you don't want to have anything to do with us. That's the only reason why you're talking independence. So it's an either-or kind of debate that is going on. That either we stay as Danish citizens and under the Danish rule, or we cut off from Denmark. And one of the interesting facts is that during the free association seminar, the Faroese politician actually told them how they managed to screw up that whole process with Denmark, because they gave them the tools they needed in order to postpone or stop the process, saying, we don't want to compromise on our economic situation. And I'm not in a position where I can actually say what the Greenlandic people want, but I do know that from a negotiation point, unless you're willing to cut all ties with Denmark, as they propose, because they want to punish us if we want to become independent, unless we're willing to do that, we cannot move forward, and we cannot wait another 40 years, because that's clearly shown in statistics that the longer you drag out independence, the less willing politicians will become to actually do something about independence. But make no mistake, from Naleraq, we would love to begin the negotiations tomorrow for a free association deal. But unless other political parties in Greenland want to do the same, all the Danish politicians, then the next logical step would be just to go for the independent part, cut the ties with Denmark completely. But it is an interesting point to get across that we have examples of people using this. It's not a smoke screen that is being used politically. It's clear-cut facts. And free association, as Gudmundur has been talking for since I think it was 83, is actually something other people in other countries are using. But for some reason, people don't want to talk about it up here. So it is kind of interesting to hear what Miriam is telling in this sense. And also that goes in concert with what was asked earlier, which laws that apply in Greenland. And as Lars said, is there actually any laws in Greenland that are suitable in Greenland? I'm not even sure there are. So it is an interesting point.
Sven, what are your thoughts around this?
Well, I think we're too focused about what Denmark thinks. And that's always a reference for most political discussions. I would like to advocate for that we start to look inwards and start to define what we want. What are our wishes and what do we want to base this on? I think the first step that we did with the draft constitution is very crucial because it starts to mature our own view on the process. I'm very, very interested to see the process about debating it and start to adjust it, because personally I've read it a couple of times and I think there's some room for improvement, but come on, we are that far already. And I think we should focus much, much more on our own process. That's at least what I would like to put out there, instead of hearing what other things, especially Danish state or the parliament in Denmark and so forth.
Thank you for those important point, Miriam.
Thanks. I just wanted to add something. Before I came here, I was thinking really hard about what I could share from research and from my Indigenous colleagues who share with me their experiences of these kinds of processes. And one thought that I thought we talked about a little at the Free Association seminar, but not enough, was that in order to decide whether you want to be freely associated or be independent or be integrated, it needs to be an informed choice by the people, which usually will require some kind of referendum and usually will require a majority to make that decision. How do you know what the majority wants? How do you find out what people want? And one of the messages that I've received about this process from people who have engaged in it, so rather than me, but from my good colleagues who are Indigenous scholars working elsewhere, is that that might require a changing of the way that you find out about what other people are thinking and feeling. These processes often require at once a shift in political structure at the same time as you are decolonizing yourself, right? As you are personally engaged in this process, which can be extremely hard and profoundly personal. I wanted to pick up on something Lars spoke about earlier, which was the Uluru Statement, because there was a really interesting dialogue process that happened as part of that, in which Aboriginal leaders from many different communities were brought together. The people excluded from the room were the lawyers and the politicians and anybody who's traditionally loud, so that people who are quiet, who are less confident about speaking their voices, but who are part of a silent majority sometimes, got to say stuff. And it was a 3-day process. The people, all professional facilitators were pushed out, or lawyers pushed out, except I think 1 or 2 Indigenous lawyers who were already part of the process, for the sake of having this very open dialogue. And the premise, the starting point for that discussion was that everybody disagrees. Everybody disagrees about how we should move forward, but let's talk about what we value. Let's talk about who we are. Let's talk about this much more basic understanding of ourselves, and then let's come forward. And what they came up with was a model that no constitutional lawyer had designed. They had ideas that, despite the best minds in law and legal systems and sort of colonial processes, they hadn't thought of it. And that's what's happening at this referendum later this year in Australia, is this voice to Parliament, which was directly from the voices of the Indigenous peoples of Australia, of Aboriginal Australians. So there are different ways to do things, and I think part of the decolonisation process is recognition that all of this that we're doing, all of the legal system, all of the way that we're used to engaging, is an inheritance from coloniality, right? It's part of that inheritance, and that it's okay to really flip the switch, really get radical about the, in at least to a colonizer eye, bring back some of your traditions and ways of doing things that haven't been engaged with so much in the past in order to derive unity. The other place that I've worked besides with these communities is at the International Criminal Court, where I have seen in the Office of the Prosecutor the worst end of the other end of the scale, where processes for independence go profoundly wrong and end up in violence and end up in the worst end. So it's so important, I think, that as you move forward with such profoundly sensitive discussions, that you focus on the unity you can bring to your people, rather than dividing your people, which there's many examples can be dangerous.
I'd love to pick up on some of the stuff you said now, and this is where it might be a bit tenseful, because the title of this panel is precisely Greenlandic independence, and also the aspect of Inuit identity. So if we agree that colonial systems and structures are in their essence racist, and they have a racist background, since colonization is a project that stems from Europe, and ideas of races and races of people who are in specific relations to each other, where some are at the top, white Europeans, and indigenous black and brown people are at the bottom. So where identity becomes important in this conversation is the fact that, and this has been debated quite lively here lately, and I don't think that debate is going to disappear anytime soon. So the fact that the Greenlandic people formally lost their identity in 1953. So we became Danish citizens, and to this day we are Danish citizens. And we've seen examples where we have one example where a Greenlandic student, an Inuit student, went to Canada to study, and she needed some form of document that proved that she was Inuit, because they have a system in Canada where Inuit or indigenous people have their rights protected, and that you need to be part of Inuit community and be registered as an Inuk to get access to those rights. So she contacted the Greenlandic system. She went to both the government and the municipality, and it was not possible for her to get documentation of her being Inuit or Inuk. And this ties into what you said before, Pile. What is there to say about the importance of identity in this context? Accepting the premise that we do have racism in this world, and that indigenous Inuit people have not full sovereignty of their land and are still under a Danish state, which is a colonial state. What is there to say about Inuit identity in that regard? Pile, I'd love to start with you.
Well, I've noticed a lot of times that when we are at arrangements like this, not just here, other places as well, people have a tendency to be delicate about, for instance, as Miriam said, claiming and proclaiming they're settlers. They're not native to the country. In Greenland, Danish people here won't even say they're settlers. They claim they're Greenlanders. They are claiming the identity of Inuit. For instance, ICC, which is the organization that is supposed to be for Inuit rights, have members of it that are not Inuit. They're not even claiming to be Inuit. And if you look at the identity debate, it becomes important only for one reason: self-determination, nothing else. Let's say that we reach a state where we actually get citizenship in Greenland, then the debate would be, how can others get citizenship? But unless we get the identity debate cleared out of the way first, it's very difficult to actually get what Miriam said, a room full of people that are not politicians and lawyers, to sit down and talk about this, because you would get a room full of Danes telling what they want. And asking a colonizer what he wants to do with his colony is not fruitful for a debate. So you would have to figure out who to let into that room. And we actually have a talk about this, where we're trying to not say, we don't like you here, we don't want you here, we don't want to take away your rights. We're just trying to have a debate where we actually say, the Greenlandic people needs an identity, either in an independent scenario or continuing under the Danish rule, because indigenous peoples have rights. But today we don't have indigenous peoples in Greenland. As you mentioned with Nivi, she also asked ICC for help. They didn't want to help her either. So it is a profound strangeness we find ourselves in with something so simple as proof of indigenous heritage. Because as we know in Article 1 of the Indigenous Peoples' Rights, it states quite clearly you have to have that heritage in order to be Inuit, for instance, indigenous. That doesn't mean we can't figure out a solution to include people that are not naturally or born Inuit. We have examples with adaptation and stuff like that. But it means we need to have a beginning to this discussion. Where it ends is a completely different matter. And it has everything to do with indigenous people's rights. I know that. But we have to tie it into the Addendum 7 of what the Danish government and the Greenlandic Home Rule made for the Commission of the Greenlandic Self-Rule for 2009, where they actually said the definition of the Greenlandic people is the same as the definition of indigenous peoples in Greenland, which is the Inuit, the native population of Greenland. And you also have Chaplinsky that has done the same study with former colonies, primarily in Africa, where they said the new citizenship was for the native population of the country, while the settlers kept their metropole status. In a different light, we would say this way: if you are Danish coming to Greenland and we became independent, you would still keep your Danish citizenship. The Greenlanders would get the new identity. If you're born up here by Danish parents, well, you'll have your proof of, how do you put it mildly, you are relevant in Greenland, you have your heart in Greenland, you want to be Greenlandic, well, then you can apply for the citizenship the second we have that. But until then it's a Danish law stating if one of your parents are Danish, you are a Danish citizen. And until we get another citizenship in Greenland that is not Danish, it's a debate that is quite difficult to get past until we start pointing out who is it that is about to have this self-determination rule, because it's a tricky subject.
Miriam, I'd love to pass this on to you, because what I understand, or what you have explained in terms of in a New Zealand context. So one of the questions that are important, speaking about Inuit identity and indigeneity, if we can put it like that. How are things in New Zealand in terms of the indigenous identity? How do you define whether someone's Maori or indigenous in New Zealand? Can you explain that, how that works there?
Sure. Maybe I'll start by saying in general there are 3 sort of criteria that most places use to try and determine who's Indigenous and who's not. Fundamentally, at the level of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, there is no definition of who makes an Indigenous person. It's about self-identification. And Indigenous rights, as we know, are collective rights. Self-identification is both about what you personally feel. Who do you feel you are? Do you feel like you're a member of this group? But it's also about whether the group recognizes you as one of them. And then in some places, there's also an emphasis on descent. Do you have a blood lineage to Original Indigenous peoples? And there are challenges with all of these. In New Zealand, in terms of when you're looking at claims to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Waitangi Tribunal in relation to the treaty, then the court just essentially says if you're Māori, then you can have standing before the court. How do you prove you're Māori? In fact, it's very rare that in proceedings before the court, that's something that you need to prove. You're usually coming there with the support of your iwi. People know who you are. It sort of isn't necessary to show an identity card or something like this to prove that you're a Māori. It's not in dispute. It's rare that that's a fact and issue, that that's something the court is trying to work out. Are you actually Māori enough? So it doesn't come up in that same way. And, Māori aren't. We talk about our saltwater colonies, right? People who are living in the islands sort of have this right of territorial self-determination in a way that isn't recognised under Crown law in New Zealand in quite the same way. So it doesn't come up. The issues, of course, are the reason that it's not defined in the UN Declaration, as many of you will know, is because it's supposed to be something that's worked out by the peoples themselves. How do we feel? What's for us means that we are Inuit? What are the identifying factors? And one of the things that I think you've been saying a few times, Sven, that I think is a really interesting reflection, is to think about which way round you want things to go. Do you want the law to come first, to say we need to claim these rights, this law that exists in international law, in domestic law, in Danish law, so we have to prove we're this thing to meet this legal requirement? Or is it better to first ask just who are we? How do we want to define ourselves? What are the facets of that? Obviously, I don't have the answer, and I'm sure it's a discussion you've all had many times and over a long period of time. The issue with blood quantum, with having that requirement as the main requirement or as one requirement, or having passbooks or these things, is that in some parts of the world that's ended up being more dividing than it has been unifying. And in a moment where you're thinking about unifying people towards a common goal, maybe that's independence or free association or reconfiguring your governance arrangements, whatever they are, making choices that might divide more of you than bring more of you together is a question you should ask and maybe reflect on other stories elsewhere. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
And Sven, so I'd love to hear more. Maybe you have a comment for what we've heard, but I'd also love to hear about your experience of what you learned from that day at the seminar, learning about free association.
Well, yes, I think I'll come to that later, but because I think that I would like to put out there that I think I'm amazed about our Parliament position about defining our own identity. We have a Self-Rule Act that was agreed upon and effective from 2009. It states that it's up to the Inuit or the people of Greenland to decide on independence. So it's already referred there who is actually deciding when we have the vote about independence or not, who is able to vote. We cannot even move that forward. And I'm amazed that we are in that situation because our parliament is elected by the people and should work for the people. And I think it's a huge issue that we have, and we haven't addressed it yet, because deciding who is Inuit comes out of a decision in the parliament. First and foremost, that decision to start the discussion about it is very important. And it's avoided through different kinds of technical schemes. And I'm so disappointed because we should have gone further than that. And I would like to motivate people out there that are listening to this, that we should actually try to motivate our elected representatives in our parliament to take that question up, because it's uncertain now where we are. We can talk about free association, we could talk about independence and so forth, but we don't even have the first step cleared yet. And I think it's a pity.
Right, so you're referring to the fact that in the Self-Rule Act, it says it's the Greenlandic people that gets to decide or choose whether we want to become independent or not. So, Peter, maybe I'd like to throw that ball to you.
Yeah, because one of the main things that Miriam is talking about is when I say they, everybody else around the world seems to be under the impression that we are common about this goal. We're not. We are different people living in Greenland with different aims. And it's not supposed to be up to others what we want to do. That's what's written in the draft, or not the draft, the Selvstyrekommission, the Appendix 7. That's what it tried to say. It doesn't matter if it's block quantum or whatever method. It's supposed to be the Greenlandic people that decides their own future. But people are so assimilated and used to, oh no, this is human rights. We are not allowed to distinguish between us, that it's kind of fizzling out in between nothing. And this is where I agree with Sven. We cannot even agree on an identity. Then
right, so you
how
mean,
should we even agree on anything else?
Right, so defining the Greenlandic people, that is the first step that we're talking about.
Well,
so
we don't need to do it. We could also let everybody vote tomorrow and then declare independence. But what citizenship would you give to whom? Everybody that just lives in Greenland gets a Greenlandic citizenship. What about the Germans that are here on vacation? What about the Italians that are up here working on a project? What about the Danes that actually don't want to be Greenlanders, that want to stay Danish citizens? We don't have the distinction right now to say, you are all welcome. You'll get all the same rights. We just have one small issue, that is protection of indigenous peoples in Greenland, as well as the Greenlandic people's rights. That should differ from settlers and people coming here just to work, because people tend to think that everybody that comes to Greenland wants to be a Greenlandic.
Sven, your final thoughts?
Because we have to distinguish between permanent residence and citizenship. And I think that was abundantly clear when I participated in the conference at the university, because there was this lawyer from Puerto Rico and said, come on, it doesn't mean that you're not welcome here. You just have to distinguish between those two elements. Because I also talked about this, I would say, an issue about who is Inuit and who's not, who gets Greenlandic citizenship and so forth. There was a person that I talked to who said, hey, come on, I live here, but I'm not interested in gaining Greenlandic citizenship, or citizenship, because I already have one. So he's a permanent resident and he has that ability to stay here indefinitely if he wants to, but he has a nationalship in another country. And we should actually try to look at it more broad, because we don't exclude anybody, but it's about in which kind of identifying box that you belong to, because not everybody wants to have Greenlandic citizenships when we are starting to handing them out to all that lives here, because some people have that in another place. It could be Danes, it could be Americans, it could be whatever, right?
So unfortunately, we could keep talking about this. I'm sure we could talk for hours. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. So one final last remark from all of you in terms of what we've talked about. I'd love to hear that. Concluding remarks from starting from Pile.
Well, one of the things that I love about discussions like this is that we actually get to hear about how do they do it other places. And also, as Gudmundur said, there is actually a framework for this. It's not uncertain, but it seems like nobody knows what the basis is for these kinds of talks. So I'm very glad that we actually get people from around the world to give their 2 cents in on this discussion, and be it one way or the other. I do realize that even when people like me, who never wanted to be a politician, have to become politicians to change what we're doing, then we cannot just say it's up to the people. The politicians have to help spreading knowledge and making sure that people make informed decisions, not decisions based on feelings.
Thank you, Peter. And Miriam, do you have any?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure. I'm so aware that this is not my space, and I have to be careful about my own positionality. But I would say that conversations without the politicians in the room are sometimes a good thing too. Particularly when you're talking about healing intergenerational traumas and about developing a sense of unity within a culture. Certainly from what I've witnessed both in Australia and in the Pacific, sometimes the quiet voices also need to be heard. I'll leave it there. Maybe just to say, if anything that I'm working on is of interest, please do be in touch. I'm a public servant, so my salary is paid by the public, so I owe you all. So if there's anything I can help with, please be in touch.
Thank you. And Sven, final words.
Yeah, well, I'm very happy to be a part of this conference where I can at least contribute with some of my views on these topics. So I was just going to say to everybody that are participating here physically, you're more than welcome to contact me in the breaks and see if we could bounce off between us some different discussions and so forth. You're more than welcome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, all of you. I think I'd love to we have these gifts and we will make sure to send one for you, Gudmundur. I'm sorry that the sound didn't work out. I'm hoping that in the future we have a chance to speak with you again where the technical issues will not be dominating. But I think I'd love to thank all of you here and conclude this panel debate. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope this sparks further debate that can be continued out in society. I'm honored to be here and to have spoken with you and to have people listening to us. Thank you. Yeah. Can you, so this is a small gift, which is some of Julia Hardenberg's work that she presented to us here earlier. And we will make sure to give one for all the participants. The ones that were giving presentations earlier will also be getting one. So thank you so much. Again, give them a big hand.
Ja, kuana kodo oqaroqatigiittunut imaatiq saqqimmiisissa tullia saqqimmiinginnerani issianikoqiatta tamat nikivilaarta taun nikivilaariarsi. Up and stand up, all of you. We have been sitting for so long. Up and stand up, all of you. Up, tamat nikivilaariarta. Taava iniksan inivitsanitsinniitit kimi faajeruissuissarput. Yay, give me 5. Anna amana. Yes. Amana. Yes. Issia naavilaangit idaam uernalerlita pisaatta. Torra kuana kodo ingeqittarianangorpusi. Tilliattut saqqimmiisoq Julia Suarez Krabbe tässä saqqummiinermini qulaqutarissavaa nunarsuormiuqataanerup illuatungaa ammi qalipaata aallaavigaligu immikkoortitsineq eruupalu qimallugu nunasiaataajunnaarneq Julia MA Folkloreme qarpoq aamalu PhD in Intercultural Studies ulluinnarni Associate Professoritut Roskilde Universitetimi sulivoq Julia sungifimmini nunami pisuttuarnissani nuannarisoruissuaa ingammi antisbjergene Columbiami nunami inungorfimmini. Julia takanna.
Thank you. Okay, is the sound okay? Okay. So I was born and raised in Colombia, which is a dynamic country. And there I learned some lessons of freedoms of communities, of people's relationships to nature. And also, of course, about inequality and injustice of war. And what brought me into research was actually the whole question about why is it that human rights that are supposed to be universal are not universal. They don't apply, they're bracketed in relation to some people. And I continued then my work kind of in this line, also while living in Denmark, engaged in the anti-racist movement, especially in relation to rejected asylum seekers and deportation camps. I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about racism. And I just want to say that that picture there, you see, that is South America. That is from 1944, an Uruguayan artist called Joaquín Torres Garcia, who has a text below that that plays a lot with this idea of up and down and north and south. So I'm going to just read the text. Well, it's in Spanish originally. I'm going to read it in English. It says, because in reality, our north is the south. There should be no north for us except in opposition to our south. For that reason, we now put the map upside down, and then we have a proper idea of our position, and not as they want our idea to be in the rest of the world. From now on, the elongated tip of America, not the US, America, will point insistently to the south, our north. This is a necessary rectification so that now we know where we are. So I start with this map, this drawing, because of course I'm from the Latin American traditions, and with colonization also comes critiques to colonization, decolonial perspectives that seek to do something else. So I'm speaking here from kind of taking the whole heritage that there also is in the Latin American context in terms of issues pertaining to decolonization. How does this work? Sorry? Yeah. Ah, there it is. This is Mafalda. And Mafalda is the one with the big hair. She is as old as I am, so about 50 years old. This is a very known cartoon in Latin America, made by Kino. And I'm gonna just read or translate what this specific cartoon says, because as you see, Mafalda is looking into this other girl, her name is Libertad, which means liberty, freedom, right? And in the first picture where Libertad is putting the map supposedly upside down, Mafalda says, freedom, you're hanging the map upside down. So in the next picture, freedom says, upside down in relation to what? Earth is in space, and space doesn't even have an up and down. And then, in that next picture, then freedom continues with this rant that says, this idea that the northern hemisphere is on top is a psychological trick invented by those who think they are on top, so that those of us who think we are below continue believing that we are below. And the bad thing is that if we continue believing that we are below, we will continue being below. But from today, that is totally over. The last image is where Mafalda gets home, and I don't know if it's her mom or her dad that asks, Mafalda, where were you? And she says, I don't know, but something is completely over. And I think this is a wonderful cartoon also that speaks about what we also call kind of the internalized colonialism the colonization of the minds, right? And when we start to see, oh my God, things are different, it makes sense, but it's still kind of scary. And that is what I think I'm going to be talking about today, because I'm going to be talking about the fact that, this is a quote, to account for racism is actually to offer a different account of the world. This is a quote by Sarah Ahmed, but I have tried to show this is also something that is out there in many different traditions, and understanding that this is not a simple matter, but that we really need to think through, okay, what is it, and how many lies have we actually been fed in the process of even how we understand what racism is. So I'm also going to speak against the notion that racism is kind of something that is an individual attitude. I'm also going to be speaking about I hope that it will make sense towards the end, how it doesn't really make sense to speak about reverse racism. It would kind of amount to you saying to the poor that they're engaging in reverse capitalism or something like that. But let's go to the core points. I'm just going to put them out here. So the core points that I'm going to make here, those. And the most important one, and this is why I also kind of bring the whole Latin American thing, is that racism is tied to globalization, but not the globalization that we usually believe we know what is, but a different form of globalization that actually starts with the colonization of what is now called the Americas. That is from 1492. At that point in history, and this is something that we have worked a lot from within the Latin American decolonial and anti-colonial traditions, at that point in history, this is the point where we have the first global system to emerge. Before that, there is no global system. And that global system that we have emerging there is a capitalist, racist system. Capitalism and racism go together. This is what Aníbal Quijano, Peruvian sociologist, calls the coloniality of power. What I'm going to explain here in the whole this talk is what he refers to as coloniality of power, and when he coined that term, it's not that people hadn't been talking about all these problems and issues before, but when he coined that term, it allowed us to be able to start the discussions from there and not from the whole historical thing that I'm going to tell you now. Okay. Yeah, there is also something about Eurocentrism, of course, and about leaving the whole Eurocentric perspective aside, which is precisely necessary to understand what we're dealing with here. To do that, of course, we also have to have a critical look. I'm very bad at pushing this button, apparently. Ta-da. There. We need to have a critical look at kind of the definitions of modernity, because as you know, the standard Eurocentric definition of modernity, of what being modern is, basically is a description of what Europe thinks it is. And also it's how it understands its own history. So that modernity, they say, is tied to the emergence of the nation states, capitalism, especially industrialization, urbanization, and the increasing rationalization and differentiation, specialization, both in terms of modes of production, but also in terms of knowledge. And in this idea of modernity, there is that idea that, okay, so some societies are traditional, others are modern, and those that are traditional need to develop into modern societies, equaling, becoming what they cannot be, European societies, right? At the same time, this idea of modernity kind of understands globalization as something that, okay, so modernity happens in Europe and then we export it out through development, through all these kind of endeavors that are actually a continuation of coloniality. That is then what we say that is a myth. That idea is, we can also call it a lie, that it may be more precise. We speak about also, I mean, people like Enrique Dussel, Walter Mignolo speak about the darker side of modernity. Dussel speaks about, so when we understand this myth of modernity, we say that's the second modernity. And that very idea of modernity hides what we call the first modernity, which implies, of course, also our history, our colonial history as Latin American peoples that were colonized by the Spanish and the Portuguese empires. So that first modernity is crucial to understand what we're talking about, because you cannot understand that kind of Northern European modernity project without understanding how the Spanish and the Portuguese colonialism actually were central to the whole emergence of the system that we have today. Yeah. Gonna show some more maps. I like maps, and I'm gonna tell you, I really love telling this story because it's, when I first understood it, it really blew my mind, like kind of in Mafalda kind of terms. This map, so we're speaking about the first and the second modernity, right? And we need to understand what is it that happens when the Iberian colonial powers, or not colonial, but when they come to the lands that are now known as America. What is it that happens then, and where were they before? This map, I'm not gonna go through it, but it depicts the eight of the known commercial circuits that existed in this parts of the world before 1492. Of course, probably commercial circuits are missing from this. The point of me showing you this map is that every circuit, of course, is connected with different empires and their commercial and other exchange kind of circuits, right? People always traveled, exchanged goods, exchanged knowledge, and this is what is going on there. And if you see this map, Europe is completely peripheral. And we all know, because we have been told, we learned that in school, and that is true as much as that is true, that the reason why the Spanish crown wants to, the reason why Columbus leaves out is to find a better way into these circuits, right? At that point, in January 1492, the Spanish crown had already expelled the last Muslim populations in Europe and taken over what we today know as Andalusia, Al-Andalus, and so they wanted to continue kind of that expansion. It's also very important to remember that Europe that we have there, peripheral, has been having centuries of persecution of people that would not practice a dominant fundamentalist Christianity. There were the witch hunts, the Crusades. So people in Europe were already kind of being formed into these colonizer subjects that we later then get to the Americas. But this is very important, and it's very important to remember also the whole context of the witch hunt, because it's important to remember who are the people that get to the Americas. This map, this is also a map known as the TNO map. As you see, it has Asia on top, right? This map has also been used by, among others, Mignolo to kind of, what is the idea of the world, the cosmology, if you want, that people that go from Europe to the Americas, what is it that what they have? What was the world for them? And this is why I say it's important to remember that they've been and they are in this process of complete Christian fundamentalism that has taken place over a long period of time. And that way of ordering the world, including kind of the different continents that they knew of, is organized from religion. So this is why it's called the theocentric understanding of the world, where they have, you know that Noah has 3 sons, right? Sem, Japheth, and Sham. And apparently, Japheth is the prodigy son, so his descendants reside in Europe, whereas Sham and Sem, respectively, in Asia and Africa. Fundamentalists, this is the way the world is. It cannot be different. So that's the idea that they have of the world. And this is why when we get taught also in school, oh, then they didn't know, I mean, what was it? They thought it was India. It's not as simple. You can understand that they could not even kind of imagine that there should be something else, because they couldn't, because it has to be coherent with this specific version of Christianity's understanding. That really gets, of course, shattered with the so-called discovery of the Americas. This is another map that then shows, and this is why I say this is the first truly global system that we at least know of, because with the establishments of the different trade routes towards between Europe, Africa, and the Americas, we have the first real global connection in terms of knowledge, in terms of trade, and it is very important also to say that there emerges also a connection between South America and the Philippines, because they are also at that point Spanish colonies. The thing is, and you also, I mean, we were also taught in school, they said, well, the Spanish, there wasn't supposed to be more people, right? There are no more descendants of Noah. And you have on top of you the whole Catholic power, which is also the crown, saying that the world is in a specific way. Then what do? That becomes a huge problem, and also a huge problem because you really need to, I mean, in the end, what the crown and the church want to exploit that land, right? So how do you get out of that kind of straitjacket, in a way, of justifying, legitimizing colonialism? And this is where actually the whole point of what I learned kind of in exploring the issue of human rights. Because at that point, and we need to remember these are the kind of the imperial powers at the time. So we have what is known as the Valladolid debates between Bartolomé de las Casas, the one on your left hand, and Ginés de Sepúlveda. Las Casas is a monk that actually goes to the Americas to evangelize, and he's seen in some circles as the kind of the good guy that actually defended the rights of the indigenous peoples. He was saying, upon the questions of whether they're human or not, he was saying they are human. They are actually rational. They can do what we can, and they have the potential to become good Christians. At that point, it was still Christianity is the best, and the rest is not so good, right? Ginés de Sepúlveda was never in the Americas, but he, of course, was reading because a lot of material was traveling in those commercial circuits as well, and he defended that the indigenous peoples were not human. They could not be regarded as such because they did not really have a rational capacity, etc. I'm going to come to the criteria in a moment. But this whole question of the humanity of the indigenous people in what is now called the Americas is important because it actually displays how the whole idea of the human in human rights is a colonial idea. It's defined through a specific colonizing process that is invested in making hierarchies of people in a specific way in order to be able to exploit them and in order to be able to exploit their territories, to take their land from them. So, there's a lot of, if you go and read some of these guys, what the writings, it's very clear what the different criteria in these discussions are. I'm not, of course, going to go through them, but in my own research, I distilled when you ask, okay, so in a way, so when you ask, who am I, right? So what criteria do you really use to define, a bit in relation also to how to define a Greenlander, you know? It's very important to understand what are the criteria we then use, right? The criteria that these men used were, in the end, whether the indigenous peoples were similar to them or not. That is, so I, Julia, I am Colombian, I'm Danish, I speak Spanish and Danish and English, and then, okay, how many of you do that? And I start kind of, you know, making the hierarchy is that kind of idea. So having a specific notion of time, we know that some indigenous peoples, many indigenous peoples don't have that linear idea of time, that you have the ancestors right here, that there is a lot of also of thinking about yourself as ancestor, so time is a very different kind of, it's not even a thing, right? It's not wasting my time, and time is also a relationship. There is also, of course, the notion of private property. They were saying, but these people, they don't even, they don't own these lands, so we can take them, probably. Whether they were man-centered or anthropocentric, meaning whether they operate with this idea that the human being is separate from nature, Also, what are their sexual and gender relationships? Well, they don't dress as proper women or proper men. They don't do as we do. Then that doesn't work either. And then they have all this criteria, the religiosity as well. Do they know about God, right? This is why Bartolomé de las Casas was actually a bit successful precisely in saying, but they have the potential they can develop into good Christians, right? There you see again the issue of they cannot be themselves, right? They have to develop into what we are. And also whether there were settler or sedentary societies. Many of the indigenous people in the Americas actually moved also in the Andes up and down, depending on the seasons and what the stars and the other beings told them and tell them, because they're still there. So basically what the point here is that the idea of rational capacity that Descartes, who is kind of, this is the great modern thinker, that I think, therefore I am, right? That idea of rational capacity is already premised on rationality being equal to you denying basically who you are and trying and defending the whole project of the colonizer. Does this make sense? Yeah? Good. So this is really important because we see here that there is a colonial endeavor that is very material, it is about exploiting, and it is about inaugurating a different system in the lands that are taken. So that is a structural kind of thing with laws, with different kind of institutions. But it's also a mental process, right? It's also a mental process that tells the indigenous people, hey, you can get rights, but you just need to, well, they don't say that, but that's the whole undercurrent of that. You just need to be like we are. You just need to defend our project, what indigenous people in Colombia call it the death project, right? It's a project that actually produces death and extractivism and does not defend life. So the whole structures that start to get in place with that process of colonization, they are pivotal because they continue until today. However, when the northern, so the Spanish and the Portuguese then all of a sudden became big imperial powers in this peripheral Europe, and then of course Northern Europe started, Jesus, this can't be right. We need to get into the game. So they started, of course, also trying to get into these commercial circuits. So they started also colonizing the U.S., what is now the U.S., Canada, etc., and entered into that game. And of course, when you enter into the colonial game and you want to become a superpower, you need to make the other powers kind of less good, right? So at that point, when the Northern European powers enter the whole imperial race, they also start trying to delete and diminish the importance of the Portuguese and the Spanish colonialisms, which is, of course, I mean, I'm not defending and I'm not saying that the Spanish and Portuguese colonialisms are good. The problem with that deletion is that they also deleted the processes of colonization of what is now the Americas, but also our whole traditions of decolonizations. It's also very important to remember that when we speak of decolonization, it was the Latin American countries, and particularly Haiti, in the 1800s that were first kind of in the process of formal decolonization. And when we speak about decolonization today, is because and coloniality is precisely to recognize that that wasn't over. I mean, that was just kind of a process where the local colonial elites constructed the whole European form of organizing in the Americas. So the forms of democracy, the forms of you know, they brought the churches and put them on top of sacred spaces, places of indigenous peoples, etc. So it was kind of a replacement of one colonial system with another that we still have today. So, back to coloniality. So when Quijano coined that term, coloniality of power, he was saying race is a central organizing principle. And race here is not understood as your skin color. It's not understood as biological race. Race is understood in light of those processes that I've already talked about, where you need to hierarchize among people or other people in order to exploit them and their lands. And it becomes an organizing principle that actually organizes also other social relations on a global scale. So those relations there. If you think about it, if each of these relations has an institution or several, right? Spirituality, the church, right? Knowledge, the university or the school, the kind of the westernized school. There's also hierarchies of languages, you know that very well. So social organization, right? How can we organize politically? Only in the way that westernized countries define democracy. So there is a lot of, this is why I put it in boxes, because it's kind of very square and very rigid system that really does not allow, it forces us into think of each of these things as separate, but they are actually interconnected. And I think this is very important also, perhaps for your discussions here in terms of self-determination, kind of also to think through, okay, so when are we thinking with the categories and the boxes that are actually Eurocentric and colonial categories, and where are we, or can we go using notions and ideas that are perhaps Inuit, yeah, that do something else that cannot be captured in these kind of boxes. So to end this, there is another, in Denmark at least, when I came there, and still when I teach and when I speak with people, there is a basic notion about racism that is something that is to do about us and them. It's an on and them relationship. We say that it's not that simple. I mean, to be us and them implies that I at least recognize that there is someone else there. But if I don't recognize, back to this colonial criteria, if I don't recognize that there are different understandings of the world, there are different ways of being, and there are even different ways of imagining what is the kind of future that we want. Then if the only way that we can have access to being them is precisely by trying to become like the Europeans, then we actually are not there. So we speak about racism is not about us and them, it's about how racism produces people structurally as not even the other, as not even them. And why? And this is not, of course, in the sense that literally, but it's in a political sense, not party political, but political in the sense that having a say about how we want our world to be, our society to be, having a say and having the means to make that happen. That is kind of the issue of the political. So to the end, a very, very end, I'm going to complicate this slide because it relates to the history I already told you before, where we have the us part being that specific man, that specific human that emerged in the context of the colonization of the Americas. That self that erects himself as the universal, as the one who has rationality. And remember that this is also a historical fact, that those were the men, and these were men at that point, that they made the states, they made the laws, they defined what sovereignty is, they defined what rights are. At that point, I mean, we also know that the them at a historical time was also the white women. We can take that example, right? So us and them is not to imply that there is not a hierarchical relationship. It's to imply that those men, they decided, okay, so this is how we organize, this is how we do, this is the role even our women have to play, right? And then the whole issue here is that the women, you can say the word women were they were them, because they had the possibility of emancipating and entering into the field where they were actually able to influence law, right? We have a woman states minister in Denmark, which is not, I mean, it's, the colonial logic continues being there, right? But that is also a fruit of that kind of struggle. So again, to say that there is, even if there is a hierarchical relationship between white men and white women, they're invested in that same colonial project. That is one of the important points, which is, of course, dependent upon the inexistence, not the physical, well, sometimes there's also been genocide, etc., but the political inexistence of all others. In Denmark, that is very much to do with the immigrant populations. And you know, especially the so-called non-Western migrants that are kind of being, their rights are being taken away, right? Again, rights, human rights, any rights, they ultimately have the power with those rights to either give or take away. Again, political existence, that inexistent realm, that realm that is kind of the not even other, it's not to say that people are not even other. It's to say that when at least in Latin America, this is what we think in the decolonial perspective, if we continue playing that game of going up there and kind of doing everything through our rights and through legal means, then we will continue being in that space where we're not even the other because we don't have the means to define what it is that we want. And I also, maybe just the last important point to mention here is that it is precisely rights emerge not because they are a concession of the powerful. They have historically emerged because people have claimed, have fought for them, right? So that is the moment when people start thinking, okay, so what is it that we want? What is it that we want to fight for? That space can be articulated and become something different. That was all from me for now. Maybe there's time for questions, I don't know. Thank you.
Julia Prenaruissuaq. Julia saqqimmiineranut Juliamullu arlaanik apeqqitissaqarteqarpa. Aaking nappaasaqarpoq.
Ja. Neriupunga takivallaangittu kisiani piinnaataaffipassuit. Ja. Taqqiunga.
Nyt headset.
Ayugnaq. Yes. Uani piginnaataaffipassuit saqqummiusati allaavigalugit. Amigaatiqalartungaana. Ameqalipaata eqqartorpat immikkoortissut eqaatigisinnaava kalaalli huwa immikkoortitsuunginnatta tusaamasaassugimарpa аама инуяqatitsinnut inusiarnersuusugut inuuriasertasani ippoq kisian oqaatsit eqqarsaatigalu immikkoortitsinert аама налерсернеқарлерсиннааппат нулатсинни массаккут ассертуутtuarpugu oqaatipillugit nuumimaani atuarfiiqulit aqqanillit friskoolilangullugu atuarfiimarluk qalnaatuinnoqaluttut ila sulifqarfiit saaffinnittarfi inuian sullisisut kalaasuqalungittut ila uniuqqutittinerua kissaatigivani pituumu qatiineqassasoq kalaallit nulatsinni nunaqavissup piumusaqassagutaavataani nulatsinnut sulilertunut piumasaqassagutta oqaatsugu iliniaarluit atulikkit uniuqutitsimunga nipagersaalt oqaluttut uniuqutitineraajuaramik ila illuatugilersorneqartuarpugut pissut piusaallaavagalugit inuulernissatin tasam akuerisaasutut inuiattu nunarsuarmeeqatigiittut inuit halsrissuuntiinnaima oqautta nulatsin kalaasuqaluttuusut Danmarkami illuqarfeeranguaq ila halsrissuusintit qallunaat nulatsinukаарtik amerlanerusqalerunik qallunaat oqaluttu tammassup uqaatsivu qanittuarsuuvoq taamaatumi kissaatigivara nipituumik maani ilinniartuarsmasu oqaatigissagaat uniuqutitineruoq imalun uniuqutitinerungita qanu tassuoqarsinnaavit quen
Yes, of course, it's a violation of I mean, it's a violation of cultural heritage, but it's also much more. What I kind of want to emphasize, and kind of going back to that square picture with coloniality and how it organizes the different kind of fields of social relations, is that language is tied to knowledge, to epistemology, to specific ways of understanding the world. And language is, of course, also a very, I mean, I think actually people that want to live in Greenland should learn it, you know, because it's about, if you're really interested in knowing, in being here, you want to connect to that part of, okay, so how is it? How is the world told here? I noticed in the, and I don't know anything about, you know, the Greenlandic, but I noticed in the plane coming here, and that magazine that Air Greenland has, that there was an article that was in Greenlandic, and then one word stuck out for me, and it said nature, natur. And then it continued. So my question is, maybe there is no word for natur in Greenlandic, and what does that say about the way of understanding the world? And I think that is very important to hold on to, because language in that sense is also political, because it allows to connect with other life projects, with other ways of, okay, so if we get to understand this way of thinking, we can also kind of ground some construction of something different and of a different society in something that will probably be less damaging than the Eurocentric European kind of understanding of the world. Yeah, I mean, there's many layers in your question, but yes, I think also that it's not, to me, it's not, I mean, again, the question of reverse racism that I'm critical about is not a discrimination, because in order to discriminate, you need to have the power over the structures in order to kind of be able to, I mean, you can get legal demands from the system because of claiming a right sometimes, right? That is discrimination. But when people that are oppressed, they don't have that kind of power, so you cannot speak of it as they're simply not in the same level. So I would not say that's discrimination. That's actually simply common sense to me, at least.
Up. Allimik apeqissartarpa. Taama pasingila. Taama sillita yuulia quyafiiniartigi. Up. Massakkut unikkallatsialerpugut tassa sisamat qaangerluu tannerpingasittungaanut pausilerpugut. Sisam qaangerluu tanpingasit takeqqissugut. sisam qaangerlu tan pingasunguliivikkami aallarteqqingaaliippuut. It's now 4:15, and we will start again. Iniu isaateqqiraaraaraariarligit up aallarteqqinassaqaanga up ullumi ullereqqan aallartinniitsinningaaniit inuinnutaat isaasimassittakusinnaavara aama online-ikkut malinnaasut inuinnutaasimassammata ilai oqaatiiqqilarniarpaa tas ullumikku qulequtta assiingitsut sammisagut ukuupput nunasiaateqarneq nunasiaataayunnaarneq inuiaat inuttut namminneq oqartussaanerat kalaallit eqqarsaartaatikkut peqqissusaat inuususissarsiorneq inuiaat inuit qitiutillugit kiisalu nunatta naalagaafingornissaa Tasman isumasiuqatigisittinermimaani anguniarparput nunatsinni inuaqatigiit ilis simatusartut ilinniarsimasullu sulisut kiisalu poliitikkerit ammasumik naapissinnaanissaat aataanguaqqulequttat taasakka eqqartorlugit tassa massakkut una aama toqqaanaq Facebook-ikkut YouTube-ikkullu aallakaatinneqarpoq innersuusutigissavara Facebook-kimi naleqqap Facebook-ia iserfiariarlugu una toqqaan aallakaatittinertiilissagissi siammartissagissi taavalu una nunarput landbag hashtag atorlugu aama avataaniitsit maannayuusinnaangitsit malinnaasinnaaниassammata taatasmassak ullu ingerlanerani eqqartukkagut attortinnartoriussuusinnaasarput kinaasutsitsinnut naleqartitatsinnut pingaartitatsinnullu tungammata taamaama paasissutigilaasavara pisariaqartitsisuqassappat tusaangamut 11 simut sianertoqarsinnaavoq aamalu SMS-ertoqarsinnaalluni 18 simut tassa oqaloqatiqalarnissamik pisariaqartitsissagaluarussi aama arnaaraq Patricia Block maaninayuutoq takkuteqqissuerniinaq aama taana toqqaanaqornillu oqaluuneqarsinnaavoq pisariaqartitsissagaluarussi tas aataaginnarkulum piami pissutsit nunasiaataasimanerannut peqqammerpugut massakkut nunatsinnut tanmarkimullu uteqqilaalerpugut tullinguullu saqqummiisussat pingasuupput manqumuqartarianaausi ap tassa nayanguar Christensen aama Josefine Lee Stage aamadu Tina Naamansen nayanguar kandidaateqarpoq inuaqatigiilerinermi aamadu filosofiimi Aalborg Universitetimiit sida 360-simi siulittaasup tullerivaa meeqqanilu pingasut ilagalugit interimik angalanissani nuannarisoruissuaa sapingisamik nunat amerlanerpaat kultuurillu amerlanerpaat anguniartarlugit Josefine Lee States tas Josefina kandidaateqarpoq pidagogikkimi København Universitetmingaaniit massakkullu ilisimatuutut misissuinermi atuartitsinermilu ikiortiuoq København Universitetimi nerissassani mamarinerpaasaa tassaavoq Koreamiut nerissaataat kimchi yiki something timmissanillu isiginnaarnissaminik nuannarasaqartuulluni taa Tina inatsisilernermik ilisimatusarsimavoq Syddansk Universitetimi sida 360-simi sulisuuoq taavalu sungiffimini aalisarnissaminik nuannarisaqarpoq parmanillu nuniannissaminik Uku annapingasut saqqummiussassaat imaqulekutaqarpoq Danmarkimit nunasiaataasimanerup kingiunerisai ersiutaalu. Takanna.
Naatsorsuutsigisima nikkaluarpara kalaallisu oqalunnissara tuluttut saqqummiissamaaqaluarpugut kisiamisilissavara kalaallisut oqalullunga kalaallisu oqaatikka tammaalerukkit tuluttut oqaatigumarpakka siullermik quярusuppugut maani saqqummiissinnaagatta saqqummiisorpassui pissanganartoruissuuvo tusarnaarlugit aammalu takusinnaavarput uagut suliatsinni aamma assigiikujuttut siullermi oqaatigerusuppara imaattoq qanoq saqqummiunneqartartugut inuttut avataanniit pingaarutseqartoq kinalu saqqummiuttaraatigut aama qanoq sunniutaasarpoq qanoq saqqummiunneqarnitsinni Anne Jordan 1988 teoriliorsimavoq Eskimo orientalismimi atilimmik taannalu teori tassaavoq filmili Inuit alaskamingaannersut qanoq saqqummiunneqartarnerit tassami takutinniarlui qanoq saqqummiunneqartarneri Inuit nuna alianaatsutut saqqummiunneqartarnera taavalu Inuit ajornartorsiutaalu soorlu sosiaalikku ajornartorsiutai saqqummiunneqarneri takutinneqarpu filmini Alaskami Eskimoot nuannaartutut saqqummiunneqartarpoq soqutigisaqangittutut meeqarpaluttutut saqqummiunneqartarput kingornalu taanna saqqummiunnera аллангорпоq фиасиккунни Inuit qanoq ittuunersut аллангорпут теори qangarnisaaгаluarpu kisia pissutsit asuli atuupput aamma maani kalaallunaani qallunaat tamarmik kalaalli taamatut isigini ajoraluarpai kisia taanskit tusagassiutsinni maluginiarnikuara kalaalli qanoq saqqummiunneqartarneri ajornalaartoq tassam ajulaartoq imaakkami nunarput pingortitarpulluk ajungittumi kalaallunaa eqqartorniarpagu kusanartum saqqummiuttarpai inueqatigi pigaangamikku ajortuinnaat saqqummiuttaramikku taava sooq taannat teori ullumanna tikillugu pingaaruteqarpa tassa saqqummiussorneqarnerput avataatigut tusagassiutsitaat tusa imediane kalaallinut kinguneqartaramik арсааринниннэрму ингаммик аама кингунеқартарамик иммиккоортитаанермуллу алларпассу иллу уани ситаати атуалаарусуппара тулуттуувоқ Knowledge is said to be a tool of power, but certainly the lack of knowledge is too. Just think of the phrase, it was with good intentions. Imma qallunaatut nutserneqarsinnaavoq i den bedste mening. Det er den forkerte. Det er Josefine. Josefina Masaksakumito.
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me here, and thank you for arranging this great line of speaks here today. I'm very grateful for being invited and very grateful to work with you. You are such an inspiration. So my name is Josephine Lee Stay, and just to declare it, I am not Inuk. I'm from Denmark, and I have Danish, Korean, and Black American heritage. So I know that I could look like being Inuit, but I'm not, and I'm not trying to take that perspective. I work at University of Copenhagen, where I teach a section of education. I teach on the subjects of sociology and psychology, and my research interest takes place within the topic of colonialism, critical race theory, and welfare work studies, as well as affect studies. So, og hvordan brugte man den her, Anna Jørgen? Okay, tak. Okay, yeah. So the focus for now is that I will show how it's possible to understand that Greenland and Denmark and Greenlandicness and Danishness through welfare work with social issues concerning and affecting children is embedded in an intimate geopolitical relation with colonial reminiscences. I will show that this relation can be seen unfolded in paradoxical relations between Greenlandicness and Danishness, and I will show how it gives rise to a racial hierarchy that is reflected and produced in welfare work through benevolence. Thus, benevolence is characterized as an imperial debris. Yeah, so the background for this presentation is my master thesis called Welfare Work in Greenland, a relationship between Greenland and Denmark. The empirical background for this thesis is 1.5 months of fieldwork in Greenland at different locations that carried out welfare work with children. So I would like to acknowledge that this study is based on indigenous experience, knowledge, and grounds. So I use and I understand the notion of welfare work as a term describing an activity that is meant to make it possible for citizens to fare well in society. The activity is taking place across fields of different professions and handled by a broad field of professionals, as for instance teachers, nurses, doctors, but also people who don't necessarily have a welfare education. Theoretically, welfare work can be understood as an activity that maintains and develops society through the social categories which is unfolding and upholding the welfare state. So in that way, I'm interested in what welfare work does and which rationalities it draws on in its performance. And through this focus, I will shed light on how the welfare work with social issues affecting children can be understood as creating for society and establishing a relation between Greenland and Denmark. So when I look at Greenlandicness and Danishness, and I talk about how these are categories, social categories, I'm analyzing on how the welfare workers categorizes what it means to be Greenlandic and what it means to be Danish. In that way, these categories are not objective or true explanation of what it means to be Greenlandic or what it means to be Danish. They are empirical collections of how I, through this material, can observe welfare work and welfare workers, how they seem to understand, but also how they seem to explain and produce what it means to be Danish and what it means to be Greenlandic. I'm also going to talk about racialization through these categorizations. And when I talk about racialization, I'm talking about how race is being created as a meaningful social category in social life. This means that I'm not analyzing on how people are being racist or people are doing morally bad things. but I concentrate on how structures of welfare work reproduces racial structures, which can be seen as activated and reproductions of the imperial past. Yeah. So welfare work in Greenland, when I observe this, I will argue that it's possible to observe that this kind of work can be seen as an activity which is productive of a geopolitical relation with colonial reminiscences in Greenland and the Danish relation. As an ambition and a project, the welfare work established a relation between Greenland and Denmark, and that can be seen through the conditions of, first, that the welfare state is a particular historical kind of state which refers to the entity, the national state of Denmark. And second, it's a state form introduced in Greenland when Greenland was made a Danish county in 1953. Thus, the welfare state in Greenland has been introduced by the Danish colonization. And third, it's a state form which can be seen as upholded by the Danish welfare work. Thus, this theoretical way of approaching and interpreting the welfare work shows that Denmark and Greenland, through welfare work with social issues affecting children, is embedded in an intimate geopolitical relation. And this relation can see productive of different paradoxical relations between Danishness and Greenlandicness. And an example on that is benevolence. So, being vanguard of doing good is a metaphor that I was told when welfare workers in Greenland characterized the narrative of the welfare workers who came to Greenland from Denmark to do this kind of work. I use this metaphor to understand that the Danishness set in motion through welfare work fundamentally understand itself as benevolent. Benevolence is expressed in my material through Danish welfare workers' understanding of how they can solve the social issues in Greenland by providing the welfare worker in Greenland with solutions. These solutions could be know-how of how the problems and the interpretation of the problems in terms of what the problems really is. So the interpretation of what the problem really is when it comes to social issues here in Greenland is greatly influenced by a strong image and normalization of all people in Greenland are having social problems, but also the understanding of Greenlandic people being unable to solve their own social issues. Thus, the Danish urge to be vanguard of doing good depicts, on one hand, Greenlandic helplessness and promotes the idea of all Greenlandic people as object in need of saving because of their lack of knowledge in handling social issues. In that way, benevolence is also, on the other hand, depicting Danish superiority because of their ability and knowledge to do good. Thus, benevolence can be understood as a phenomenon that mobilizes an interaction between the social categories of Danishness and Greenlandicness. And through this, Danish benevolence in welfare work can be seen as constructive and productive of Greenlandicness as object in need of saving because of their own deficit. While Danishness emerges as the subject which is capable of saving through the powerful self-image of being the benevolent provider of assistance. Thus, benevolence gives rise to a hierarchy between Greenlandicness and Danishness. And this hierarchy is racializing. And I will elaborate on this point. So I use a notion of imperial debris to analyze on how benevolence reproduces a relation and racial understandings of both Greenlandicness and Danishness. Stoller characterizes imperial debris as ruins from the past which is still ruining, meaning that ruins are not just things that we can find in museums, old buildings, or wrecks inhabiting our surroundings. Ruins can also be understood as phenomena and ongoing colonial processes which can be observed in our present. In this way, imperial debris as a concept draws attention to the fact that even though colonial times are announced over and as a dark chapter in the world's history, we can still find ongoing colonial processes, power structures, and power relations in the present. I will argue that benevolence can be understood as one of these imperial debris that ruins through welfare work. The ruining effects of benevolence can be seen as the assumptions of Greenlandicness in inabilities within welfare work in terms of having a lack of knowledge to solve their own social problems. We can also see the ruining effects in the stereotype understanding of all Greenlandic people having social issues. But we can also see it in the way that welfare workers use benevolence to navigate in who should assist who, and who should be assisted through these racial understandings of Greenlandicness' inabilities. These ideas are racializing in the way that they ontologize and essentialize racial understanding of Greenlandicness' inferiority and Danishness' superiority, meaning that it's imagined that the deficit is something cultural and inherently connected to Greenlandicness and Greenland as a country. So the understanding of Danish superiority and ability and the Greenlandic inability can be seen as borrowing from the theory of recapitalization, which came up within the discipline of biology in the end of the 1800s. And this is a picture from that. And I'm not really going to elaborate a lot on what it means biologically, but what it means to social science with this particular theory. So while this theory was invented in the late 1800s and rejected already in the beginning of the 1900s and recognized as a biological myth, it was adopted to the social sciences, especially to the sciences and disciplines which are theorizing on development. So these ideas are still alive in our present. So within the social sciences, this theory supports the idea of all societies are developed from being barbaric to civilized. It also supports the idea of societal development is reflected in the psychological stages as well as the sociological stages of society's development. Furthermore, this way of theorizing supports the idea of non-white groups as Africans, African Americans, and indigenous populations are being stuck on the earliest stages of development and thus stuck in their development in becoming democratic and civilized society as well as developed human beings. So the racialized position of Greenlandicness in need of being assisted of the Danishness can be seen as very close connected to this idea of recapitalization. So I have showed that welfare work as an activity creates an interaction between Denmark and Greenland through the state form, the welfare state, and the social structures within the work. Furthermore, I have showed that benevolence can be seen as an imperial debris in the Greenlandic and Danish relation. I have showed how it sparks an interaction between Danishness and Greenlandicness, and through this interaction, a hierarchical racial relation where Greenlandicness is perceived as inferior to Danishness. I have argued that the understanding of Greenlandic inferiority and deficit and Danish superiority can be seen as borrowing from the theory of recapitalization. And in that way, benevolence seemed to pose an ontological grammar which creates Danishness and inevitably good and Greenlandicness in need of saving through welfare work. Thank you very much. Okay, so if anyone has any questions, you're very welcome to post them now.
Massakut specialiliara misissuinaqalu saqqummiussavaqa specialin misissorsimavaqa kalaallit tanmakkiminnajugallit arsaarneqartut qanoq misigisaqarsimanersut qanoq аққусаагақарсиманерсорлу ангаёққаат тооlut аперсорникууакка меэққаллу qulит qulini ukiullit qummullu specialinni sooq арсаагаасиманерсоқ мисиссорсимангилара кисия аққусаа тассам аққусаарникуусаи мисигисимасаалу кисими фокусерфигиникуакка нуммиутут таавалу нунасиаатаанермут теорит аам атортарсимавакка таавалу культууритигут теорит аама аторпакка таавалу теори ааппа пиллугу налуара паасинарт калааллисук кисия otherness таавалу recognition of dignity калааллисут qanoq taasarnerpaat eskimo orientalisme aama atorpara saqqummiussara aatsaaginnaq taavalu kikkut oqaasissaqartitaanersut kalaallit tanmakkimittut meeqqat arfinermarloriaarmik angerlarsimaffiava taani inissinneqartarput taannalu uamisissuinera takutippaa immikkoortitaanermik pissutseqartoq qanoq kalaallit isiginiarneqartarnersut danskiningaannit aam pissutseqartoq Josefinatut oqaatsigisinnaavara kalaaliussutsit qallunaajussutillu akerleripput apeqqutaasarporlu qanoq qallunaajutiginersutit арсааринниннэрму таан пингаарутеқарпо калаал калаппалуннеругуит таамату оқарсиннаагаанни налуақанермаа я эмаат арс тассам арсаартиннерусарпут калааллисоқалуккуник арсаартиттарпут қаллунаату оқаллориккуник арсаарнеқарпиарн ajorput ангайоққааллу писортанингаанниит миссортинеқараангамик qanoq qallunaajutiginersuttut тассами ангайоққаажусиннаат тассам ангайоққаажусиннаасамин писиннаатитаав писиннаасфи налеққуссартарпаа qanoq qallunaat юутсигинерат таавалу тассам специалерам кисим сулиарингилара аама биомассутсим калаалли танмаккими икиортарникууакка тассанилу такулерсимавара калааллит арсаартиттартут перорсериаасиат пиллугу такусиннааллугулу уанга намминеқ меэққакка аама тааматоққиссаа перорсарикка ангайоққаат аперисимавакка иммиккоортитаан симасутуп мисигисиманерсут ангертарпут аперигаангаккит ассерсуутиник аперигуккит акисиннаан ajorpaat илуамик таавалу укуа ангайоққааттут pisinnaassaminnik mississoriaatsit taayorn ajorpaat aali immikkoortitaanerusoq kalaallit taamatut misissorneqaraangatta naluara kalaallisqan taassanerlugu tuluttut misilissavara imaat høretelefon ikkutsik tasum ateriarlugit. Parental skill testing is also structural discrimination because it depends on societal structures and norms of a way is seen of the way of what is seen as the normal way of organizing in a society. When Greenlandic parents are tested with tests that aren't adapted to the Greenlandic language and culture, they are being set up for failure. There's a reason, for example, that when the IQ testing method was implemented in Denmark, it was culturally adapted and linguistically adapted to Scandinavian norms. Like the US and Denmark are two different things, two different societies with two different norms, so are Greenlandic and Danish language and culture. Meqqattamarmik misissuinermik misissuininni oqaluttuarput kalaallisut ilinniartinneqarn ajortut kalaallunaa pillugu aama ilisimasaqangillat kingusinnerusukkut angajoqqaaq Johannimi Atsilik videoaliaa saqqumissavara tassanili oqaluttuariumaarpaa kalaallisut oqalussinnaatitaanginnerit meeqqanilu immikkoortitaaneq angajoqqaat immikkoortitaagaangamik nalusarpaat taannalu ersersippaat immikkoortitaaneq oqaluuserisalertariaqaripput qanoq iluseqarnersoq taavalu qisuariarsinnaalerluta One of the things I noticed in my research was that the maintenance of Greenlandic cultural background was missing. The caseworkers on the case didn't include Greenlandic or the Greenlandic identity when they placed the children in out-of-home care or in foster care. And as we all know, this has consequences in relation to the experiment known as the 22 children who were placed outside the home to become small Danes and to be an example of the modernization of Greenland. We all know the consequences it has had for those 22 children. And the forming of identity happens in relations of others. And that's why it's puzzling to me that when you decide to remove a child and place them in Danish foster care homes, the Greenlandic background isn't even considered as something valuable. And like cultural identity, it's created in relations to others. And when you don't have relations to your Greenlandic parents, because also what my research showed that many Greenlandic children only had 45 minutes of together with their parents during a month, and you can't create relation in 45 minutes. So the Greenlandic parents was frustrated about this because they're being they felt like their children were slipping away from them. They didn't know them anymore, and one parent told me that she felt like when her children were taken into foster care, she had a Greenlandic child. When she later moved home, she said she had a Danish daughter. The youngest children I interviewed didn't really care about their Greenlandic origin, the Greenlandic language, but the adult children who had been in foster care described that they felt like they were missing a part of their identity as a Greenlander. And many of the children saw the Greenlandic language as a strong identity marker, and they were really sad that they didn't get the opportunity to learn Greenlandic. When I asked the children if they were proud of being Greenlandic, the answer was often yes, and that's positive. And when I asked why, they gave Eskimo Orientalistic answers, like Greenland has such a beautiful nature, and the people are strong and resilient. And this, for me, reflects the lack of, the lack of respect for the cultural background, the lack of support for the cultural background as a Greenlander. And this also further supports my conclusions that Danish caseworkers lacks intercultural competences in regards to Greenlanders, and they lack respect of Greenlandic language and culture. Although Viva also conclude that the children are doing well at their foster care parents, all the children that were placed in institution were suicidal. And after I finished my thesis, one of the children, who was an adult, she's just turned 19, she committed suicide. We know of parents who commit suicide. Although I'm glad to be invited here today, I think we owe the parents who has the experience with the foster care system to have their voice heard. Because can the subaltern speak? Who is the subaltern? I'm not the subaltern. They are the subalterns. They should be standing here today. I'm speaking on behalf of the parents as an expert. But Spivak, I don't know if anyone other mentioned this, but white men save brown men from brown women. So there's a mistake in the text. But Spivak's theory, in short, there's an example in her theory. A young Indian woman committed suicide during her period. In Hindu religion, this is not allowed. Suicide is often associated in the Indian culture to be caused by illicit love or pregnancy outside of the marriage. Everyone was puzzled by the young woman's suicide. Spivak knew the story beforehand and knew the reason why the young woman committed suicide during her period. So she asked another philosopher, "Why do you think this young woman committed suicide?" The other philosopher's answer was, "Why do I want to know that? She has 2 sisters that is doing well." Then she asked her nieces, "Why do you think the young girl committed suicide during her period?" And their answer was illicit love. But the real reason for that young woman to commit suicide was that she was a member of an organization who was fighting for Indian independence. And she was given a task to liquidate a prominent politician, but she couldn't execute the task, so she committed suicide. Spivak's point is here that the subaltern
is almost always misinterpreted, misrepresented, or misunderstood. In relation to Greenlandic parents, it can be said that their cultural norms, their way of living, are being misinterpreted as something wrong, and they are being labeled and unfit as parents. This can be seen in example that my research showed. I asked the parents, what is good parenting? And they often, and I asked them about their norms and their way of living, and they told me that they were very spontaneous, and that the Danish parents was very structured, that they had difference, and it was clear that to me that they had different views on what was child neglect. I will return to that later in the panel discussion. And my conclusions of my thesis was Danish caseworkers save Greenlandic children from their Greenlandic parents. And what me and Tina want to do is we have solutions for this. This knowledge gives us the opportunities to give solutions. We should listen more to the parents because they know their children best. They know who they are best, and they know what help they need, if they need any. We can learn from the experiences of the stories because they provide insight. Insight creates opportunity to change and awareness. Parents, and especially children's well-being, is necessary to acknowledge because too many Greenlandic children in Denmark are committing suicide because of this system. Greenlandic children has the right to learn the language, Greenlandic language. Danes and Danish caseworkers need more knowledge about Greenland and Greenlanders. Knowledge is a cornerstone to demystification of the otherness and to gain understanding and respect of each other. And it prevents that the wrong kids get placed in foster care. Some of my conclusions were also that Greenlandic culture doesn't enjoy high cultural value. Eskimo Orientalism shows itself through the children and their parents and how they represent themselves and talk about Greenland and Greenlanders. And this shows to me that the children aren't given the necessary knowledge about their own identity as a Greenlander and Greenlandic culture. This deprives them of the opportunity to go back to Greenland and engage in Greenlandic culture, both linguistically and culturally. Overall, there's a lack of recognition of the parents' and the children's opinions. Many children said that they didn't feel heard in the process, although they wanted to go home. No one listened. The ethnocentric view of the Danish culture is also significant, and it doesn't leave any room for Greenlandicness for either the children or the parents. As I said before, Danish caseworker needs to learn a lot about Greenlandic culture and the Greenlandic language and what it means to a child to know of their background. To turn back to Eskimo Orientalism, these Eskimo Orientalistic representations causes prejudice and stereotypes. And this hurts our people because we need the confidence. Our words has meaning too. Our culture has a meaning too. And then I want to show a video of a mom who had her son forcefully adopted in Denmark 2 years ago. She means a lot to me. and I just want you to listen about her experience.
Alo. Joanna miatiqarpunga anaanaallungalu meqqanupingasun. Arsaarneqaqqarpunga 2010. Alo. Joanna miatiqarpunga anaanaallungalu meqqanupingasun. Arsaarneqaqqarpunga 2010. Angaillequtinguaraa kullequtinguaralu kulunguakkut iliarsilu. Perniarneqarnerini issaspaallari tallimaatorneqarnikuupput. Angajoqqaayusinnaassutsimut misissuinaatorneqarnikuuo. Uangiisumanni tulluutingaruussuartumi. Meqqaperneqarermata kalaallisuoqaleqqusaanikуунгилагун qallunaatuoqaleqqusaanikууgut paaserusukkamikkugoq suna oqaluuserinерippu. Ukkiut qulaaluat angerlartinniarsaqakka аллатуарнартум тунниутииннарникуунга фривилингортиллуит 2014 кингусиннерусуккуунгиккуни 2019-налунгиарсуутингуақалерникуугалуарлунгалу уллуситтанеқангиуммата пернеқарникуу меққакунгуусиуллиит пернеқарникууммата Sunarsuangullugu kiortissarsiornikuungaluarpunga oqaloqatiqartarnikuungaluarpunga sunniuteqangilltamarmik kalaalliamerlasuorpassuullu tamaan tanmakkimiarsaagaajortorpugut ilai iliniariarlatitikittu maangakkisaannartariaqarsimus kalaalnaaninganniinatsisartoqisuariartariaqalerpo susoqartoruna sooruna qangapisimasuq qallorneqaqattaanginnartut sooruna meqqani misileraanersuit nutarteriarlungaatorneqaqattaaginnartu kalaallinuna nikussaatsiarlu inatsisartoqisuarialaarlik qangalinilliaatingilerpangu tamakkuutusarneqangisaannarpungun Erninguarpu pillungo qisuariarfis kingullerpaarpaarpaa massakku atorlungu kalaalliikiortingalungit eqqartuussiussuarmu eruupap eqqartuussivissuun tunniutilerparput imalunniit tunniutererparput tas qisuariarfissara kingullerpaarpaa neriutinga kingullerpaa inuttu nakkarnikuunga siuariarusuppunga anaanaunga imminu upperiunga Tamamma iliskalaallnaaninganniaan qisuarialaaritsi piffissangungila kalaaliussusarpu iluamia taqqillugu aallutilissagippu nunarsuwa tamakkerlungu susoqartoruna ikiulaartiguangajoqqaayuusun qoen
se. Okay. Der er så meget mad, du så. Der er unger. Okay. Imato. Ima tässä saqqumiinerma nalaani apeqqutissaqarussi tässä aama unitilarsinnavarsinga nappaallusiluunniin tässä sillä 360 pidersinnikuuarput naanguarlu uangalu Rene Jensen-nilu Danmarkimi pissutsit saqqummerniarlugit anaanaaso aataagunna videum takusarput tas igiullattaa tässä arsaagaannikut tas imaangila arsaagaangaangani tässä apeqquterpassuisi ultamaastakkuttaqami aamma kommunikkormi allangortiteriinaavittarami soorl samvær meeqqat peqatigiñarqanuuna ilaginissaa aam allangortiteqattaartarami taa maaraaruti asiingittorpassuisiillu ingerlitittarparpu kommunimun kisianni tuluttu ingerlitissavara aamneriutigigatsigit Australia miittu Canada miittut alaskamiitullu aamma taamatu eqqugaasaramik arlaatigut tusarnaarniassagami ja ta saqqummiinera takilaartorjuugami kisianni neriuppunga angumerissagikka tamarming kisianni neriuppunga apeqqutissaqarussi unitissagissинга tas am imartunerming pingaarnersaa kisiisa saqqummiutissavakka kisia imaasinnaavoq arlassi itisiliinissam pisariaqartikkissi. And now I'm going to make a presentation referring to Naleraq and Josefina's presentations and how it shows meaning that this is actually has an effect on real people living in Denmark. So we founded Sila 363, Naleraq, René and I, and we are helping the parents in Denmark having their children removed. The main, I made a little disposition, and I'm going to talk about the facts very short. The main goal of removing the children from the home is protection of the children. And I'm going to show how the Greenlandic people in Denmark are overrepresented in statistics. And there are some prejudices about the parents' way of living when having removed their children. And we have gone through so many cases, we know them by heart by now, but there are some findings, and I'll go through the most important findings, and then we have the international organizations. I'm going to mention the Greenlandic praxis as well, but in Denmark, there are 13,000 children removed from the homes, and out of the 13,000, 411 children are Greenlandic of origin. 80% is said to be voluntarily removed from the home. The parents agree that they should be removed, and then when they agree with the social workers that they should be removed, they are not represented by a lawyer. And in Greenland, they don't use lawyers when they remove children from the home. Many of the parents are feeling that they are being tricked into acceptance of a voluntary removal of their children. They are threatening them, or they are telling them that they will see them more often, and that they are able to have an influence on where the children are going to stay. But we know for a fact that this isn't true. So we are monitoring the legal certainty, retssikkerhed. And there are many vulnerabilities both in Greenland and Denmark, and I think it's very scary. There is so much lack of rights, and the parents don't know their rights. So they are not able to claim them, and sometimes they are too scared to claim them. So the main purpose in the legislations, both in Denmark and Greenland, is to protect the children. And the Prime Minister of Denmark keeps repeating, we have to protect children from violence, abuse, and abusive parents. But only 10% of the 13,000 cases actually involve these three issues. But of course, we agree you have to protect the children, and we agree so far that the children are removed from their home if it's based on correct information. We often see that there are some what's it called? No, not assumptions. The assessments that the children should be removed are based on assumptions. So when they say we protect the children, and it's based on assumptions, we can get a little bit scared, because it's not possible to protect a child from something that someone thinks about you. But we think that this protection of the children also should be a protection of the Greenlandic children's rights to preserve their Greenlandic background. At least in our opinion, when a child is removed from the home, they don't get to, they are not stimulated with their Greenlandic identity or traditions or culture. They forget it as time passes by. We know Foreningen Grønlandske Børn has ongoing projects in Denmark. They gather these removed children, 5 to 8 children a year, meeting in weekends, try to uphold their culture, but it's far from enough. So, The Greenlanders in Denmark are negatively overrepresented in the statistic of homelessness, income from the public, kontanthjælp. They have no employment, they're not working or studying, and removal of the children. Many organizations, Justitia, Vive, Institute of Human Rights, all made reports concluding that 5 minutter tilbage. That there's something wrong with the legal certainty. And but when you talk about parents having their children removed, the first reactions we meet is people start reasoning and saying, oh, something must have happened, something very serious that we don't know about, because no one does anything without a reason. And they say there's a high level of legal certainty in Denmark, and they are sometimes represented by lawyers, so all the removal of the children are justified. Right. So, I will jump to this. When we go through cases, we can see there's something wrong in the structure of the system. We can see that the parents are sometimes diagnosed with a psychiatric diagnosis, psychological diagnosis, without having. It's the social workers that diagnose the parents, because there are no there's no doctors writing. There are no medical records, they just wrote it. The Greenlandic parents are often not offered an interpreter, or have, and they're not translating important documents, not even the documents that make the base for the assessments of the removal of the children. When the parents have a lawyer, no, I'm just going to skip that because I only have 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. They have lawyers, but they are a limited time. It's about 7 hours per case if there's 2 children, and they don't make complaints on behalf of the parents. So the cases can go through the system with misleading information about psychological diagnosis that are not there. So they are waiting something that isn't existing. So we have problem with psychometric testing, and they are not adapted to Greenlanders. And there have been a judgment in the Court of Human Rights that stated it was a violation of their human rights being tested with a test that was not adapted to their culture. It was the Roma children in the Czech Republic. When we talk about these testings, when we go through cases, sorry. This is a decision from Ankestyrelsen, Board of Appeal. And it says the assessment of the parenting skills is valid. They have taken language and cultural differences into account. But the Danish government has financed some test adoption. But this fantastic psychologist has adapted the test by herself. That's so you're not. It's not possible for these people to say that they had taken this into account. And here is a very clear these prejudices we meet all the time in the cases. This mother called us and asked, what can I do? Because the mother read her files, and there was information that the mother had been sexually abused by both her brother and father as a child. And she asked the social worker, why is it written in the case? And the answer was, somebody wrote it. It said so in the papers. And then, but she wanted to make a note on the case that she will write that it hasn't happened. But when the case was processed in the Børne- og Ungeudvalget, their decision was that she was mentally affected by a sexual abuse that hadn't happened. So both, she had been through the testings, and she was assessed with a low intelligence and various psychology, hvad kalder man det? Psychology, psykologisk, nej. Psykologisk, nej. No, hun er meget psykisk påvirket. Affected psychology by, yes. But none of this is, we don't know if it's true, if she has a low intelligence, and she definitely says that she hasn't been sexually abused. We found the source to the misinformation, and it says it's a doctor who wrote, she is assumed sexually abused. But this social worker didn't assume anything, it was the truth. So the assumptions becomes the truth. And to this day, we haven't been able to get rid of the statement. And it says, it shows what we are working with every day. So, and I think there is the special rapporteur was visiting both Greenland and Denmark in February, and he concluded that there are some structural issues that is supposed to be tackled. So, and we're going to show a little video. We went to the, on behalf of Johanna Ulrik, Johanna that was just on the video, we have sent an application for the Court of Human Rights. And if we're not able to make it through the, if they're not going to process the case, we have the possibility to go to the UN. And we have a little video that is it,
Iseni finni eqqaassagukku orninguannut ulluinnarni initoqaa allaat assingui maanittuangerlarsimaffiu iluani qiviaraangak artorpara annerivallaaruussuarpa orninguama assingilun takussalla tassat aamak kipisaneq orninguannayuinnikkusukkaluarnertaamaannertutiga tassami asallugu asarusullugulu perorsarussullugulu piirusukkakku аллаат массаккуллуунни налуарасумит тоққануиннерсоқ аюнгила сумиппа исертугааттаапу тамакку тамармут ингасаннерпаақ тусугар тусарникуусара пиаринаатсоорнериннэрми инатсимми тассаимааппу инатсимми мисиссуисарникоруссууи киортигуллу калаалли мерартай qallunaayunngitsut meerarsianngorpusaangilla qallunaayunngitsut meerarsiagerpaluppaat tassa amma inatsisini taannauniorqutitsineruu qallunaayungillat allamiup taava imaassanerluni orninguarpeqaqugulunni tanmarkimingaani aallarunneqarsinnaao kiornalun takortussinnaayummaarlu qistammakku pisut inatsisinik qaapiaasaqattaarnerit uniorqutittisaqattaarnerit ilissi naalakkersuisut pisariaqalingila oqaaseqartariaqalerlusi naalagaafeqatiginneru aqqani immat sakkortutigisumik oqarusuppunga ilissinnut annerit niaraluarussiullunnit наммагалуутигусариарпарси соорна қаллунаа оқарторлу калаали тақиттарпа қақуу калаали макиссаарниарпа оқарлуни нааммалеқаа тамакку писсутсит нериуппунга қисуариарумаартуси аама qammuunakku kissaatigaara nipangерсимааннаараси qisuarialaarит иннуттаавагу калаалли qoyanaruussu
Er der nogen, der har spørgsmål? Questions? Abarutsaqartoqarpa. Nappa.
Uanamminerlunga angaara suliinungungaruttунгаsoornalimi meeraasoq Danmarkimut misissungassatuniaqqumingut aanakkuka akueqqaangivillungit аалларусааникууво таавалукингорнуутеққингисааннарлуни аммарлугу акуеритингиивиллунги тас аалларутииннапаюллугу пиникууаат пиффиссангорсоривара пиффиссангунгиннерпамааннаккут инуяқатингиоқассаллута атаққиннингинераақаллунаат наамалеруйуссуарами уангут инуяассусерпут наққиллугу суунгиттутут оқартисиннаавиннаартитаатсаарнерпут нааммалерами уангу пиффиссангорпумассаккут оқассаллута тасснааммалеқаақ уангунунанунарпут уангунун инориаасерпут уангунуну культуурерпут пиффиссангунгинерпа таанамассаккут илиусқарфингалугу тамаавитта оқарлута тасса атаққисуссааваатингут рисвилескапи тамман қангаруйссуарла атаққинеқангиланунарпут атаққинеқангисааннарпу киллеқарпоқ киллеқалингила
тас алламоқарсинаангилан тас исумақатигиппуун нэлум
Hov, hallo. Ua knutræsjæri med tråbunga. I dag tjut og Asartikui toqarput amilaannartunik qallunanunaani kalaallat tuoqartinerartart ilumorpoq uani filminguani marlunni takusatsinni kalaalerparpassuya tortagat qallunanunaani suli amailaarnarnorusunik naapitaqartarnikuunga periarfissuuna atorluarusullugu ammuuna ataangua uqaatiineqartoq piffissara naammassilermat tamaanga killittariaqarpugu ila piffissaqalertariaqarpugut sumiikkaluaruttaluunni kalaalli atugaa tanmarkimi ittut uqallisigalugi suni tamaa ammarlugu ingerlattariaqarpugut 2017 2020 tungaanut viiporuminajuaqarnikuunga napparsimanera pillugu viiporuminajuaqarninni kalaaleqatima atugaat sussaangittut takullugit tamaviarnikuunga frivillighedsrådme qinigaunga integrationsrådme qinigaunga ukiuni marlunni ilungersuutiginikua kakalaallit atugaas pitsanngorterneqarnissaat aattaunguaq uqaatiineqartut meeqqaminni arsaagaasorparparpassuit qallunaatut iluami uqalussinnaanginneri pissutigalugu amersasoruussuupput unali amailaarnarnerpaaq kalaaleq tanmarkumi pigaangat атраасеқалераангаллу аллаангииппу калаатинунаани оқартуссат ассатик эққортупаллаттараат оқартуссааффик уаутигуммиуннаарпарпут калаалеқасерпу танмаркимунууммат таанна политиккеринингааник аллаангииппо қуяссутигинернеқартартоқ калаалеқ танмаркимунууккаангат маанилу атраасеқаруннаараангат таанна аллангортиннеқартариақарпу пиарнерпаарпаамик политиккериник маани амерланерусуниллуун такусиннаангилага сооруна политиккерунгортарту политиккерунгорниарсаасартугу тоқартарлу такалаалли татугаас питсаанерулерниссаат пиллугу уа политикким пулиниарпунга наак уна кигуллиутилаарлара 2019 qaaqquneqarpunga uunsimut uunsimu qaaqquneqarpunga kalaaleqassitsinnik ernutalimmik arnaq ernutalik naalliuttoq kalaallit illuanulluunni tiseqqusaajunnaarsimasu piviusuttusarneqartariaqarput taamaattumik unaanu uqaatiiniarsuli amiilaarnerneq uagut ataangua tusarpuut kalaaleqasiu tanmarkimi atugaa qanu sussaangitsigisut ikioqqullutigungkuan illiasut naattungualiorlut ikiorsinnaangilagut uqaatigiiniarara kalaaleq ornitarput uunsimittu imatu naalliutsigaaq kalaalli illuunulluuni iseqqusaajunnaarniku qamani anniaateqarluni ernutanguaniluun takoqqusaajunnaarmata paninguamiluunniit asangaakkami ilerfa takusinnaangila takoqqusaangilaq ernutanguaniluunniit takusinnaangilai kalaalli taamaajortiisum tanmarkimi pineqarput taamaat tumik nikussaarniarta politikkerit tamakkua tamaasaaqqissuullugut tusaangittuusaarneqarneri naammalerput quyaneq
tässä syysoosuarmik apequtiqartoqaqartaaginnaa vissinnaagaluarpoq aamsoorunam soqutiinartoriuruissuuput oqaatigisasi piffissaq ingerlalerternermik tässä nayanguamut userfiinamut tiinamullu quyassууgut assorsua attortinnarpoq oqaatigisasi arlaleriarling uan qullilisaqartaapunga sakkortunermik uku oqaluttuaralli saqqimmersitas Tava tässä ingerlaqilerpugun massakkut oqaluqatigiinneq ingerlassoor piffissam kinguatuulaaqagatta tässä 17:55 arfininguliivinnissaata tungaanut una oqallinner ingerlassoor maani oqallinnerminajuutissaput naja Kravgaard Arnaaraq Patricia Blok Nayanguaq Christensen Tina Namensen, Ama Tida Ravn. Takanna. Naya apinga online me na yupok. Yono. Takanno.
Hallo, du sagde nævninger. Una oqaloqatigi innaq kalaallis ingerlanniarsarissavarput kisianni Nea Gravgaard aampeqataasoq oqaloqatigilaasara aallartissaang tuluttut massakku aallakaatinnerput nutserneqinginnam toqqaannartumik taamaattumiuna tuluttu aallartilaasaanga naya oqaloqatigalugu amalunu oqaaseqarqullugu taava taanneqaangererpat oqaloqatigilaassaavut. Nej, velkommen til vores konference. Vi er glade for at... sorry. Naya, thank you so much for joining us in this panel. We're very happy to have you here. So we've been talking we've been hearing from the presentations about some of the ways that racism is driving these, as we titled them in this presentation or this panel, colonial atrocities. So you are a Inuk who lives in Denmark, and you have studied intensively Inuit culture, indigeneity, colonial history, coloniality, and all of these things that are very important for us to learn more about. And I would love to hear from you, what are your thoughts about what we've heard so far today, especially within the last hour that we've passed?
Sure. Thank you so much, and I'm happy I can be part of the conference, even though I can't be there in person. So thanks for setting up this online. Well, I must admit that I have had trouble with the sound on following the Facebook Live. So if you could recap a little bit about specifically what you'd like to talk about in terms of racism and perhaps colonialism.
Yes, so what we've heard in these presentations are the way that Greenlandic children and Greenlandic parents living in Denmark are experiencing racism that has been institutionalized and is structural in a way that means that we have 7 times more Inuit children, Greenlandic Galaslit children in Denmark being taken away from their parents. So that's one way that we can see a colonial system that has racist roots or racist foundation continuing today, even though we say that colonialism is over. And a lot of people even think that there's no racism in Denmark. So I would love to hear your perspectives on those aspects, because I know that you've dealt a lot with coloniality in your studies.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I think it's very important. It's a very important issue to recognize how racism continues to be at the center of Danish Galaslit relations. And it's a unfortunately very understudied and often also overlooked mechanism of Danish colonial practices historically. Even though racism was at the very center of Danish colonization of Galaslit Manat, actually we have very few critical studies of how Denmark racialized Galaslit Inuit as part of a colonial strategy to establish and maintain Danish colonial rule and administration. So if you don't mind, I'll just sort of recap what we do know, because it matters what happened historically and how that is replicated today. Because we know that racial stereotypes and hierarchies were established as main feature of Danish colonization, even though we have very few studies, as I just said, in which the Dane and often the Danish man was featured as the one who brought civilization, religion, modern society, and Kalaallit Inuit were featured as backward and a lot of other negative connotations to be civilized by the Dane. And this was directly reflected in Danish colonial practices that both sought to keep certain aspects that were beneficial to Denmark of Kalaallit culture, but also the main feature and drive was also to civilize and enlighten and assimilate Kalaallit to Danish culture. However, always it was in a relation where the racial demarcations were upheld. And this is part of establishing unequal power relations and racial dynamics that still exist today, as you just mentioned, for example, in Kalaallit experiences with different meetings with systems of power, childcare, healthcare, the legal and judicial systems in multiple ways and new disguises, both in very minute ways like interpersonally, but also to larger political relations. So I think it's very important to actually recognize how racism has been at the center of Danish Kalaallit relations from the very beginning, and how these continue to replicate in present times.
All right. Thank you so much, Naya. I think I will continue the conversations with the panel, but thank you very much for sharing your perspectives here. Masakalatis ingatala sapu una okalakti nakisia wa amsudi kalatis because yaltoama ilinyama atlan apofakalasom nerupung ikiulasis. Ikumappa imma nipittuunna sawaat.
Totega. Haru. Yes. Ikiortissavasi.
Yes. No. Masakku tusapparput Danmarkin pisoqartartut meqa arsaarinutiinneqartarnerat sakkortoruussuu taan tusarnaarlugu una rasismi eqqartorparput taannuun aam nunatsinippuujorneqartarami massakku paasivarpu aamma saqqumiiso Julia Suarez Carpetes nassuiaramiuk rasismit tunuliaqqutaa qanoq rasismi ping pilersinneqarpa tas Europamiut ammi qaqortun qalipaatillit qano amia qaamasut tas rasismi pilersitsippaat raasit inississorluit taakkua tas qullerpaavisup taavalu inui allat tas nuna inoqqaaviusut qernertormiut afrikkarmiut aasiarmiut kangiamiut tas ataaniillutik una rasisme ila iluan paasisaaqaripput ta ilissi suliassinni sortanmakkimi aqusaartarpasi sunniutai qanu oqaasertalersinnaavisiuk makkua pissut Danmark meqa arsaarinsuutiineqartarnerat rasismi eqqartussagutsiut paasinarpa naingua ma aallartikkusuppit
app tassam takusarparput soorlaarma saqqumminnini oqaatigerikkatut kalaaliunerpaat taamatut oqaatigisinnaagaannin tassami kalaaliussutseqartupilussuit soorlu kalaallinut atassutseqartut oqaatimigut kalaallisum atassutseqarluartut taakkua takussaanerusarput arsaarinninnermi Danmarkimi taamaamat takusinnaavarpu soorlu uanga tassami affarmi qallunaajuvunga qallunaatullu oqallorittuullunga imminut tassami illersorsinnaavunga kalaalli ukua kalaallisuinnangaya oqalussinnaasut immin illersorsinnaangillat taanna aama atorluarneqarpoq аллаангилақ қаллунаату қано оқаллоқитсигинерсут qanorlu silappaaritsiginersut assigiitsinneqartartut takussa tassami ammip qalipaata ааллаавигалугу тасса уа исуманни арсаариннитарпу танмаккими
имма эққорнерусум оқарсинаагуу тассам ила массакку кинаассусеқ эққарторнер суп эққарторнерус эққарторни пилуссуугами маккуа ангеоққаат таакуа аққусаартагаат ила амерланери арсааринус тигинеқартарнера писсутигалу имма калаалиу тассами арсааринусум оқарсинаагут қаллунаатут инориааса қарпиангитсут ималуунни қаллунаану культурикку қаниппаллаангиту қаллунааторсинаангитсу ила массакунун эққартортаати кинаккалаалиунеруа таана таам уани таан пингааотеқингиннами ила таматтаккалаалиувгут кисия қану қаллунаат оқаллоритсиивгут ималуунни қану қаллунаат культуриат qanitsigivарпут ила тааккуа малиттарисассаи малиллугит qanu taan sunniuteqarnersu ila
тассами ангайоққаат соорлу қаллунаами имааттоқ тассам сангулааруни соорл эқунгалааруни писсусаани калааллису писсусеқармата ималуунни оқаатитсигу калааллисууннерусум тассам оқалуттаруни тасса карсиму алламут илинеқассаа нааммангиттутут ангайоққаажусиннаангиттутут писинна атассами ангайоққааттут писиннаасақангитсу туту лалилерсорнеқартарпут
таа има оқарсинаагу қаллунаангорсагаанеқ ималуунниит атсаа илуатсиппат илуам пинеқиссаатит ила та расизме уна нагилаассаутсиут тассам ассиингитсун такунеқарсинаама расизме ингерласо ила тида илли аам аперусуппакки оралутторисаанитсинни аам 53 мили писорпассуит эққунгитсут амилаарнартут таакку эққартуссаути аама расизме тассан тунгавиугами илли оқаасерталерсинаавиу уна расизме эққарторнитсинни qanu illit misi аққусааккати ималум мисигисат
аннернарторуиссуу илатусарнаарлугу калаалеқатсигут нунаққатсигут нунами алламитту қану пинеқартут исумақарпунга уагут калааллит липааппаллаарсимасугут qangaruйуруйуссуарли оқарерсимассангалуарпугут таанскинут укорси уау аллаавугут аллани кигеққусуувугут аллани оқаасеқарпугут илеққугу аллааппут ааттаагун укиун кингуллерни таманна тусарсаалерсо аама танмаккимииттут силаттулерунарпут оқалутсиник имаалииннарлути уяарлеқаттаарлутик писиннаати тааффи атаққинеқассаамматангооқ калаале оқалуқатсигиниарнеқартоқ оқалутсеқартиннеқартариақартоқ кисия таматсигу таман такуссаангила қуясиннаавугут писиннаати тааффиит илисиманеқалериартуаармата оқаатигинеқартарпоқ 1953-сими налигиисиннеқартугут таанскину уллуманна тикиллугу эққуутсиннеқангила аама таанскингорнавиангилагут наак эққарсартариаатиккут алларпассуертигуллу инуунитсинни суннингаангаангаарлута аллаат меэққа атуарфиани калааллисут атуартиннеқангилагут уагут қаллунааттут Tässä ukiu taamannaan nailuami paasisaqarnatik. Atuaruusaaqtarnikuuvungut аллат атунгаат пиллугит илинниартиннеқарлута. Таманна ассорсуа тунгавитсинни сангииллиситсисимавоқ. Аама исумақарпунга сивиттортумик qallunaanut tulluarsarniarsaraluta pisimasugut soorlu immitsinnu tatiginnata uqartoqartarpoq FN-ni naalagaaffiit peqatigit pilersinneqartu ukiu 75 matumasiorna nunasiaateqarnerup atoqunnaarsinnissaa siunertaralungu taava nunasiaateqarsimasut ikiuissasut aningaasaleeqataallutillu nunap inuiisa nammineq nunartik piorsassagaat ullumikku taanna sulit takungilarput FN-ni pilersinneqatingut siunniunneqarpoq iluanaarniapilunneq unitsinneqassasoq ассерсуутингалугу уагут инунник кингорписууссугут маани писууссутитсинник тамаккиисумик атуисиннаати таасуссаагалуарлута уллуманнатикиллугу наалагааффик илуанаарфигиваат наалагааффиуп илуанаарфигиваатсигут таманнануаннингила апеққусерумавакка инуит писиннаати тааффи атортуссангортиннеқарсиманери ilumut nunatsinnia tuunnersoq 2010 Institut for Menneskerettighed mot naamagitaalliorpunga naalagaaffik unnerluutigalugu inatsisitigut ataataqanngittuunerput qangali aaqqivigisimanginneraat pillungu Institut for Menneskerettigheder naalagaaffeqatigiinnerup suliffeqarfia pisinnaati taaffilerisoq aaliangiisinnaati taasoq maalaarama akissuteqarput asasarput taamatu allangillak isiatsiitaqaarnila tassaqa asavaanga
апеққусернарпу
наамагиттааллиутингу итсигуарпут аюқалуартумик сулиарисиннаангиларпут калааллит нунаанни нунақарафит таамааттумик уллуманнатикиллугу апеққусерумавара илумут писиннаати таафеқарнерсугут оқарфигититтарпугут аап аллаа инуиаттут аамагоо атаатсимооруссам писиннаати таафеқарпугут писууссутинунатсинниитсуут тамаасилангуллу атортуссангуортинеқарсимаппат инатситиу атаатақангиннеқ налуара илисима сақарфигинерисси укиорпассуис сиуттууффигивакка инатсиситаарпугут укиусисамат суллиссереерлута паасититсиниааллута кикку тамармик сусассақарту аттавигалутигит калааллисут қаллунаатуллу ингерлаллутигу писсутигалугу меэққат арсаарнеқартиллитат таамат таарусуппакка аннернаралуарпоқ наак инатситсу атаатақангитторпарпарпассууппу танмаккимииттут писсутигалугу писуусутиингамикку анниви катиссимангиммат таавамеэра арсаарнеқарсимасиннаапоқ таамани сунааффу уллумантикиллугу сули атууттуту иттоқ тасса писиннаати таафеқарпугут массаккут инуи писиннаати тааффи пиллуи эққартуи сивиссуақ агуниалерпарпут танмаккими тусаанеқарумангиннатта атаасиааннаавиллунга наюунникуувунга хоистератсикиллугу аалиангиинеқ инуккуит пингитсаалииссум минуутситаанерат кигорна таарсиивигитиминеэрартут сунаффу сулиа таанна сулинааммасингитту аама илааннакортум пинеқарсимаппут атаатақангиттут туллиувугут эққартууссиви тунниуссисут туллингууппут илангуагут арнарпарпарпарпарпассуит Pingitsaali summik sianiingisa minnik maaqtaarsinnaunnaartinneqartu. Ila sunaana kommuni oqangayappunga. Tassa pissussaafeqarpungun. Allanut imissutigisinnaangilarpu unasuliassaq. Uagununa oqaatsigut atorlugit aaqqitassarput. Uagut pineqaratta uagut nunarput pineqarpoq kinguaassattalu siunissaa pineqarmat. Taamaattumik aamma naggasiilaarumallunga imata oqarusuppunga uggualaarpunga kalaallisut ingerlanneqangimma una paasissutissarpassui tuluttu ingerlanneqartut ilaannakortumik immaqapaasineqarput pingaaruteqqaqqaat uagut pineqaratta taava tupigusuutigilaarsinnaavara naleqqap avataaniitsikisitsilluni allamiu uqaasi atorlungit uatsinnut qaammarsaaniartoq neriuppunga nanginneqarumaartut aamma neriutingivara partiip ataasiinnaap pinnani sumulluunni atangittumut imissutigalugu taamaaqataanik aaqqissuisoqassasoq pissutigalugu uanangaalaaleqaluarama kingusinaarlunga paasingakku partiinaleqqap manna aaqqissuussaringa angereernikuullunga isumaqarama yuunup aaqqissuussariniara nangaaleqaluarama pissutigalugu uanaleqqa politikkia isummerfiginiangilara aamma una sammisarput kalaallit susassarivaat uagununa eqqartugassarput uagununa tamuagassarput qinikka politikkikkull inissisimas kisim pinnatik atuarfeqarfimmut ilinniarfeqarfinnukikkunnu tamanut aamma tungaviusum inatsisissarput massak missiliummi takusaqarpungut taanna tamualluartariaqarparput susassarivarput soqutigisussaavaqpu pinngittoorata sakkut pingaaruteqarnerpaarsiunissami taamaattumik inuiaak uqarusukkaluarpunga qallunaatsiatikimmata grønlæneriuneq pitersinneqarpoq taava qallunaatsiaat nalungilaat nulaqavissut tassaasu inuit sooruna ullutsinni kalaallin immitsin taajortungut allamiu uqaasiat sooruna inunni taajungittungut uwa immin ilisaqitittarpunga inunnik kingoqqisuuvunga arnaavunga kalaallinunaanninajuaqartu
taana imma piffisam allam aamnangeqqissinnaarortas oqaluuserineqarsinnausiviisuumi qularnangila quyanaq imma una ajoringikkussiu sivitsulaalaalaassaarput misiigama una oqalequtiinner pingaaruteqartorissuuso pisinnaatitaaf immaasiullum oqaatirusuppaa isumaqatiaakkit inuaat akornani makkua pissuti eqqartor qatigitussaagaluarpagu politikkikkoornata ajoraluartuminuna takussaarpiangitsoq massakku ila naleqa akilerpaa katua attartornissaa akeqqarami allakkoorsinnaagaluarpu aama neriupunga kikkutamarmik isumassiоqatigiisitsinnermi makkuninga pilersitsissasut inuariti akornan makkua aallartilluit pingaaruteqartorussuu taanna aallartinniarserivarput ila ua inuttut misiigama amigaataasoq nunatsinni kisiaqquyanaq isumati annikkakkit tiida una pisinnaatitaaffigut tassun ammaassilaarm ila ilissi sile 360 pisinnaatitaaffiu uniorneqartut Danmarkimi aqusaarpasi takusarpasi una angajoqqaa ila tusarlugu angajoqqaassiuqasaarluit danskipisortat ila nakorsa qaaqunai aama diagnosiliortarlutik tamakku allallu ila pisinnaatitaaffigut inuiattut tassam kalaallit tanmakkimiittut natsinniittut kungaqarsumitamaaniittut qanu isumaqarfiaru taanna rassisme qanu ilangussautiut tassuunga
ikimava naatumoqaatigilaarsinnaavatas ila tamatta soorunam pisinnaatitaaffeqarpugut aam uai Danmarkim ilaanikki tas is paativeeruttarpu ilumut pisinnaatitaaffeqarpu pisinnaatitaaffeqarput kisianni piseriaqartoruyussuugami akissaqarsimasuugut soorunam taa imma eqqartuusivikkoortis sinnaagaluarparpun kisianni soorlu ilissi inatsitigut ataataqangittut arsaagaanikut ila soorlapeqanti silataan inissinneqartartu taa namminneq ujartuillutit qanoruna sumu ingerlariassuugu strategi kikku qano iliartarpat ila tasua aamlamminneq taamaliarnikuugut soorunammi imma advokatsiusut ullumi tiimimmu 2500 soorunam angeeqqaa akissaqarsimasuuguni tamakkua saagi ingerlassinnaasimassagaluarpaa kisia akissaqartas aernarpallaarami ja
naatsunguami
ja imaatto tassoornalimiila naalagaaffiu akiligaannik beskikket forsvaram illersuusum piniartoqarsinnau akissarsiagissaarpallaangikkaanni killeqaramiaamatan akeqanngittum ikiorneqarsinnaaneq kisia ua taakkartorumavara una nunatsinni maalaarfimmik pilersitsisoqartariaqartoq Institut for Menneskerettighed taamaaqataanik suliarinnittartoq maalaarutinik pissutigalugu ilumooravit tamatta akissaqangilangut aamma aporfinnik imalunni ajornartorsiuteqarluni ilungersuuteqarluni taamatut eqqarsaateqarnissaq avokaatissarsiornissarlu bla 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 ajornarsinnaavoq taamaattumik isumaqarpunga paasissutissiis soqartariaqartoq sakkortuumik inoqarfinni tamani pisinnaatitaaffilirisumik inoqartariaqarpoq innersuusissinnaasoq taavanunatsinni maalaarfimmik pilersitsisoqartariaqarp allat ajornaqaq
qoino naatsunguam oqalasqalarusup
aama ukua imaattut ILO-konventionimi artikkelit malinniarneqartussaangaluartut malinneqangisaannarnera aama tupigusuutigeqaarpun ila Danmarki 1996 miungikkun 1997 атсиарникууvaat малиссаллугу калаалли атаққиссаллуи инуианеққаавитут кисиа уллуманнатикиллугу малиннеқангисааннарпут оқаатсигу атаққинеқарн ajorput аама культуурерпу аама атаққинеқарн ajorput меэққат ангajоққаамингаанниит қаллунаану иниссиннеқараангатта эққарсаатигинеқангисааннарпу соорлу имма неқорфиутсу калааллису илинниарниссаанут ималуунниит калааллунаану феериарнеқ ималуунни илақуттан илагиарторлугит тамаккуа атаққинеқангисааннарпут тупиннақаа ILO конвенцион налеққаккут нутсертиппаа калааллисунгорлугу укиуккигуллеқ ималуун укиуманна аама писиннаатигатааффигу тассани аллаққасут укиоққассит укиутсуувит атуутсиннеқарпут нутсернеқарникуунгиллат таамаама аама писиннаатитааффигут налусимавагут ила калааллисуин оқалуккааннит нассаарериатаарсиннаангиннамик суут писиннаатитааффигалугит таана аама ajorpo
Despingaotrappoq una ikumava. Okay. Des pingautaqarputaan taalaasallu eqqaamassagatsigut kungeqarf iluaniinitsinni tassa nuna inoqqaavitut qano pisinnaatitaaffeqaratta tas ILO 169 taan pingautaqarpum taassallugu pissutialu immikkuullaassumik pisinnaatitaaffiigatsigit ila inui pisinnaatitaaffi de universelle menneskerettigheder universal human rights tassa qano tungaviusuup kisia nuna inoqqaavi pisinnaatitaaffi immikkuullarissuupput pissutigalu nunasiaataanikuugatta taava imma tas piffisa ingertapallakkami arnaara illi aperuusuppakkit aama kingusinnerulaartuk saqqummiisussaagutit imma nuannernerulaartumik una qanoq tassa nuanniittorusuami mukua tassam pissuti amiilaarnartu ila kisia massakkunun eqqartuatigu rassisme ila kinaassuserput kultuurerput qallunaangorsaanaq illissuliati iluani takkua aama tassuunga attuumassutеqармик ta nalunginnakku suliatit aama qanoq kingunerisai qanoq qiimmassalaa ja tassam imma qiimalaarluta una taallugu kultuurerput kinaassuserput nukittorsauti imaluni ааllaавигутсигит qanu siunertaqarsinnaava
Ja, ikimavura tusaavars. Ja. Siullermi qoyanaruissua saqqimmiisassinnut assoruissuaq attortinnarpo kullilisaqattaarpugut amtiit illoqaatigisat tamaami pingaariteqarput iatujorminarpoq kisiaam pisariaqarpoq eqqartissallagit ineqatigut nunaqqatigut tujorminartoruissuarm pinaqarput tappaviniksia ammaannunatsinni immikkoortitsineq inerteqqutaavuq immikkoortitsineq akiverinaqarsinnaangilaq ingammiksumingaanniisisertaana ааllaавиутиллини диагнотисеерисақаққусаангилақ сусиал арбайтаринингаанит инуннут куккоруссуарпут малерсугассааппу таакку таавалу амаллатигут иммиккут тааманнак арсааринниннерит нунарсуа тамаккерлугу World Health Organization 2016 имилитис укиқулингулерпут иммунутеқуттарнерми улорианаатаасут рисикофактораа нунат иноққаависа аконганни таанақарникуувоқ tvangsforfjernelser meeqanik arsaarinnittarneq kultuurimik arsaarinnиннеq oqaatinik tammartittinerit tamakkua tamaavisa ulorianaatitut аллассимаппут уаата илисматусарфигилариксиорнааkin tamakkua paasivakka qangarsuarli ilisimanaqarerput таамаамат тааманнак писсисилерсорнеq иманнак ерсаритсигисимик оqaatigisariaqarparput инеqatigu аннаajortorparput тaaman ajortumik pinaqartuarami инеqatigut таавалу аама тааманна писоқарнери тамаависа илақутариит инуяақатигит иллоқарфинунақарфинуна нуна тамаавиа суннернеқартарпоқ тимаамаама алворлит таамаам эққартерпарпут тоёрминаралуартеқ тассаниисиннаасариақарпугут сорсутассаагамик сақигитсиги уунга культууригуп оqaатигут аллатигуллу тааман суусупагинниннеқ киллормоортиккитсигит таакуа писиннаатитаафугит кинаасуситсин аттуумасситиллит саммилеритсигит саммилераангатсигит питтаму ааллартарпугут нуаннаалертарпугут налеқассусерпут тигиартилертарпарпут уасулианни таан имминуторуттарнер пинаверсаартитсинерсиорнатугут қаллунаанунатсиннутикиттарпут пиккориссааяртортарлитик таа тааманнаалаккарсуисоқарфим сулиллинга пеқатаагама тупигиникуугакку сисимиин пиккориссаамата пеқатаассиннерлигит ининнисуллиссиси инивеқаниллигит сулисут нутсериссум атортулерлит иссиарратсит аали нунатсиннииллута таава тааманиккиттас киста аакин иссиавоқ нингиоригига паарисами оқарпу аллангортиттариақарпу таана калаалингорсарпарпут пенсумми тамаавиат калааллисут ингерланнеқартарпу таакку коммуни тамаккерлигитсикинникууакка калааллик нулақависсут форморнериут пиккориссарсималерпагут анигаасалерсорнеқарнаалаккарсуисоқарфимми коммуними сулеқатигинеқарпоқ уагит иммин илутсин сулеқатигин ингерлатилераангатсигит нуккаттарпугут таамаамат таана иммина оqaатигит аторлугит имминут нуккассарсиннаанерпут икиоqатигииллита паасеқатигиитаратта нассуяаруиссуаққарнеяратта туйормиларнарпарпарпа инеқатигут иллерсугассагут иллерсуссатиллигит паасинниккимангитсит дискутериниақаттаартит halornaami oqallisissaangilarliini paasiinartissaavarsi suliapingaariteqartigis qanitut uai immin aalaavigalata suliarissaneripput taamaasilluta siorna nuannersim tusarlarneqarpugut avanersuarmi siorn imminutu quttoqarsimangilaq tassalu imaapoq kalaallusut nammina sulia ingerlattaleratigit sukuluugiingillat sukiatariingillat kisiat inivit qanimut ineqatitit ikiorlugit sulilligoqalaqatigisinnaanерани аалаавеқарпоq аам инунгууситсинни таанналингиларпут
тассами ерсаритторуиссууорма ила паасиссутисса тамаккуа тусарлугит ила нериутеқарнарторуиссуугами тассам такусиннаатсиу ила культура нукитторсаарутсиут культура атаққиутсиут аторлуарлугу Danmarkimi нунарсуарм суми тамаанилуунни сумииккалуаруи инуттут калаалиугит инуугуит тааккуа тигуммиллуарлугит ила тусаасиннаагатсиу Danmarkimi аама меқарсааниссуинеқартарнера писсутиалу ила имминут тоқуттарнеқ сиамасиссоруиссууго таакку акорнани такорлоо тигумми ила писиннаатитааффиу атаққинеқартууппата нунатсинни Danmarkimi сумилуунниит тида оқаасеқалаарус
qoyanaruissua taannu taagakku imaat kalaаллит наммини уқалутсеқангиккалуарлуни наммини уқалутситу инуустиссарсиутеқарпунга кисия ила ajornanginneq aam toqqartariaqangilарпут имату паасиллугу аватаани пиккорисорсуут тикиситсериорлута арлааккалааллу уқалуттааффигиннассуут наами ила уна тикиттариақарпарпут намминеерлута уqaатсигут аторлугит таава аллат уqaluttaaффигиумаарпагун
анна я имма апи
имма тан исерфигисоруиссуугассиик арсааринниттарне таава януарими нунавиммукуусуарм qaaqusаагама сулиагут тусааманақарталерсималлитик массаккаам нунавуммулу пиккориссаасалеққавугут илагалиги тааккуа пидерситсисимаппут куусуарми иссуарсивик тааваат treatment center-имик таанеқартарсимаут тас катсорсартиттарфик се уллумиккит таасимаваат recovery center healing center ида пақуминарсарнера перлугу таава тассани илақутари тамаави катсерсартиннеқартарпут меэқан арсааринниннеқ пеертинниарнеқарпоо таакуа арсаарнит илақутата тамаат катсерсарлугит хутиилитуусарсанасимаваат sharing circuit артарлутик аммалер илаққусун аммалертунгорлутик оқалақатигиитарпут калаалиманганинерисарлутик меэрай паақинниттарфимми путтассани тамаим иллумеэқатигииллутик ила тамак исигалиит аам тастааманнак сулиассаапут арсаартуинеқ унитсиннақартариақарпу
атимуми кисианни уагу илаассаагин такусатсинни куккунар уликкаарами саллум уликкаарами тассан иниссиннеқартуссаангиккалуарпут ангайоққааюллуарпут куккунгиллат соортаава ила уагунуна ила меэққат ангерлартинниссаану сулиниутигигиппут таавалу аама иматут сулиа саллуми уликкааққасоқ соорлу ила накорсарлуунни диагносерисимангитсоо тамаккуа пернissaa аам пертинниарсарникууагу кисиап пиумасоқангила малаарутси тамааса ингерлаккалуарпагут итигарнеқартуааннарлута
малерсорнеқартариақарпо таамаатиссаангила
ajorluartum piffissa ingerlapallakami sivisunaalерпарпу уна кисия oqalaarusupunga quyamasuutigisoorissuugia peqataarusutusi arnat nukittuuk kalaaleqatigut makkua pissuti pingaaruteqartoruissuusut akisussaaf kivillugu ila uagunammina aamma akisussaaf kivittaariaqaritsigut quyamasuutigisoorissuugaa peqataagissi immersorluta
qoyan periarfissikkattut
qoyana pataafniartit imma ammuqartinginnas ukuning tunilaruusuppas ui naya tammariasaarpuna naya aamnassissaarput julia eqqumitsuliai tunisutissiatut tunaruusuppassi qoyanaarsuarpat taafalut
qoyanakuruoq tullinguulluni tassa unikkallanginnitsinni arfin pingasqeqqattungaanut J.K. Bertelsen saqqummiissaaq tassa J.K. Bertelsen sulinermik inusisarsiutoqartut kattuffianni siulittaasuuoq maskinarbejderitut ilinniaaqarpoq sungiffiminilu umiatsialerinissani nuannarisoruyussua assassornissanilu aamalu enngutserinissani yassi takannu
mikrofonerissanerpaasuna ajungila ja siullarmik qoyanaq periarfissinneqalaarama taamut saqqummiissalluga kisiani ilisimaterersinnagassi алларлуиннармут саассаанга ja nunarput siunissami qanoq isikkoqartinniarparput taamak qulequtsiuga taama qulequtsiininni takuneqaarersinnaagunarpoq kingumut qiviaqattaarusuppallаангитсуга pereersummi pereerput taakkualu аллангортиссиннаангилагут piuusoq unaawoq ukiuna arlaqalersuni nunatsinni aningaasat atugassavut ukiumut taamaallaat suumiliart koruunit inissimuiualersimammata taakkunanga amerlanerit Danmarkimik tapiissutaapput kipparissungorlu imaluunnit paasiumilartungorlu imalut uqaartuutiineqarsinnaawoq inuia kalaallit tassami inuia kalaall 50-suuntiinnaagatta 50-suuntiinnaasuut puusequlit ukiorkaayallallu inuustiginiartussaavut taakkunangalu puusinit qulinit arfinillit Danmarkimik kyystisiarisarput aaligooq namminiliviniartuut nuna sunaluunniit allamik aningaasinik isumalluutaqarluni namminilivinnaviangilaq taamaattumik savalimmiormiut usorisarpakka utaqqiinnaratik namminneq qanoq iliuseqarlutik namminiliviniartut tassami namminneq piumasaaluu Danmarkimik tapiissutit milliartortippat naamik nunatsinni Danmarkimik isumalluutaqarnerput annertusiartortiinnarparput isumaarpunga sinnattuaqinarput tassunga kipitittariaqaripput isumaqarlutalu Danmarkimik namminilivisnissatsinnut ikiussagaatsigut kiornaviangilaatsigut illuatungaatigut ajoringilluinnaqqissaarunarpaat Danmarkimik ikiorsuutit аллиарторусаарнери таамаиллутимми Danmarkimik исумаллуутеқарнерпут сули аннертусиартортиссиннаагамикку намминеқ aquutsukkanerusumik maani nunami tiussavutigu oqaatsitta siulluutinneqarnissaat sorsuutiinnerusariaqarparput soorlu savalimmiuni taamatut ittoqartoq аллаффиссорнеқ апеққусернеқарани сауlimmiutut ернерланнеқарпоқ наамик қалнаангортитсеқаттаарпоқ ааммаани нунами қинерсиннаанермут периаасеқ аллангортиллуинартариақарпарпут аватаанингааник аннертуумик ақуннеқарпуут укиу аффаақаангиутииннартоқ таанскит қинерсиннаангортарпут kiiti naaportorluu qallunaat agguaqatigisilluu taamaallaat ukiu ataaseq affarlu nutsinniittarput imaappoq maanunami qinersinermikkut nunarput qanoq aqunneqassanersoq аалиангеқатариарлутик кигунингуа ааллартарпут уутиннуллу аернарторсиутик синнера тунниуллуу таамааттоқарсинаангилақ исмаарпуа таанскит укиу арфиниллит атасуиннармик нуатсиннеерсимагуник аатсаат қинерсинаангортариақартут аап таава иллуатунгаатигу таанскит пиумасақассаппут калааллит аатсаат укиут арфиниллит анмаркими неуақааруник фолкитингимут қинерсинаангуссасут аап таманна аама аюнгилақ таамаассаппут танмаркими писсутсит тикерааккит тасаниларааллассаага мааннакку танмаркими калаалеқатигут эққарсаатигалуит калааллинут атууттуссаник пиумасақақаттаарпуут калааллингоо иммикку танмаркими палисеқассап калааллингуу танмаркими иммикку qaatiuqassapпут иммақаами пиумасарилиссаарпу калаалли иммиккут аама паттаттоқассасут иммиккут аюқеқалиссасут илаалу илангуллугит арра калаалеқатигут амерланерпаартааса намминнеқ киссаатигисарпаа танмаркимут нуниарлутик таа танмаркиму нууссимагуник тассини атуассаатитаасу малиллуит инуқатаассаппут аама таанскит нунатсиннут нууссимагуник ималуунни сулиарторсимагуник таамаани атуассаатитаасут аама атуссават танмаркими калааллит атуааник питсангорсаания руннаарлута маани нунами калааллит атуаанник питсангорсааллута нукиут аторниартигит тааматум калаалли атуаан танмарким питсангорсааниааннарутта нахатаатигут маани нунами калаалерутиссаа таанскиллу кисимик маани неуақалиссаппут ималуунни филиппинерат кинисерит тайлааннэрмиуллу такусиннаасаа наапарторлуу калаалеқатигу танмаркимут норерсимагаангамик амерланерпаат натсиннут утерна аёрпут писсутигалу атуассаатитаасут танмаркими питсаанерунгаармата аама нунатсинни атуассаатитаасут питсангортингиккутсигит утернавиангилла соонами намминеқ пиутиингисаминник танмаккилиартитаасут соорлу пеққиссартут илниариартортуллу эққарсаатигалуи таакку атугаат питсангорсаавигисариақарпуут тааккунунга нукиут аторниартигит алламу аторнагит аама каниттуккут фолкитингимут сиуму илаавортаатит титаа калааллисуиннақ аппиппоқ исумақарлуни тоққаллааллуни киани имаассиннаа сиумут нэ тамаккарлуу атаатсимерсуалермат таамату иттоқартоқ таанскисоорлугу селмоолерпоқ тассами иллуатунгаатигу қаллунааннутсиннииттут аама пиумасақарсинаангуссаппут инатсаарту оқалуттарфианни аама таанскисут оқалуссинаассаллутик имааттариақаалуарпоқ соонэ маанунами инатсаарту оқалуттарфианни калаалсу оқалуттоқассаа иллуатунгаатигут аама фолкитингми оқалуттарфиани қаллунаат оқалуттоқассаақа намминиливиссагутта нунатта эқунгасоруссуармик инераартортинеқарнера qimmerluoqqitariaqarparput kommuneqarfisarnersoq aaliangерпоq nuummi ukior 2030 tamannalu iluatsikkaluttualerpaa tassami sineriammik nuummunuuttartut ukiumut malualuu 250-400 pallippai imaappoq sineriak ukiumut 400 pallilluit inukilliartorpoq aqunneqangippallu amerleriaannaapput soonami inuit pingitsaalilluit sumiffinni uningatissinnaangilagut kisianni sinerissami atugaat pitsangorsaavigisinnaavugut tassuunalu uningatinniarluit таамааттумик нуумунуттарнеқ уникааллатсинниарутсуук иллоқарфинник нунеқарфинниллу инерисааффинеқартуссаник тоққаанissaq уанга аллаққунеқарсинаангитсутут исигаара тааматумми тоққаасоқангиппат коммунеқарфисернерсууп ангуниаккани илуатсиссава коммунеқарфисернерсооқ тааматут ангуниаақарнерминут тунаартаринераралуарпаат калааллит танмаккимут нууссимасут утертиссаллуит кисианни таманна пинавиангилақ нунатсинна атуассарититаасут питсангунгиппата тассами ассерсуутигалу 2015-ми 2021-мут инуит 750 куятааник аваннарпарсимуппут киситсиит пивиусут амерланерпаартаат qulарнингилақ нуумут нууссимассаппут аампи фиссами тассани инуит 413-нит тунумик китаанут нууссимаппут таулу 2016-мит инуит 400 синилаарлуит коммуне qeertalimмик аама нууссималлутик инуит суут малерсорлуит нуттарпат тассалу атуариссаарнерунissaq сулиффиссаллу соорлоқанга сиулиут пиниаассатик малерсорлуит нуттартут тааматут нуттарлу та инерлааннассагут та анигаасақарнэрмут сиуннерсуусоқатигит наатсерсуутаат ааллаавигалуит илимаинеқарпоқ 2050-ми нунатсинни иннуттаасу таамааллаат ортаффорутуунитсингорсимассасуут таамааттумик нунатсинник нуттарнеқ унитсиссагутсигу таматта атуариссаарнерулертариақарпуут ааммалу аалсаккат кисииса исумаллуутигиуннаарлуит инутиссарсиутин тааник пилерситсариақалерпуут соорлу атилассат уураанимик акуқарпата акуқангиппаталууннит исумаа наапорторлуу икууннаппаллаалеқаагут танмаккимик исумаллуутеқангааратта пиллуутеқарусунгилагут аттассаатигут илаатигут аттассини қақутигоортуни акуллит анингаарсиутигинеқарниссаминнут утаққииннартут аторусунгилагут сукканерусумик намминиливиссагутта танмаккимик тапииссутит исумаллуутигууннаарниартигит анингаарсиутаасиннаасуник нутааник пилерситсиниарта сулиффеқарфуссуит маанга нунамут қаммарлуит уқаатсиусаллиутиллуит ааммалу маанунами қақууккут киккут қинерсиннаатитаанерат аллангортиллу қуянақ саққуммиилаарсиннаагама исумусиуқатигиллуарисилу
Яссиму қуянақ апеққитиссақартеқарнерпоқ яссимут ана ан микрофон тигилерпан пинти аан уггунартин
нунарпу мигутсиннеқарнissaa паисуа аторусуккит кисианни паисмасаарнааперторлу нунарсуарми умиартортут амиатуанеқарсуартут нунатсиннилу умиартуллаққиссуусу сулисарторпассуит соорнунам аллам сулиартортериарлуит маанга оорититик аторсиннаангиннераа таан эққарсаатиссиннут политинеқарсиннаанерпа нуна мигутсингиккалуарлу нунан аллан оорерлут аалерлута маанга таа аторталерлуит
я мигутситсинеқ апеққутериуруссуу қану паасинеқарнерсоқ мааннакку танмаккими эққарторнеқарту аннерту илагаат танмакки қануқ мигутситсигива маккунинга атуинернугут маанунарсуар мигутситсинерпаа тассааппут киинаккут интиаккут илаалу илангуллуит уанга марлуулта укунинга атуигатта таамааттуми аннерторуусуарми уанга иллиллу маккунинга атуинитсигут мигутситсеқатаагут Paasaqissaangila apeqqutit tasquinartuimaani umiartort soorlu qallimittu allamittullu aningaarsiat assigilernikupпут qallunaat naqavissullu aningaarsiat assigipput una oriutsik allami atoqqusaangikkaat sarsimangisaannarpa yaama taamaattoqarsinnaangila paasaqissa paasingila
алламик апеқитсеқартеқарнерпоқ агинга
Savi. Unaat ismaqatiingikkiga inuqatigut kalaalaqatigut qanorlun ikkaluartoq sumarlaannuukkusutsillit uterniarsinnaanissaaam ammasuarnartissaatigu ajornartorsiorpatat ikiussallu taamatut inuqatitsin isiginnittaasaqarneq sumiikkaluaruttaluunni peqatigisutut pinissaat ajungitsum pinissaat siunissaqissaarnissaal taaneqqarsaatalut tassunarpia ismaqatiinginakkit kisianilu nunatta nuna allannu taamat ikiuisarneraama allaa isigissautiunni katersisarnerat atortarpuaama taamatut tunniussisarpuut ummatiu atorlugu taannartaannaajuna nunaqqatinguagut sumarlaannuukkaluarpata uterusullutik kissaateqalissappa tatununnagit imalun aam taakungana uffimmin ajornartorsiorpata ikiorluit tannannaruna
qasarfilam стассиулларму qaartuutigaa qallunaana milivinnissatinu ikiornaviingilluasarpaatigut luutungaatigut immaa iluarisimaannarpaat taamatu aningaasiin tunillattaarlu taava nooya naami eornangippa Danmarkimiittut kalaalli tamaasa utertikkusukkaluarpakka uanga kisian siullermik Danmarkimut kalaalaqatitsin nuttarneq unitsittariaqarparput taamaattumiguna maannatsinni atugarissaarneq pilersittariaqaripput amerliartuinnartut Danmarkimu nuoqattaassangipputa kiitsi taamaaginnarpat ukiumu taama amerlatigus Danmarkimu nuttarlutik kiitsi takutippaat tassuutugun 50-simi maani nunatsinni kalaalli ortafotuun tinningorsimassaagut taanilua ernumanartoriuruussuartu isigaa taamaattumiguna kalaalaqatigu Danmarkimu nuussangippata taava atuarissaarneq maannutsin pilersittariaqarippu neriullu ta aamma kalaalaqatigu Danmarkimiittut maaga nutsinnu utissasut
Peter appeqitseqarnerpoq
Hallo, torrak. Tässä ulloqaam takilaarami qularnanngitsumi inui imma pikkusulaarsimassapput ullumikkutusarnaarnerminni. Isumaqatiginartorpassuarnik amoqaartuutaarput aama ilaanu immaattu pannalaartumik. Allaat ammua taanna allartinnikuua suniarpuugut. Illit uanniit sivisunerulaami politikkimat innaanikuutit malunnarpaamma tantikissiwarpasikkit ila qaaliangertuarniarli suniarnersugut. Kisinuna eqqartukkat qanuttakorlorpiuk nuummut nuussornersuaq unitsissannaagipput sulilu kommunit selskabskatsine qiviaraanni immikkoortitaarnerat inunni akiliuteqarnerat assigingisitaalersillugu inissinneqarnikoq iliuseqarfiingikkutsiu immaqami oqaatingisa ilumorluinnartoq inuerusaanata sineriammi pitsangorsarutsiu sineriak qanoq illitakorluorsinnaaviyuk taanna pisinnaassasoq arlaannik tikkuussaqataarusuppiit qularnanngitsumik peqassaunnarsuutik ataasiaannarnat oqaluuserinikuukku quen
ima tupiinaqarsinnaavuq uu Danmarkimingaanik kukkunersuusoqarsimagat amani kukkunersuusoqarlu kiseen tassa qoltuassartaa uanip Danmarkimi sujartkatuffi kukkunersuusumik taarmi pilersitsisimuk taanna kukkunersuusukorsuarput ukiuni 34 missaan 35 missaan sullippaatigut Tää pilokpaanga yessia nunaruo suomi kelalli taamaallaraltersuun siuus. Soone kommunin taama amarlatiisun peqassavis. Suomi ataasiinnangoorsi. Numunut tarneq neruusuaq unitsinneqarsinnaassappat naluaun neriuppunga ila taamaangippammi avannaani kikkusulissappat kikku alsakkerissappat tak uanga takusinnaasatuaa tassaawo annernaaluarpalluunniit allatu eornartumik иллуqarfinnik nunaqarfinnillu piorsaavigissatsinnik toqqaasariaqalerput malualugu иллуqarfinnik nunaqarfinnillu taamat uliungikkutta tassa nuum nuttarneq taamat unerlaannassa aamanaaтерсуеққиссаартарфиу киситсаа такутиппаа укиуни кигуллерни сисимиуккунни илуиссаккуннилу амерлиарторту тоқангила нууккисими инуттусиарторпу аали иллоқарфуссуи тааккуа марлук иллоқарфуссуартут маани исиисартаккут кисиан сусоқангила таамааттумигуна нуттарнеқ унитсиннеқассап исумаартунга аллат уернартуми тоққаасариақалерпу аннерниссагалуарпаллуунни
апеққитиссаликкигиллиит каллалерпара паусилаақартариақассаатта аап таганна
иссикоопсиулиттаасуани апеққутиссақалаарсаману қаиссақалаарлу уна уисумақатиингиннакку аатилассарсиорниссагу тунгасумик таамааллаат сиуннерфеқа пасиллуни иссикоосиулиттаасуа оқариартуутеқармат инуи қинерсинермикку таан такутерерникууа қалоқсуму ингерларусиннерлутик тассани мигутситсиниссақ ааппаатсоорнеқарсинаагалуартор кисианни уисумақангиннама исумақатиингиннакку иссикооп таанна кисими миссукпериарфиссалут исигилерсимага уисумаарпунга инуи қинерсинермиккут тамак такутереераат суму ингерларусиннерлутик qanummitaawa ingerlaariaqqissaagu naalaгааффингорниссарт кинниарниартигу оқарпутит танмаккими писсутсини атугаассаарнерумата утеққингитсоортарпу натсинну налагааффингорниссақ наминилиуинниссарпут орнинниартигу иссиикку таана оқарилерниарлиук аатилассаарсиорнисса кисими орниккуннаарлугу тават натсунгуамик эққарсалиссиларпу
ما اللقاتان وقالوا يا تيسرتك وكيون تشون طبيان وقارتو تيوارتغا ونيبق سولي فقر في الشورن نتشن تقمانيرت نونا أسد تمام إن غيرتك قيانارتقبت نون أسنينغانيك سولي فقر في النك نون تسونا بلغسيت سقاق كزين تامت اليوم تقاومنجل تا بريق في السوق بت ونمني بيسو تسلو أتسد سونا أسلياتين السيد أترنيات سيد نونني أسنينغانيك وسوينا قاقاود تمكنين أوليكات كزين يكون نكنات يكون نغات المكمنغاني فيها مليار سنين تبي في نقطات أهسوسة تاكو تسنجلك باليوت قطايا قبود انسقنياو تما نونامي أسلتو أيونقا سولي فقط في النك أسلني بلغسيت سقني بات أني غاسيو فيوس الناس ونك ما نتسني أمرسن غلو النبيين دوت تاكو 7 مليار تغالات بشيت سيود وكيومت تاكو كاويلو كاوسايد نسوق انسقايقين نتلو إلى أسوق تقول أتوار السانرو للسبتة تاول لانسكارسيميتو لانسكارسيميتو أنيناس أمرسنو سنك إمرنا قطايق سوق إذا ما قتيني لرنري تماسا ذلك كرسوس وقطقبت أكيساقني دوت بيوم سقرنري تماسا أكيساقني دوت تسني أبقتاتشنو كي كنا لك كرسوس ونقص تانا نقانيرو سكيا
تامدو يسن قنتا صبا نامشي بابوت نخدم وقتي بابوت يسي متقوانا وسواق Массаккит униккаллатсиалерпугут арфин пингасқеққаттунгаанут арфин пингасқеққа арнаар Patricia Block саққиммиисиссаамат қиланаартиитиссақарпуси тасса эққарсартаасиккут пеққиссусеқ саққуммиуккумаарпаа арфин пингасқеққан такеққиссуут
Petri.
Tässä arfin pingasqeqqaami aallarteqqilerpugut. Iniu issaaqilariarissi. We are about to start again because it's now 7:30 p.m. Tässä ulloq naggisseriartivaalerparput. Massakkullu Anna Patricia Block saqqummiussoor. Tässä nilu eqqartussavaa eqqarsartaatikkut peqqissuseq our mental health. Annaaraq ilinniarsimavoq Master of Science in Public Health imminut toquttarnermiullu spesialiseeringeqarpoq nunatsinni pinaversaartitsinermi imminut toquttarnermut. Research assistanttiuoq innuttaasut peqqissusiannik ilisimatusarfimmi. Annaarallu aama inui 500 pikkorissarnikuuai imminut toquttarnermik pinaversaartitsinermik. Annaasungiffimini pingortitamiinissannu annaasukuluaa qaqqaseernissani siserarnissani ernin ilaginissaai taavalu aamkammalaatini qanimut oqalaqatiginissaai iniinerpingaratilinnik eqqartiveqatigaligit. Annaatakanna. Annaaqqummukariorneran aama aviaajap aamaqulleq ikeqqilaasavaa.
Yes, inuuguyo. Tikilluaritsi tamaavissi. Oqaluiarnissannat tusarnaariartut aama online-ikkut malinnaasusi. Assorsuanuannerpoq najuukusunnersi. Arnaaqamateqarpunga. Qaqortum inunngorpunga. Kuisippunga. Atualerpunga. Apersortippunga. Kiuulunaamassилlugu taamanuumut atuajarlunga. Australiami aaffissarnikuuvunga tissaninuna pinoqqaavi aporiginaalit illoqarfeeqami atuaqatigiligillu ikingutitaarissimavakka. Noongimi ukiut marluk meeqat atuarfianisulinikuuvunga oqaasi ilinniarlugit taamaasillunga kandidaatitut ukiut tallimat universiteetiani atuarnikuuvunga. Innuttaasut peqqisusiannik ilismatusarnermi ilinniarsimavunga. Ilinniakkanni аллагартақарфигаакка иннуттаасут пеққиссусианни унаммилларнартут илисиматуусутсиккут тунулиақуталлит мисиссуссаллигит таакуалу ааллаавигалугит наалаккерсуусеқарфиннут кумуунинуллу суут пинаверсаартитсинерми сулиаринеқарлутиллу пеққиссутсумут сиуарсаанерми суут атуутиннеқассанерсут илинниартиннеқарникуувунга тааккули илисиматсарнерми тунгавеқарпут аама инуяақатигиини нунап иноққаавини туллуартут иммиккут самминикуакка тасса культууритсиннут налеқартут Австралиами хайскуулима тасса 16-ник укиоқарлунга атуарнинни нунасиаатаанеқ нунасиаатааюннаарнеқ атуартиссутигинеқартарпоқ культуурилеринерми инуяақатигилеринерми эққумиитулиорнерми нипиларсорнерми аама анингасалеринерми Ukiutsuutuivit matumasiorna tassaistanenik ukioqarlunga selvstyresulaaqataafigisaanik silamiunik rassi aama Carsten Heilmann assiliisoralugu dokumentaariliormata nunarput namminersulernissaa pillugu inuusuttut apersorneqarmata ilinniartitsisuma innersuusimammanga peqataanikuuvunga taamaasillunga ukiuni 22 kingullarni nunarput politikkikkut malinnaavigisimavara tassami inuusuttuaraallungali isumakka ilaatinneqarnerat uannut soqutiginnilersittisimapput марлориарлунга qaaнаамут сиорапалуммут сависсивиммуллу фериарникуувунга сиуллерм ангиоққаакалу аапассаани кисима qaaнаами quyaakitsukkut илақутараакка аама тунуминикуувунга сулиффера аққутигалугу иллооқама анаанаат Ikingutikka. Aamasoqaluakka. Tunumiuniksiuaaqarput. Nunaqarfimmi nanortallipigisaani narsarmiini meeraanikuuvunga ukiumarluk. Assimi tassani takinaqarsinnaavoq sissarseertugut. Meeqarivaqangilaq nunaqarfimmi аллиартерфинни тассани утоққартаа яккупиина нингиу аапалуттоортугара уиалу инталик иноксин паарисарникууаанга анаанера пеққиссутсимут сулиақартеқ устасунеэққасернарсармиини ақартарпаанга иттуп арнакулуутаа таамааллиннингиорақақортумиит арнаарақ тикераармат катерсертарфиммут марлиннингиулерлин пинкориақатааникуувнга насартаатилерлу таматта поюнгисааларпа аалартивитсиннага қуяффиерусуппараналерақ сулисуилу qaaqqusimammaga maani peqataanissanut oqaluiarnissanullu ullamikkitusarnaakakkan an pissarsisoruissuugunga ukiuppassuangortuni immunutoquttarnermik pinaversaartitsermi nunatamakkerlu suliaqarpunga soorla aamataanaqarpoq aataaginnar siornatigut qallunaatut pikkorissaaneq ingerlannaqartartoq kalaalingorsaarsimavara таамаасиллута уллумиккут нанақависсут форморнерусиннерлугит синерissami коммуними тамармиусуни пиккориссарсимавакка калааллисут аама уаттут пиккориссаасиннаасуник 13-ник атуартитсиллунгалу наамассититсиникуувнга илаатигут таакку уллумиккут намминеқ пиккориссаасарпут соорлу упернавиммиут иллоқарфимминни пиккориссаасалерпут аама нанақарфимминни куллорсуарми тасиусамиит аапилаттумииллу пақатаатитақарлутик пиккориссаақаммерпут Isarfigisassakka sakkortusinnaaput soorlu immunutoquttarnerit. Massakkut immunutoqunnissimik eqqarsaateqaruit maanaqataanissanut aama tikilluaqqusaavatit. Kisimiinginnissalli kissaatigissavara. Tatigisannik unnummut ilagisaqassuutit. Saafissat uku tusaanga piaqarsimapput 4 attavigisinaavat. Aama napparsimavik ulloq unnuarlu ammasarpoq. Ikingutit oqaleqqatigarusunneruukkit aama ajungila. Angeoqqaatit oqarfigisinnaangukkikit tusaangamut siunnersoqqusinnaavutit qanoq oqarfigissanerlugit. Ikingutaasoq sugisaasorluunniit arlaat illit nalugukkit qanoq ikingutit immunutoqunnissamik eqqarsaateqartoq ikiussallugu imaasiorsinnaavutit. Immunutoqunnissamik eqqarsaatit tusarnaakit alupernaafigikit ассерсуутигалуга аперигит сусоқарамик тааманнак эққарсарпит иммунуторунниссимик эққарсаатит эққартортиллугит ajorсититсинеқ ajorput улорианарнеривоқ кисими пигигаани кисерлиорнарсиннаасоруйуссуупут икингитивит ajornartorsiutaaник аақиниассангилатит кисианни ajornartorsiortoq тассанеэқатигисиннааниссаа пиффисақарфигисариақарпат тусарнаарлугу мисигиссусааниллу акуарсааринниллутит ассерсуутигалугу паасисиннаавара тааманнак мисигигавит аққусаакатит имаанаангеқиммата қанеқ мисигивит суккут малугивигит акиссутаа тусарнаакит мисигиссусаалу акуарсаарлугит аама оқалуттуангиккалуарини аюнгилақ саммисақақатигисиннаават сумиллуунии имигассартуссангиласи имигассақ мисигиссусит саккортуситтарпаат соорлу алиасуккуит алиасуннерулиссуутит тоққиссисаманартумииллусилу қасуарсаақатигисиннаавуси икингутаасоқ сугисаасоқ иллитсаперуккит аама аюнгилақ тааверсариссумик оқассуутит икиорусуллугу кисианни налорсаравит тусаангамут сианерниссаанут сиуннерсорут ималуунниит сианертоқ санианиикит ималуунниит нарпарсмаюмут қаниллугу икиуниссамут икиуариаатсиллу аатаагиннартаасакка илисматусарнэрмиит тунулиақарпут сулиакка аққутигалугит илисарисамалерсимасара сулақатигисартагаралу аласками котсипиуми инуппиақ арна утоққақ маамаақ уантакисиннаарси qaffasissumik ilinearnikuuvoq taava ilaqutariit katsorsartarpai immikgut sammisaralugit attaviginneriaatit attavaqaqatigiineq naalungiarsuunitsinniit utoqqalinissatsinнут qanoruna attaviginneriaasaqartartugut taasumap imat ilinniartinnikuuaanga isaqarpugut takunnissinnaasunik siutaqarpugut tusarnaarsinnaasunik uumataqarlutalu misiginnaqatiginnissinnaasunik tassa inoqaterput ikiussatillugu sutigut tamatsigut siutigut isigut uumatsigullu timitsinni pigeriikkagut sakkutut atortassamagut sukuluugisariaqangilagut sukiatarisariaqangilagut naak iniinerput tamangayaat tusarlerneqartuartarsimagaluarluta sukuluugissaaleqinerput pissutaalluni immunotoquttartut amerlasut uloriagissangilatit nangiarissangilatit inunguusinniit sakkussatit pigereerpatit inuunermi pigivatit oqaluttuarisaanerput ukiunukingillerni 70-sini eqqarsartaatikkullu peqqisisitta isikkua sammilaasavakka oqaluttuutilaaqaasavarsi meeqaalluta meeqat atuarfiani atuarluta eqqaasinneqartuartarsimavugut nunattasiunissarigaatigut malinnaasasugut sukataasasugut kiiularutta aama taamannak assinganik meeqaallungalu ataatagigaluara tappavungatikaraaraangakku qimmiakalaallusut oqaluukkiga tusaanaqaraangama aperinaqartarsimaungu sumingaaneerpit oqaruma kalaaliullunga unatusartarsimavara aattaa taamakkalaallamik isikkoratsigisumik kigutaqarputit immiaqamiktsigummiaqangilatit inuusuttuaangorerlungalu ukutusartarpakka immiaqami pissavit illaatigisaallungali ammut isiginninneq tupattarama akisarnikuungilanga амерласооруссуариарлунга таамак оқарфигинақарерлунга кангугилерсимагалуарпара оқассаллунга сумингааneernerlunga уллулли арлаани қатангутера Laila Hansen туукартиатарами исигиннаартитсарто акилинерми эққилиммик таасарпаат First Nations катиппаа катиммата уитаавата атаатаа нунақарфигисаани хиутингиат оқалуиарпоқ иманнак туллуусимаақаанга ернера калааллимик нулиармат калааллик нунааннут нунасиникут тассаапут инуит аласкамиит сикуккут ниутик аторлигит икаарникут инууп ақуссиннаангисатуаас илаат сида имааннаангитторсуақ иссерсуарлу уллоқ уннуарлу акиорлугу апууниарсаралутик амерласуут аама аюнаартарсимарпут аписсинникортай тасса укуартаама сиулии уллоқ маннатикиллугу нунаминни инуусут инуит нукиттунерсаат оқалуттуартусаракку инууситтуараалунга тимератамаат қиаамерпоқ тааманали атаасиаанарлуунниит кангуэққингисаарнарпара калаалиуна нукитуутут мисигилерпунга оқалуттуарли таана нукиттусариақалертиллунга ааюарпара киаллуунниит наккарсарсинаангилаанга сумингаанерфига пиллугу qulleq ikumavoq siulitta ilisимасаат нассаават qulleq qaamaqqutеq Euroopap аққусерни qaamatinnikuuai sarfaqaliнгиккалларатта ilisимасақ кингуаариини ингерлавоq уллумили qulleq ikumavoq уллумиккут калаалиусунга паасигаангамикку соорлу таппаваниитиллунга никагинниттумик нипеқарлутик оқалулераангата акисарпакка ангайоққаакка нингиора иттора илақутакка аққарторпатит иллаттусартарпиук инуит налусатит илақутаннут аммут исигинниттут унитситтариақарпаккит тааманнак оқалуффигиссангиларма сиулигут қивиалаартигу ангутит аалисарлутиллу пиниарсиннаагаллартиллутик арнат оқорсаатиссаник пилерситсиортуаллутиллу мерсорсиннаатиллутик иноқутигиит илақуттаминник исумагинниссиннаатиллутик сиулигут укиут 5000 синнерлугит исситтуми инууппут сарфақангиттуми киассаатеқингиттуми саналақаатитсинни тианнаатинну уллуманнатикиллугу кингуариинни уумавоқ сорунами сиулигут инуяат аллатулли аама унаммиллернарторпассуит аққусаартарсимаваат илуминни ааматтаақ инуяат аллат наапиннерани ааюнали киситсиситигут илисиматусарниккут уппарнарсаатиталиммик илисималерсимасарпут нунарпут нунасиатингормалли эққарсартаатиккут пеққисусарпут иннарлернеқаруиссуарсимавоқ 1953 нунарпут кунгеқарфиммут танмаркимут илаатиннеқалерпоқ сиунартаралугу калааллат қаллунааниит анникиннерусумик пинеқаруннаарлутик инатсиситигут писиннаати таафеқалиссасут тааккуа ассигалугит Ajoratuartumillu ukiut qolit qaangiutiinartut inoqatigut immunut toquttalersimapput taamanali qaffaruissuarmat ulloqmannatik illugu tassi ukiut 70 ingerlareeraluartut suliqaffasissusaa taamaalluni nanarsuarmaaqatittunu tinilluussagut taqaffasinnersaat ilagilersimavaa ilismatusarfigilarakkit paasisakka eqqarsartittalersimavaanga ассерсуутигалугу наггуақатигут инуит канатами инуппиаат юупилла аласками ааманунани аваннарларна нуна инеққаавини саамит русланними инуит русланними саамит аама ассеққиссааванук аернарторсиутеқарпут тасса нунасиатаалерсиманерук кингунерисааник инуиаттут аернарторсиутигинерпаасаат аннерпаалерсимасоқ тассаавоқ имминутеқуттарна имминут тоқуттоқараангат илақутариит нунақарфик иллоқарфик нуна тамаасуннернақартарпоқ таматтатаана илисимаарпут сорсуннерсууп кингорна исситтуми нунат нунасиатеқарфинни нунап инеққаависа акорнганни эққарсартаатиккут пеққиссусиата исиккуа има исиккоқарпоқ имминут тоқуттарнерит қаффаруиссуарсмаппут 1960-сиккунни аласками инуппиаат юупииллу акорнганни 1970-сиккунни калааллик нунаани инуит 1980-сиккунни канатами инуит аама 80-сиккунни ноогими саамит акорнанни карашоркими quleriaamik qaffasinnерupпут норскинит саниллууллугит аггуақатигисиллугу калааллит укиут 70 тикиллугит инуусарпут қаллунаат укиут 82 тикиллигит инуусарпут наалегааффеқатигииппугут кисианни калааллит тоқуяарнерусарпут никинганеқ аннертоориориоруссуувоқ киаллуунниит пеққиссутсимут илисимасалик таманна илисимаваа таамаамат уанга сулианни иллерсугассакка иллерсортиллугит оқаанарсиннаангилага аюнгилагут итинерусумик паасисақарфиерусуккуккит кандидат специалилиара атуарсиннаават аама тассани алланникууаккасуут сиуннерсуутаанерсут инуяқатигиинни аақеқатаасиннаасутут сиуннерсуусиакка аама уллумиккут тааку нунатсинни аторнеқарпут нунани исситтуни иммануттоқуттарнеруп qaffasissusaa нунарсуармеақатигут малугисимаваат илисиматорпассуит каттуллутик мисиссуилерсимаппут World Health Organization тасса нунарсуа тамаккерлугу пеққиссутсиму каттуффик нунат инеққаависа акорнанни имманутоқунниссамут улорианаатаасут тасса рисикуфактора мисиссорпаат саққуммерлуналу 2016-ними укиарпассуи qaangiitaqarput улорианаатаасартут тасса рисикуфактора амерласоорпарпассууппут ассигингитторпарпассууллутиллу нунап инеққаависа акорнани уку рисикуфакторит тасса улорианаатаасут аллассимаппут пингитсаалисамик нуутитсинерит ассерсуутигалугу таасиннааварпут нунатсинни туулими ууманнами qulлиссани нунақарфиуп меақартай иллоқарфиммут атуариартортиннақартарпут анаанарауаама атуариартортиннақарникууер сулимеерааллуни писсут тааманик таамааппут уллумик сулиаам таамааппут калаалеқатигут таппавани меқаминник арсааторнеқарпут культуримик канаассэрмиллу арсааринниннеруп малитсигисааник уисакаяаруссуарнеқ туйорминерлу аамарисукуфакторитут нуна инеққаави атаани аллассимаппут нунани аваннарлерни саамит аама инуит нунани исситтуни таакуа ассут аққусаарсимаваат кинаасусиарниарнеқарнеқ кингунерисааник уиппакаяарнеқ анниарнеққамууна соорлу исигиннаагассами паласими аама такугиппут илингерсорлутик таамани суллиппут налуллугу суна ангуниарнеқартоқ саккортуумик налаатақарсиманерми кингунерлутситсинеқ траума инуяқатигиинни иммиккоортитсинерит дискриминасиун ассерсуут таасиннааварпут нунатсинни илисимареерпарпут фødselsdagskriterier исаатиннеқарникуувоқ 1953 кингорна калаалеқ нунамини инунгорсимаппат таанскиниит акиссарсиакуннериссутут инатсиситигут атуутиннеқалертоқ уллоқ маннатикиллугу илисимаарпут атуутоқ калаалли цукатаарсмагалуарпут таана атуутилеққунагу калааллалли илааса акуерисимаваат иммиккоортитсинеқ туйорминерлуиннартоқ уанга аама мисигисимавара аторлугулу нунатсинни иннуттаасут пеққиссусианник мисиссуинер такутиппаа аллиарторнэрми кингуасиутитигут аторнерлуннеқарсиманеқ имериуффиммиинеқ персуттаафиммиинеқ сумигиннарнеқарнерлу иммунуттоқуннэрмик аттуумассутеқарпоқ Isumakarpunga sumiginnaasimasut tikkuassallugut naamangitto. Imigassimik atornerluineq inoqammut atornerluineq kamassaq persuttaaneq ilaalilangullugut inunguusittimi pigingilagut. Pissusigareerlu inungornajorpugut. Avatangiiserisat inuunermilu atukkat peqqutaallutik atugarinaqalertarput. Qanittumitusarnaapara podcastikkut mutip koineerikkut apersugai pikkorifugut sukuluugit aviaq aamaniina. Imminuttoruttarneq iserfigilaarpaat. Aviaq eqqaavaakki 50-30 kingorna kalaalerpassuit naalaannartussatut tusarnaaginnartussatut inissisimatinnaqartarnikuunarata kingunerisinnaasaannik inuk ataqqinaqangittumik soorlu avataanniit naalakkerneqarluni aqunnaqarpat qanoq inooriaaseqassanersoq aama naalakkerneqassappat nalaqangittumik pinaqarnaannut aallavaqaqataavo. Inuk nalaqangittumik pinaqaleraangami imminut nalaqartutut pinissani aama nalulertarpaa. Taavakamak qamaniitoq sanimut ingerlalertarsimavoq tassa kalaaleqatinut inuqatinut ikingutinut ilaquttanut kamassaq tutsinneqalertarluni. Pikkorifugut sukuluugit aama ilangullugu taavaa pittamut saqiartoraluarpugut arriitsumik pikkorifugut semminarulartariaqaripput imminut nalaqartinnerput aallunnerussagutigu siunnersuutigimaat. Niinap aama iserfigaa inuiattut nukittuffugut soorlu asinnittuunerput oqarsinnaatitaanermut pikkorissiartortugut ilaallu ilangullugut tusarnaarlugut qamuuna nukkannarpaluppoq innersuunaqaaq tusarnaasigissi. Aama kalaallit allat sukuluugit taatianguaq Trondheim aama Mia Olsvø Møller podcastimi issittumi sukuluugit aallakaatittisalerput paasisaqarluarnartunik kalaallusut oqalullutik soorlukamaq misigissusaasoq peqqinnertoq kisianneqaqugu peqqinnarunnaatartoq aama qanoq peqqinnartumik atornissaanut ilinniarnissaanut sakkussanik siunnersuipput. Aataaginnartaasakka persuttaaneq imigassimik atornerluineq sakkortuumik misigisaqareernerup kingunerisaanik kingunerlutsitsineq inuiattut ajarnartorsiutigilersimasagut aama imminuttoquttarnermut ulorianaataaqataasut ilisimatuussuttikkut ilisimaarput. Kisianni aama inuaqatigalugit inuuvugut. Oqaluttuutilaasavarsi siorna Washington D.C. qaaqusaavuga USA skatseertartuisa akiligaani US State Department. Angalavunga sapaatakunnerit pingasit. Institute on Violence, Abuse and Trauma Centerimut pulaartinneqarpunga tassani psykiateraq Professor Robert Gaffner ilisimasamanik saqqummiivoq assimitakisinnaavarsi. Professori aangajarniutinik imigassimik atornerluinermi persuttaasarnermi aamalu traumami immikkut ilisimasallup oqaluttuupaanga qarasaq traumatiseereqqasoq ilungersortoriussuusartoq soorlugoor piilerluni isikkiviluttoriussuarmi tassa tiimiiteriinaq isigisinnaаллугу анеқарсуартуми qannertumi kisiat ingerlasariaqavissorluni takorluaruq ullu unnuarlu taamaqarasaq ilungersortigisoq qarasaq traamaqqasoq qatsorsornaqanngittoq qasulluni imminut katsorsortalersimaroq tassa imigassaq aangajarniutillu selmedisineeringitut aalakoraani aangajarniutinillu atuitilluni aattaat qarasaq qasoortarsimaroq ajoraluartumillu aangajarniutit imigassarlu peqqinnanginnamik pingitsoorsinnaajunnaarnermik pilersittisinnaammata kamak aama atorneqalertarpoq persuttaanerlu pilertarluni nunarsuarmuaqatitsinni tamani taana atuunnaqarpaa uagitsinniinaangittoq taamaasilluni nunarsuarmuaqatigut ilinniartinniarnaqarput tamanna pillugu oqariartuutigalugulu trauma suliassaavoq sivisuumik aama ilisimasalinnik ikiorneqarnissaq pisariaqartoq aangajarniutinut imigassanullu qimaajuassangikkaani innuttaasut neqeroorneqarnerisariaqarput tamanna anguniarneqarpoq uassaami soorlu aama meeqqat illersuisuat nunatsinni taana pingaartikkaa traumaqartut ikiorneqartarnissaat professorip oqariartuutigaa inuit traumarsinnaasarput nunaminnik nalaqangittumik pinaqartut immikkoortinnaqartut allaniit aqunnaqarlutik naalaannartussatut pinaqartut aamma ammi qalipaataa peqqutaallini racisma soorlu Black Lives Matterimi atuassaqititaassut iluanni inuugaani ullormut taakua aamma eqqartornaqarput oqaruma fødselsdagskriterier tassi 1953 kingorna isaatinneqartoq siunartaa qallunaat akissarsiaqarnerussasut feeriassaqarnerullutik pensionisiassaginnerullutik nunatsinni sulitillutik kalaalerlu nunami sulisoq annikinnermik akissarsialerneqarpoq immikkoortitsineq ammut isiginninneq nalikinnertut pineqarneq taanna sorsutassaaavoq atorunnaarsinneqartaaqarpoq inunnik aseqorterivoq takuarput politiit akissarsia qallunaani tanilluullugit immikkoortitsineq aqqani aaqiifigineqartut siornaakunni ukiorpassuarnik tamanna naamagittaalliutigaqqaareerlugu sinnerimi kalaalsyyplaajaskit kalaal akademikarit SIKme ukiorpassuutsulisut utoqqalinersiaat soqutigisoruussuangorpara tusarnaarakku ulunguaqmaakusin 2019 kandidaatspesiaaliliaani qulaqutaqartoq siunissaqkissaaterput ilismatusarfiup nittartagaani tusarnaanaqarsinnaavo nunatsin innuttaasut amerlanerussutiillut naminersulerusupput eqqarsalersipaanga inuit kissaataat tungaveqarpoq equngasoqarnera malugisinnaasaqatsigit аллангортиккусуннарлуниlu аёққутерпассуит эққарториараккит маана оқассуунга илисматусарнеқ инуяқатигиинни аёрнарторсиутиник аақиисутиссаник сиуннэрсуутеқартартуссаава нахкуақатигут аласками имминутеқун гинниссамик иллерсуутаасартут мисиссорникууаат инуусуттут акорнганни юуппик инуиллу инуппиаал акорнганни утоққартатсик пеқатигалугит сулеқатигалугит паасисат укуупут инуяттут кинаасусермик культуоримуллу туллуусимаарнеқ инуусуттуаққат акорнганни иноорусуссусермик пигиннаасақалерситтарсимаваа пингортитамут атанеқ утоққартаминник атаққинниннеқ илисимасааниллу ааллерсиннаанеқ тааккуннаниит илинниартиннеқартарнеқ аасаанерани асими пеқатигиинеқ неқақатигиитарнеқ аасаанерани атуангиффеқарфим нерминни сивисуумик асимаақатигеереернеруп кингорна имминуттоқунниссиминник эққарсаатеқартартут инуиннарусулерсимаппут қимагуссагуник утоққартартик алиасутсиннissaат саписсаллу оqaатигисимаваат налеқартиннеқарнеқ уагитсиннут пингаарутеқарлуиннарпоқ таамаамат таманна илуатсинниарниссаати кивиллуусулиассаавоқ илеққугут инориаасерпут писсусигут аттаттуартиссаасимавагут аама атугари аторнерусариақарпарпут америккамиорсукулууга Thomas Joyner укиорпассуарник мисиссуиффигиваа имминутоқуттарнеқ паасисааса пингаарнерсааса илагисимаваат мисигиссусеқ аватангииситсиннут атассутеқангиннеқ имминуттоқунниссамут улорианаатаавоқ аама оqaатигиваа инук киналуунниит аватангиисинут атассутеқарниссани сананеқаатиминик писариақартиккаа аюнгиттумик инуунеқассагуни киалтристриссиккунни атуаккиат тааллиаллу имарисааи укуукуйуппут калаалеқ инук нунагисами такорнартатут мисигисимавоқ аама суми документаариани такуарпут нунаниисситтуни инуусуни эққарсартаатиккут пеққиссутсимут нукиссаник тунисисартут илисматусарнерми маана qitiulersimasut ukuupput ilaquttat oqaatsigut anersaaqarsimaarneq pilineq siulitsinniit ilisimasavut nalunginnissaat siulitsinniit periaatigut ilikkarsimanissaat ассигиингуссусэрмик иниссақартитсинеқ инуқатинут атаққинниннеқ культури нунамут атанеқ пингортитамут атанеқ инуттут налеқарпугут таманна нипилерсортартугут Ули Кристиансен Йорси аалутсикаса нанеруақ нивертут Марина киитриссиккут Лима Инуи Юака инуусиннерусуллу кингуллиит аама эққааситтуартарпаатугут кисалу эринарсуутерпассуарни атаатимоорлута наллуутторсиораангатта эринерсортаккагут соорлу нунарпут утоққарсуангоравит аама нуна асииласоқ алларпассуиллу эққааситтуартарпаатигут қамууна иммитсиннут туллуусимаарутигинерпут қаноқ нукиттутигинерсо асанниттуувгут нуаннааллаққақатигиитарпугут Pikkoriffiparpassuaqarpugut soorlequyamasunneq misiginnaqatiginnissinnaane ikiuerusussuseq imminut napatissinnaavagut meeqagut ilaquttagut ikingutигуллу ajunginnissaat soqutigisoriussuuarput Yemmestørekingorna peroriartorrattugut amerlasooriussuuvugut imminut napatittugut naak angajoqqaagut aqusaagaat imaanaangissimagaluaqalitik peqortippaatigut ilaqarpugulli suli qamuuna artorsangaartut oqaraluarlutillu suli ajattugaasut inuit pisinnaat taafiinik suusupaginaqartut Ilisimatusaqaarlunga apeqqut unanuivoq sooruna immunutoquttarneq akiorniarnerani inuiattut kinaasusarput nammaniussusaqarnerpullu eqqartorneqartarsimangila nunasiataanerup kingunerisaanik nunatsinni inuit eqqarsartaatimikkut peqqissusiat innarlernaqarnikuusoq taanna ersaqittumik taarusuppara tamaavik tamanna ilisimaarput timittanalungilaa qarasatta ilisimavaa uumatitta ilisarisimavaa Nadaqartitagut nadaqartinneqarnissarput aama pisinnaatitaafigut ersarittariaqarput taamaangippat sooq sulaqatigisuugut Noogimi ilinniagaaratigunikuuara nunatsinni innuttaasu peqqissusiannik ilismatusarfaqingimmat imminuttoquttarnerit akiorusukkakkit аллангуақатаафиорусуккаккит танмаркими атуарниссара мерсорисимаакку кандидатера аллаккакку калааллит аперсорпакка имминуттоқуттарнэрмик пинаваасаартиттақатаасут синериссами таакумми иноқатигут тикиллугит суллиппут нунатсинни аперсуккама оқаасиипаппиаққамут нақиннери қуппернерник 70-синик сивисуссусақарпоқ такиссусақарпоқ ноогимими илинниарама вайледарига сиуннэрсуисера норскиугами калааллисоорсиннаанани нутсертариақарпакка таакуа қуппернаа 70 нутсараккит сапаатакуннаармарлунник сивисуссусақарпоқ экзааменима тунниуссиффиссаа сапаатакуннерани марлунник кингуартиссиннаанера қиннутигивара тассами нутсерисутут экзааменингиннама кисиат илисматусартутут экзааминерама saamit aama oqaatitik atorluit apersuinertit ingerlappaat aama nutserinarat uattullu sivisitigivoq saamit uangalu qinnuteqaaterput itigartinnaqarpoq sapatakunnaarmarluk kingulliit unnuarulluta allappugut tassami eksaamin kinguartissappat ukioq affaq aattaat qaangiuppat eksaaminерсиннаавугунгоо намминеq напатиттуугама меэқаккалу кисима пилерсорлугит ukioq аффаа кингуартиппеq qaноq inuusagama периарфиссақангилан алламик кисианни тасса нааллууллунга уннуаруллунга илингерсорлунга ангумманниарпунга ангуллугулу тасса иммиккоортитсинеқ дискриминеринг уллоқ маннатикиллугу малуиуарпарпут илисси мисигисартаккаси аама тааккуусиннаапут аллааллутиллуунниит кисианни мисигиссусаа ассигиипоқ нуаннингилақ туйорминақаа анникиннерусумик пинақартуарлуни санилугут оқиннерусумик атугассаритиннеқартут исигиннааютигалугит оқаатигут кинаасусерпуллу пеққутааллутик тарнимут қарасамуллу таана пеққиннангила инуунинни илисималерсимасакка қамууна тимиккуллу налунгиттуарсимасара тасса нунамут пингорти тамуллу атанеқ соорлу аамсиулигу таамаатут нукиссаник аалерфиусартоқ кингуаанит ингерлатеққиппара меэқакка ноогими атуарпут уанга илинниагаара тигунерани илагиникуугаминга атуарфианни саммисарпаат нунап иноққаави инуит меэқама атуарфииса пингаартиппаат меэқакка калаалиунертик аама туллуусимаарутигиссаллугу культууритиллу ааллутиссагаат ассорсуартаанануаннерпоқ ноогими мисигиуарсимаарпут калаалиунитсинни аммут исигинақартарната кисиаанни торрагинақартарпугут калаалиигатта тассамигоо калааллит исситтумиисиннаасут инуит нукитуут сулиффеқарфиннут атуарфеқарфиннут qaaqusaarsarpunga нунарпут пиллугу оқалугиариартарпунга қуяффигинақартақаанга аама акиссарситиллуарнеқартарпунга илисимасакка нунатсинни тунгасут налеқартиннеқарпут налеқартиннеқарнерпут тоққаанармисигисарпара таманна пиллуаатигаара уллумиккут оқалугиарниссаннут писсангаллунга аннилаангалааралуарама meeqat illersuisuat aviaja tapersorsorlunga oqarfigaanga apuusassakka pingaarutaqartut amigaatiginaqartullu qamuuna uumataqakissatippoq pissanganaqalu nukingorluni aviaja qoyanaq nalingila online ikkut malinnaasutit januarimi nunavimmiipunga kuusuarmi qaaqusaalama akitaagama nunarput qimassimatillugu tusangasaanarsimavara una apeqqut kalaaliuvit tusartagaaru unaavoq kalaalingangilatit siornajuna inuit ileqqutoqaat malillugu talikkut kakiortikkama maaninuumi paninguami taava kuusuarmiillunga unnusiulleq qrilpaarianinerillunga angut utoqqarkanatamiu inuk аллерпеқ оқарфигалунга нунатсиннутсикиллуарит такусиннаавара калааллит нунааннерсутит I can see that you are Inuk from Greenland. Tupallunga aperaara inuutillunga aattaamisигивара аалинунерсуа тамангая ангаланикууллугу тупаллунга апeraара кануналингиннакку акиваанга тунниит тассагооккакиорникка такуиннерлугит аамагооккалааллит нунаанерсут пиннерсуугатта тикераарама қуягисаангарлунга пиллуартитаагиннаавиллунга иноқатикка наггуақатигут наапеққарнери пууюнгисаанассавара иверутиннаппунга каминнаппунга уллу тамаависнериартоққусаавунга маттаттортарпугут нуанисарторуиссуупгут инуяавгут питтаасуник иноқатиттуннут пинниккусуттартут таманна туллуусимаарутигиссаарпут ассақангилагут аллами нунарсуармиоқатигут нунасиатаасарсимасут нунасиатаасут такугутсигут нунарпассуит нунап иноққаавеқарфиусут оqaатиминник аннаасақарсимаппут амерласоориуссууппут нунани исситтуни инуяат икиккалуарлута оqaатигут аллассимасуутигаагут тассанамминақ оqaатитсинни литературуақарпугут исланними норгими данмаркими финландними свееригими орландними саамит уагуллу инуит калааллусут инутситуллу оqaатигут сули аторпагут аама аллассимаппут таммарникуунгилла сиулитта пингаартиссимасаат таамааппо таамаамат сиулитта пингаартитсинера уагут аама аттаттуассаварпут налеqaратта оқартуссаақатаагатта инуиаагатта инуит таманнали ууматитсинни силатсиннилу илисимаварпут қуяна
аннаақуяна кулуунгуи оқалигиаатин апеққитиссақартеқарнерс аперилааққариарла аннаақап саққиммаанеранут арлаат апеққитиссақарнерпоқ соорлум апеққитиссақартеқарпасингитсеқ қано я амақарнуаннингарамат
ама апеққитиссақарнер калуарис аингила
куяна кулуу аннаа тестуллингууллугу таснаггасингаат пиартиваалерпугут тасса оқалеқатигиинеқ кингиллеқ ингерлатилерпарпут уанисаппут Peter Broberg Julia Edel Hardenberg аннаара юунулу Jonu Bertelsen ja таканна
Manikku. Ikumauna. No, Anna qoinaa suaq. Saqummissen nyt. Tas una oqalaqutigilaassaavut ullu naallugu oqaaqqano tas ja tan ulloq tamaat oqaluuseqalugu qano oqartarpat samle det hele sammen tamam kititerilluit nakkisorlugu taava una eqqa sutigilaarniarpaa qulequtaa nunarput land back tässä nunarput tiorqissagutiut массаккуми эққарторнитсин уллу ингерланеран тусартақарпу ила кунгеқарфик Данмарки нунарпут инатсиситигут сулиппигигаа таава сиуниссам qivиассагутта qanu ингерлассанерлута наалагаафингорниссар пилерситсаутиа пивиусунгортиссагутсиук аққут тааннаққану исиккоқассанерсоқ эққартулаарусуппаа илиспеқатигалуси има пили ааллартилаарусуккуит уллу ингерланеран илинниаккагут ималуни иликкаккагут ааллаавигалуит иллиқану мисигивит аама наалагаафингорниссатсиннут аққут qanu takorlorpiuk qanu sulissutiginiarpiuk
тасса уллумикку арлалиппассуорн тусангеқарпугут уллорлу ааллартилерлугу аалларниилерниарлута тикиллуаққусигама оқатингивара уақунниарнагит саққуммиисуссат қаноқоқаасеқарниарнерсут таана пингаавутеқангаатсиарсимоо тассам политиккиккут уусулисуугут уллуми ассиингиттуарсуит исерфиингиккалуарлуит унатаасиннааваа малуннарпоқ аватаанеерсут исумақартут калааллит угут атаатсимоортугут кисинам тусаасиннаасаа атаатсимоорфиппу политиккимиингитто инуиаттут писсуситсиннииппо тикиллуаққусинеқ кисинам налилертааяқангаа аама малунгинеқарсимасоқ уллуми қаллунаанит тана аторнерлуннеқартуарпо таавару мисигиссусерпассуит аққусаартарлуит оқаллиннеқ уллумикку ааллаавиалун уатакусиннааваа периарфиссақартоқ сиуниссами оқалоқатигинна аннертунерусу писсаппат аама киккут пилерсаарусиорнерат апеққутаатиннагу пеқатаасарнисса ила партиимут атаатсимут пилуттоққаллутик инуит иниссисимарусунгитту илаат аам тусарфингаагут такутиннеқарлуналу таассумасиорна саққуммиисумик аёртумик нипеқартиллугу таамату иниссиисоқартарту суулум қаллунату эққарсартуник иканиттуугуит намминилиинниартугутит аёрпо уаниккуит питсаанероо расисми таана уллуми эққарторнерана аммалуннарсиу уа наверсиниарлума таамату қангилаа паасинниллуга таамату оқарпунга ам таамам паасикуттоортарпак партиит уна оқалуусеринерани иммаа пеқатаарусуппаллаарнер аёртут кисинни уа қимааллаппунга уна наггасииннерми сиуллермик пиккусуссиннарлуга юулиа саққуммииммат арнааққамассак наггасиинерани эққарсаарам периарфиссақарпугут уа аққутиссаа сорлиуссанерсоқ тиккуарусунгилаа тиккуарусунникуунгиивиппаа кисин периарфиссан арлалин тоқартуут сорл эққарториппу free association арлааллу қақиттарникуугут пиумасақаатаасармат қаллунаанит қанорулиллутимми таамаасиниарпит таперсерна аюуиппаатиут акки анааққутисса қанорми таакуннарниаравит тау тааккумалиттарисассаама лиллуит сулиниарсереруйортарлута кисанни нуаннерп тусааллугу тааматут эққарсаатиссииссутит саққуммиуннаартут уаалуамма қимааллагаатсиарпуга тусарнааерлуси куан
таава тассами ила уллуингерланеран тусаасиннааварпут политиккиккут эққартугассаппингааутеқарторуссууппу кисиаам мисигиссутсиккут тассами наалагааффингуссагут таималун наалагааффингуссангиккутта qanorluunniit atuausau ila pitsangorsertaaqaram taam anersaakut tarnikkut peqqissuseq eqqarsartaatik peqqissuseq aam eqqartorsuarpatit qanu pingaaruteqartiginersut qularnangilermi aamma ajornartorsiutigut taakkunung attuumassuteqartut pitsangorsarutsiit naalagaafingornissatsin aqqut immaa taam aornakusu валлаассангиккалуарпо таамоқарсинаагу тааватас тааккуа пингааруутеқартмарлук политиккиккут сулиассақ таа аама инуақати аккорнани suliassaq una uu inuttutamatta ila ikioqatigilluta imminsammilluta ilqan takorluoqarpit imaluni naalaqarfingornissatsinnut qanorsiunnersuuteqarusuppit ilisimasati ааllaавигалут
апеққит аннертивоқ аққарсапаллалаасуунга тассам ила уасулианни илисималерсимасаннилу наалагаафеқатигилернеруп аққани иноқатигут эққарсартаатимиккут иннарлеруйссуарнеқарсиманерат таана иноқатигиварпут аама санилералу аллиарторпугут уатааккуа иллерсортуссаатиллигит qaноqartarpat jeg går ikke på kompromis taakua naaliutigut amerlasoriorussup allaat ilismatusarfigisalarak imaatarpunga tupinnaqa iniigat tupinnaqa uumaanarat tassam aqqusaakkakut inoqatigut atugaat imaanaangingaarmata aama ukiut 70 qaangiuttareeraluartut ajornartorsiutigut ia annikittuaqam kigaatuaqqam pittangoriartoqaluarput aam iliusaqartoqaqaa kisian iluaqutaangaarsimagunanginnamik assiliarsuli epidemiologiskimik assiliaq statistikkugut suli taam isikkaqarput taamaamat ua аммаффигисоруйуссуара аллатут эққарсарсиннаанеқ аама эққарсаатигилертариақариpput аллангуиссагитта алламуттаан сақиссаппат
Julia illit eqqumiitsuliortuugavit aama takutippati eqqumiitsuliakkatit qano aama eqqarsatitsinnut eqqarsartaatinnut qano
Maliulersittisarnun
angala qanpingaaruteqartiginnaanu
utas 70-sikkun inunngorama taava 53 kingorna anaana inaaltersiminu inusuttuarsuullun anguterpassui Danmarkkimingaantikaarnikup pissanganartut kultuurinu taa isertor taa uataassum kinguneraam pingorpunga inunngorlungalu taava meeraallut uau meeqqat immikkoortineqartar kalaaliaqqanut qallunaaqqunnut klassina taamaniku apequsarpallaarnerpap eqqumigiginnartarparput kisianni avissaartuus neruussua tassan pilersinneqap isumaqarpung ullumi soorlu ullumik oqallinnermut kultuuriks oqaatitigulla avissaartuunnerp annertoorussu paasaqatigiinniarnerpa aama assiginnan ааллаавиу ассигиингиннерма аама таа ампероссарнитсинни саммивигут аама ассигииннатик таава qaavatiу аама политик аама qaavatiu партиилерсууннер таава атаатсимоорфимми имма оқариартуутеқаалуарлун кисиан илиутсиккут аллату илиорнер таавал уа политикаан қинерсисартуулта татигалуи қинертарпагут оқариартуута атунгавигалуит кисианни илиусаат аллаанерусарлуни таамамуа уннум маан qaaqusаагам тус эққассарпун нуаннеқ qaaqusааллуни периарфиссинеқарлун тунниуссассан исмалиулерсит тиссутиссана аама ангусисиннааллуни тассам уа исмалиулерситтисартуугама таавалу аама имма qaноқассаага ину эққумитсулиак налунгалаат oqaasartalerser nerpaangikkaluarluit paasimanartoruissuupput taa tassun uatunniussaqartarpunga tassunamaanna oqaatiginiarlu oqaasissak amerlanerma kisiannuannaarutigivara taamat in assiingitsun periarfissiigassi ilisimasammin tunniussisinnaалтик taa aamma aaqqissuus unaas ua ukiorpassui qenertorsimavara kiallun aaqqissorsimagaluarpuu qoyallun peqataasimassaaluarpunga partiilersuinaga pingaartikkakku inuyaa akornatsinni oqaltuasaanerma sigisimasuut oqaasatalersornissai tastaan ua aallavigaa
taavammi una ilissi ila qano politikkimiinginnassi manun politikeriunginnassi politikkikku politikkimit eqqartukkagut soorlu assersuutigalugu naaligaafingornissar una periarfissaq free association tamakkua paasissutissat iluam paasinaqartaajaqaarmi inuaqatigiinni ilisqan misigivisi tamakkua ulluingerlunersammineqarmata ilikkaaqarpis tassuunaatsigut тассами илисимасаси ила qano peqqissutsim tungeqaarmik aam eqqumiitsuliornermik kisia makkua politikkit qano misigivisi paasissutissa ukua apuunneqartut tusarlugit naalaгаффингорнissaq
qano qassarpunga aatsaa aallartilaaginnartu Tamatio imaikam qinnersisartut politikaan qinnersigaangatta. Politikaau inatsartni iseraangam. Ta kisussaaf taakkunuk tunniuttaratsi. Naatsersuutigaluit uukissaatermalillu taakkua suliniuteqarumaarp. Kisia ukiorparparpassuu takusinnaavarput inuit politikaat uausinnerluta sulisussat qaamammusiallit kisianni aningaasarsiornert naapertorlu takussutissaqangit angusani. Taamaam аллат ернақаа уагут иннуттаасут оқаллин таатсигусариақарпар оқаасерталерсуиллуталу
илларлаан
ассорисариулиа оқаатигисатит эққартассам эққарсаатигинарторюссуп аам илума исимақатигисориуссууаккит уатторрагивара тааманут ампартигилерсунгиккалуарлакисат аммасими периарфиссиннеқарнерпут нуаннарисориуссуувара иннуттаасут акеқангитсимик konferenssemme idaasinnaanaqat ассорсуатаан қоямасуутигивара конференссерпассуарнуа илаасарпунга акисоориуссуу пақатаана имаанаан аамқин илаатиоқиннитеқаққаарлу соққаарлу анингаасассарсиоққаарлта илисимасагут аннертусарниссаанут ила акисууккулуусарлу тааманна периарфис синнеқарлуна ассорсуануаннерпоқ аамаюулиап оқаатигисаан ила укиорпарпассуит тассанеерусааратта қануунерпоқ таавалу имануам эққарсалертарпунг соорл икингутит иноқатигисагитта илақутарииттут имаин аапарииттут уа иноқатиссама таасама налеқартиннага пигининга та сортау илагиисуугут ила уллумиккит апеққутигиват паасисагут суунерси политиккимам илисимасат куа лаарсиккит колумбиамил ам илисимаса аллат саққиммиинеқарнерат писсарсиақарнақаа таан амила капиталисмим биумартунақ анингаасат инивит писиннаат таафин суусупагинниннала пиниаанаавиллини имминеқаффассарниаанаавиллин наак иноқатигут нааллиуккалуартут ниллиагалуартут сорсуутеқаралуарту сортаак амминскератигheder исерфигинеқарпут танмаккими меқарсаарнеқартарнеран эқунгависсортоқарпо аам налеқартиннарпут эққартертартукулуарпут нунатсинни налеқартиннарпу имминнаамассимасууп писариақартиссима навиангиккалуарпарпут писариақартиттуарпарпу қақиттуассаллуга эққааситтуассаллута наликиннерисим пинақартуартаратта соорлтаана эққаавара санитсин исигиннааютигалугит питтаанерна атугассаритиннеқартут аалинунатсини иноқатааллута таан ила паасугкуа ама уссаамтикараарлен қарасамо қана улорианартигисо тунатама ассилиангорлу такериатаарлу соо инеқатерпассуа таама инууппат ила атаққинеқарлита инисиссаафгут атаққинеқангиккитта таусоо сулеқатигилтал инеқатигиссуугут таануа уллумик эққарсаат ассорсуаққарсаатигивара
алламсагутиннат юли
оқаатигилаарлаарна таамааманун пингаалаарт аам политиккиккут сорл аққутсиуссиниссар пингаарторуссуусер налунгиларп иннуттаас амерланерат киссаатигаат наалагааффингорниссарп ималнаммилерсулимниссарпут тас инуяа тассуун оқаасеқарерпо уунга аққут ингерлаккусуппарпут таава наатсерсуутигивау тас политикаа аққутсиуссаасут ида тассани уунналеқарнерпут такуссутиссақалертиссаваат налеқартивик куниккут қинерсисартуми киссаатаат инуттут налеқартутут культууритут налеқартут мисигилерниссаат таперсерсорусуппассук таава киссаатаат оқариартуутаал укиорпассуи кингуллар таатаанна тунгавигалуу сулиниутеқартариақарпут аваққуссисақаттааратик оқариартуутина ассигиингитсуни маннак паатсиверуссаарисоқарторуиссуува налуарпут нукигусуму атуссаллугут налуарпуллуунниит меэққагут Ukiuhunnoqaangiuppata sumiissanerseq oqaasiqulakkeerneqarsimassappat kultuorerpequlakkeerneqarsimassava kalaalna ukiuhunnoqaangiuppat sumiissava pisinnaatitaafiu sumiissappat taamaam politikaa oqartut generation tulliip sulissutigiumarpaataan atorneqarsinnaangila uapisariaqartippaqa meeqqamka siunissaat aammaqulakkeerneqarnissaa tassan politikaa pingaartoruissuuppat sillimasut sulinniutillil
Piri imma allam sangulaalaarluta una free association ila eqqartorneqarsuaram ilisimatusarfimi mai 24 ani parluulluta peqataavugut aam ilsaqqummiutit ullutaanna eqqartugarpassuit ilinniakkati tassali imaluni tiunik tas ullormiitaan tiunikuusat qan eqqarsaatiti annissulaarsinnaavi
oqaasertalersinnaavakka kisinni immaa siullermik taaqqaalaassavaa qanoq iulia oqaasiilumoortiginersut tingussaasulut taasinnaavara iinatiuami qinersinermi suleqateqaleratta uuraanimu akerliusunik qinersineru kingorna inatsisartut ukiakkut ataatsimiipput inatsit piarereerlugu inertequtaalersillugu ingerlaannaavi suliaqarpa uunaperiaarumu tassani naatsorsuutigilluinnarlugu aasartaanna uanga nunanu allan naalakkersuisuullunga partiissiuttui akuerisaannik suliaqariartorama tanmarkimut naalangaffinngornissatin aqutissiuiniarluga suleqatitta suliaat siulleq perniarsaissalluga ulorianarpallaaqaaruq qalluna taamatuqaluutissalluit ajortumik pingilakka uagut taamatu oqaluuttarmatigut assingani oqaluukkakkit ingerlaannaavik pilliutigineqarluni piuq taamam yuuliap ujartungauna piumassuseqartuuppata iliuseqarsinnaaluar politikeri ilumorluinnarpo kisinni ama uteqqissava siusinnersukkut ilisimatullarfim taanikuusara saqqummiingama oqarpungamarlunnik saqqummiussassak marluuppu siulleq sooq free association atorlugu naalangaffinngornaviangittugu qaqumullunnit tulliatut sooq taamaasiortaajaqaaluarnersugut ullumi esikoosiuluttaasuut tusaavarsi qatsusseqqaoq tusaajuarpaa namminilivinniartunngooq bloktilskud eqqartorpaa isumaqatigingiuippaa aningaasaniingilaq pisiassaangilagut namminilivinniarn tassaniingilaq suniarpugut taannanamingaataaso taamaamat free association eqqartoraangatsiu siulleq taaneqartoq ua qaaqqusissutinni oqaamik illit aallartinnikuusa una oqallinneq massakkut malunginiarneqarpoq qanortoruna oqaluuseritigu ammasumik ilisimatusarfimmiillunilu amtikikkuminaalaarluni taamammat oqallinneq ingerlateqqilaarniarlugu imatut katuamut eqqarsaateqaratta takorloorsimangikkaluarparput naamaittaalliu siulleq tassaassasooq kalaallisuinna oqaluttoqangila ilisimattuut makkuninga suliaqartut allanu oqaaseqartuupput soorman nunaqavissunik taava ilaasitsinngilasi aamma taan takkuppo piuman ajormata аллаат неқорутеқарторникуугоқ пиуманикуунгалуарлутик паасиамик налераасоқ ахаттунуартертут ила имаангиларпериарфиссин тунниуссерусунгиннатта кисин эққартунгаа юулиабатсаина партиилерсуун сууннеруйуссуа аам сунниутеқартаами нуанерсум тагутилаассагаанни уа исуманни иммаа киусинааруарту массаккут инуит соор паасилераат хоо free association аторлугиерлааққиссинаагу соо налунгисарингатсигут таанскит сулеқатигиниссаат аттавеқаатики писииннарнагит иммаа периарфиссаамат тава арнааққасаққумиуссаан аталериасаарпо соорлу арнақ персуттагаасоқ уимут утерусутто авиккусуппаллаангитто ималунни авиккусутторсулилунаюақатигерусуллугу таамаамана уассиссуерингаат оқассаллунга иматут ааққерусуппунга пилутторерусунгилара атаққиннингитту калааллинут инооқатигиниссаанут кисинамналунгилара илақутақарпугут Danmarkими сумитамаани аллами аама тански кунгеқарфианни уаама иннуттаасут аттавеқааттаат кипииннарусунгилара таматтами ajortumik мисигисақангиннатта кисин илаи аюнгитсум мисигисақарнери илутигалугу ajortum мисигисаллит пиллиутингерусунгиннат тас тааккуугами эриагисассагут икиунгассагут тусаасассагут таамам free association эққарторнерани уа эққарсаққиттарпунга аап имаассинер периарфиссаасо кисианни соорлумассак уллун туллиуттуни кермиа таанскит писсаанерну китторсарлугу маани нуумми наапинниалерпут наалаккерсуусу пингасут кунгеқарфиммиттунгоо атаатсимититалиат аама қаллунааниит қаллунаанииттут савлиммиунерсут инатсиартунерсут атаатсимоорниалерпут авитсеқатигинниассагаттагоо сумик тастанна тупинналаартуа тасса кингуарсаана парти ангинерит марлук киссаатаат таамамат суниарнерлута апеққутингааамуа илисиматусарфим free association саққуммиуннерани оарпуа аалингерсиннаангиккутталуунниит суниарнерлута соорта аққутиссат эққарторпагут арлаанааллуна торниангиккутси кисини арнааққа оqaатингисаа илумоорлуиннарпоқ уна унингаруйорнер пеққиннангилаама илиусеқартариақарпут
исмақарпун иннуттаасқангал оқареерникууст аам қинерсинермиу такутиттараа аққутсуна аққутигерусуллуу кисиан политикаа арлаатиу писсаанерм пигаангам соорлум қинерсисартуми оқараартуутигисимасаа пуигортараат намминерлу иммин қулаккеерусуннертик таамааллаат ааллутталерлугу силлималлун тамаккунун эққумаффеқарлун малуннарторюссуува
уа тассам тааққиссаа эққартериаратсигит мақаасисиннаасарпакка тусагассуйортут ила тусагассуортуп сулиассаа аннарпаа тас аутеке политиск манипулation каниту калалснутсаарпу таасумап қулааяртуссааваа политиккиккут куккусум ингерласақарнерсо кисиат аам илисимавара нунатсинни журналистиуллун имаанаангитториуссуусо сианигисариақартарпа амқан оқассаллитик таамаамат илартаан марлеқиусааф тиккуарусунгалакка оқарлин сулиассат сулиарингикка сулиассати сулиариваат кисиат киффаангиссусеқ пигисассаат пигиваат ила амтаан апеққут писситигалугу эққарторнеқартаралуартутаан ила иннуттаас нунатсин амерланернамминерсулерусуппут ксаа таагиннассуиарпат политиккеритсинни таан анерсаа атуупалингила
юя кисиатасаам имааккам нунатсин писсут има икками инуит ерсаарсум оқараартуутеқарсинаас оқараартуутеқартартуллу суалум наалагаaffiit danske stat арлаатиут акиорлугу ималууни иллуатунгерлу оқараартуутеқартарпат инуи малерсорнеқакуласоруйуссууппут налунгисан уа уликкаарпунга системип малерсортарпаани пангерсарлуит кис оқараартуутеқарталерникугу калаал акорнан блаклистигаава блаклистерниарпаат киктамат налунгиларпут таанаангиппат партиилерсууккамик аққутиссааник маттуппаа ималуун периарфиссааник сулиффеқарфик арлаатиуллуун проекти маттунниарсараа пилларлугу намминеқ партеқатиингиннамиккут ималуунниит оқариартуутаа таперсерсунгиннамиккут уа арлалинналунгисақарпунга аторфин қиннутеқарникуусуни кисианни арлаатигут системе қулаккиигай перлугит қулаккеерусуллуу инуитаам ерсаратсигис нукиттуут системи мииссангиммата тас аам нукиссааjaanеқ имал нукинипияанеқ системструктур илуан kolonial struktur илуани ассерсуутин уликкаапкатерсивунгмааннаккут нуккунсмусеумим саққуммерситсивунга тассани скривобоарингуа иниссинникуара инуи периарфиссиккуссуллу иннуттаас нуккунсмусеум мим эққумитсулиак такусарпассук таава оқалуттуассаарақаруник периарфиссақарпут kolonial strukturam тунгасут соорлунасиатаассиманерут кингунеран мисигисат эққаамасат арлаат аллаттуссаллуит таанскису ималуун калаалис таскатерсуивунгу имаат PhD миссуиниттунгатиллу илисимасан уликкаарат экспертиуву нунасиатаанеру кингунеран писсутсини имааттоқ аққусааккун уликкааратта тас экспертиуффиппут арлаатиут илисимасаутаак аторлуарнеқарнерусиннаагалуарпут тисакки тас ааллартеққаммивут
Imma under this free association ma utaffiisaqattaartariaqarparput
Free association noruseqaatita
tassam tusaratiu ila ukua ilisimatut nunani allaningaannersussoorlu Miriam Collin ila New Zealand nimersoq nassuiaramiuk free association qan isikkoqarnersoq New Zealand nimi amma una taagamiu ila sillimaniarnermut illersornissamullu oqartussaaneq ali qano naalaga fimmiittut New Zealand nimi ukua Cook Islands tastaakua nuna inoqqaavi Cook Islands nayuaqartut inoqqaaviusut sillimaniarnermut illersornissamullu pisoqassappat tassan iluani New Zealand qano naalaga fik susinnaangillat ata Cook Islands akuersippat nunatsin sanilliullugu illi eqqarsaatin annissuilaarniarpa
tasami tupinnalaartoriu ila eqqarsaatigalu уллумиккут утоққатсиссути илаат тассааммат канорилиуссагассими наммииккус киа иллерсуссагамиси Danmark кисиартааллун нуутерланингерлаалерлуни пуюиллу 1951 Danmarkki атсиорпоқ уисаамут калааллуна иллерсугариссагаат амма таасианнаат илисиматуарфимми аммаани оқалуттут Danmark иллерсугарингила Danmark имминуллуни иллерсорсиннаангила сунаана эққартуиннаараат таа уна тунгавилерсуут тусарнаарлуг New Zealand-им кануингерланерсут илеқимисаалаарлангуа тассани қунгуилауга тусаракку тассами маани уусиуннэрсуутигатсиу Folketingimi илаасорта ааппаата ингерлааннақ апеққутигива таанскилу наалаккерсуисунут акеққатсиннут таа таасиннаагаккит таански наалаккерсуису сулеқатигингитагут ila наминерсорнерми инатси таапаллалаассуукку det er på trods af danskerne danskinuku assortugaat uuiluatsikippu tassani taakkutunniussaringitaat amma namminersornerulluti inatsiseqaleratta danskiam piumangikkaluarput kisan apeqqutaa siulleq danski naalakkersuisuinut piili neriorsuivoq naassaangitsumik tapersoomaraisi free association nimi ilumorpa kina aperisuila isumaqatiginniaqatissaminulut qanu isumaqarniarnersut taava eqqaasilerpaanga aamma massakkut saqqummertu ilisimatusarfin free association tungatillugu savalimmiormiut oqaluttuaamik misigisatit nipituumik isumaqatiginniarnermi innuttaasut politikere oqallitsinneranni taagamikku qanoq naminiluikkusuppusi pisi taava ilaaoqarsimaamik naminiluikkusuppuut киллаангитсумик кисианни инуяқатигиттут писаартиппарпут блоктилскуеқассаллута укиу фармтанит таамасил писиннаангиккутта наминиликкусунгилагут қаллуна таақануилиорпат оқарпуингерлан таа укиу сисамаанна писиннааваси саулиммиорлу оқарлусит ноо таамсусса унитсиппаангоо тамавиммик налунгиккаат анингааса таамаамерлатигингкалуартут исумақатигиннуиутаасут кисианни такутииннарамиук исумақатигинниарфиссагут орниннеқарсиннаангиллат апералуги қану исумақарнерсут уусуниарнитсиннут таамама ама уллуми ассикооми сиулиттаасу яски берлсен оqaатингисаа илумоорами соуна аваммоққа апереқаттаартарпуут сусиннаавгут суниартугуну наугут кисин налеққами уутастан пингартиссимаасарпут qangalili нунарсуармиоқатитта исумақатигиссутаат илиусерисаат илаарлугит тасса аққутиссаник пиореерсуник атуиллута налунгисаарерсуник аққутиссуерусуккат наалагааффингорнассагу таамам тассан free association эққарторникууарпут уанилу Miriam Collin саққуммиуссаани аллаанеруссута тассаангами таанскит тассунга апуутитсеқусунгиннамик уагут оқартуссангорлута суниарнерсут таанскит нунатсинни киллормут уагут иллерсорниссақ оқаасиссақарфиингиларпунгоқ таанскингооруна исумагисассаат ила тупинналаа free association та эққарторниартиллуу тупиннангитто соо таанскит пиубангиннерсут атаасианнарнаниарме эққарторнаарптаанна кисани иллерсорнissam тунгатиллуу уу Америка USA эққартортарнерани тунгавиуо Marshall Lilpilias аппа Monroe малеруангасса тасса Америккамиоқарникуамик уагут эққарпут aqutarissaarput itsillиманиарниккут qanorluunnit тасси исумақарпуамма тиутиум атсиоқатигиссутаасу наалаккерсуисут USA-ллу наалаккерсуису акорнани нунарпут пингаарутеқарнера USA иллерсорнissaanут таамам иллерсорнisса эққартуаангатсут ингерланоқартарпут нааторсуутигиллуиннарпар уллумикку атуутто сиуниссамаама атуутиккусуккиппут имаангитсоқ исумаллуутингалуи сунатама аюнгитсууссасу USA сулеқатигинерани уллумиккум сунатама аюнгеқингами Danmark сулеқатигинерани наамик кисанни аммасуунерпу инуиаттут аторнерлуннеқартарнера иликкаагарфиалугу соорнам исумақатигинниарнерит писсаппут кися қуларутиссаангила исумақатигинниарнер налингингитторуйоруйоруйуугами уагут соорлу Danmarkki оқаасиссақарпаллаангила USA арлаан пиниарпат наалаттуссиаппу Danmarkki USA амут сулеқатигиваат таннамнассуарутигиникууат соорна таа оқартартут илиссими сусиннаангиласи USA амут сооруннами киккумми тассани сусиннаагами киммааперусуннартар кинисери има апоингикканаумгила кисен таамаамат нериуqaanga иматтут аммасумик оқаллиннер ингерлатиллугу политиккикку уа сулерусуссусера миллиартунгииппо уа нуаннаарутинга массак таасиннааваа уллумик тусарнаарерлуит саққуммиисут сулеқатигисимасатсинниа таатсими таанеқарту уангор сулеқатиссаангилага уанга исуммертарама уанга агунниангақарама уа тангассимарутигиннарпаралуунниит иппассарсиулиттаасут тоққарнеқарам налеққами тааннарлуиннаамат қақиннеқармат уангаангама сиулиттаасутут пиуккуллунга исумақатигинниақатигут иссавиик киссалаарту пингаарнерутиллуит писартут нуаннарингиккаат уанга ам таамаагиннангиннера сулеқатиссаангиннера тас таанна нуаннерсут уа исигииннарпаа нериуппуунам тассиуниссами амма ингерлаққиссиннаассутаан кисен қинерсисартаана аалиангиссават кисен қуларутиссаангина макку саққумиуннеқарту амма инипилерсоқатаасориориуссуммата политиккиму сулинитсинни
Bifissa ingerlapallakami 5 minut 5-10 minut sinnoukkamik imma tamatta nakasisum oqaasaqalaa tuugutta naalaгааффингорниссар такорлуорлугу qaноq illit takorluuaqarpit ilissimmasat ааллаавигалут аама уллуми эққартуккагут ааллаавигалугит иликкаақарпит уллуми аторсиннаасанник нериуутиннут ималуунни калаалеқатитсиннут тунниуссиннаа сатит ималун тунниуссиннаасагут оқаасертақарусуппит
Idana alutorilaarpara ukituutiuvit matumasiorna taamatoqqissaaq aperinaqarpunga taamanikit 15 ukeaqarpunga fjernsynnik oqalikulukulorlinga nammin sapinginnatta taamatut kiseeqqaamavara taamanik oqarlinga ua alliarterpunga ilisimatinneqartuarlita ilikkarnerisariaqartugut imaanerisariaqarput ukuassiginerisariaqarput ila ultamaaviisa taam amsoorunam taaman oqaliffigineqartuarnerkinginerisarpaa upperilartarparput taava 16 ukeaqarlunga eqqaamavara oqarlinga nunarput namminersartoq takerusuppara immaqa ukiifamatuivit qaangiuppata piviusungorumaarpo ta ukiut massaktuatiuv ingerlanikuupput ukipingasiinangorput tal. Der man ikke med et ullumimut, isimaqarpung siu alloriaruissuarnikuuvukut. Der man ikke uinusuttuaqatikka immaqalam akangatsin angerlarsimaffit iluani eqqarterpallartangilarput soorl tassingarusunna ullumikkit maan soorl eqqarterparput eqqungitsut qallorparput inivit innuttaasut amerlanerussullamminersulerusupput ila susoqarami taamaamat neriuppunga siunissim ua ilismatusarl nerma områderivak innuttaasut peqqissusaqsaam innuttaasut tausoqutigisartoruussuar innuttaasut тассаниинерат сумитунгавеқарпа суаннииппат таутаан эққаавара оқалигиарнинни улунгууп эққаасаа специалимини амерланерустулламминерсулерусут соқутигисоруйуссууара таа таанамисиссорнеқарлуарнisса ила сунаана киссаатигинеқартоқ кисаам тассин итисилеруйуссуангиккалуарт киссаатигинеқарпоқ таава политиккиккут малиннаантигут таккисиннаасаккат тусаасиннаасаккал уаннииппут ангиниарнеқарпаллаар палингит таана таамаамат писсанганассо укиин аггертуни qanaq писақаримаасанерсеқ кисиат киссаатигиллуиннарпаа ууматиннингаани аллангуисариақарнерп аллангортуми ингерлалиссасоқ писситигалугу иниппарпассуақарам сулинанатсиннааллуттут нунаминни иноқатаасут нериутааруссималлитик таан аллангортариақарпа нериутигиварта киссаллугам аллангуссас qanatoqqissarnaливараксаналингилара аллангортариақарто
Юлия
уа меэққактас уллумик оқалуттууттарпакка уа оқалуттуарисаанерпу укиутреорнерма тумасиорн ааллартингила сули кингуммут исситтормиу уна qana landkort qanерmaana ап аққутаа исигаан нунарсуа қимерлуораанни каккаа аққутаа такисимақ илисимагасагу аннертут таа моқарфиисарпакка окей кингулиарпак имма данскинингаанеералуарлуни кисиаққангаликкалаа ингоорерпугут ам илақутариннитсин данскертақаалуарлу таққаллинаартақаалуарлута аам таанна тимитсиннииппор такуссутаа меэққатсиннииппор кисиан уунаммин кинаассусеқарпут таа меэққак тасперорсарпакка мааннаккут нунатта культуурик оқаатитигул қулаккеерниссаанут уу тассанну кини аам атуисариақарпу таамаам сапингисан сукатаарлун меэққакка калааллисут иликкарниссаан пимоорсиникуунга аам уига унапингаартиккакку уу илақутарииллута иннуттаас илисимасааник ааллерсиннаасариақаратта иннуттақатигу илисимасан уликкаарами таавал аам иннуттаасут уу илисимасатсин ааллерфигисиннаалта таамааммал паарлаассеқатигиин таан қулаккеерсинаагутсигут пиппат инуяқатиги акорнан таа паарлаассеқатигииннеқ илисимасан паарлаассеқатигииннеқ ингерларсорсиннааварпут таавал тассуун қулаккеериннеқатааллута кикку тамармат илисимасаат инуяа акорнан сиаммарлу таамааманун оқаат ампингаарторуассуус
Qina piri imma illit aperiukkit qanorpiaq naalaгааффингуунсатсун аққут qaну исиккоқассава
тасса уллуми аммани паорпу Nami ikilipa 1 2 3 torrik уллумиккут эққарторнаарт кисииса соорунамааллаавиунгилла кисианниамма налерата атсимерсорнерани эққарторнаарту атаас таалаарусуккак уанга эққарторнеқарама сиуттаас туллиусимасоқ qinningaaqqittоқ сиуттаас туллиатут янснапааттоқ оқалуттуаангамиук уа 2018 qinningaаққарама qanoq kalaallиsu oqqarlutsigimанерсуа уа соорунамеэққаамава пиккаорисса ориориориуллуга кисин киуму qivиараанни оқаллиттарнерит qogуилаарфигисориуак эққарсарлуану уа эққаамасакка аллаалаарпут аллат тусааннит сули уллумиккумут иликкаартарпуга пиккориссиарторпунга оqaатини атуинеқ иликкаарторпаа ассиингиттутиун қивиарлу иллит аама таанна нукеқарфигиват иликкаарту паллатториуутит таамамат аққутиссақ аернингитсуалааюу нараффингорниарпугут ааппинаамилуунни аалиангерутта аап унитсинеқарсинаангилугут таа аққусорлеқ аторниарнериппут аалиангииннагассариуарпут кисианни таана пингаалаарторюссуақ эққаамасиссарпут илумоортортақаами иннутаасут қималлугит таамату ингерларсортуссаангинтугут кисиан марлууппут ааппай пиумангивиссут қаллунааюсиннааппут имморун калаалеқатигут илай пиумангивиссорпут канупписсаппут тааккуа ила массак таан қулаккеерсинаангиларпут налуарпу таанскит қано сулеқатигиниарнератигун сиуниссами туллиа қаллунаангорсангаанеқ суалуми 53 массаккумут уллумиккумут укиу 70 таамасаккортутигиникуутигисо аама атаққисариарпар илақартугут анниартуник маккунингоқалуусерисақарнитсинни таакку имма мисиингилаат уллуми оқалуусеринеқартут налигингиннеруйуссуит имма анниаринеруат намминиливиккусуттоқарто аама таак иниссақартиллуит аққутиссақ ингерлаффигинеқартариарпо атаққиллугу таана анниаатигисаат тассами массаккумут қаллунаангорсагаанеқ меэққаниинникуунгила ангеоққааниинникууоқ 50-сиккун 30-сиккун 70-сиккунни таава мумиккиарторникуу кисин инунну илаанут сунниутеқарерникууллуни таавалу таакку соорнам мисигисуссаангиллат аама аёртулиорсималлутик сооккалааллисут оqaатсигут аннааваат таанна писууссутигингилаат таамам наалагааффиммут ингерланиарутта аалиангиуннеқарниарпат иннуттаасунгу аалиангерпу атсаиннақ арнаақа саққумиуссаани қунгуйулуппунга такунгакку улунгуу сулиарисимасаа таап алларуйуссуақ уллоқ тикиннеқартариарпу инатсисартуни наалаккерсуисуни таамаасиорниарутталу аам писаақартиппарпут паасеқатингиинниссақ сунатамаа қулаккеереерлугу оқарсинаангилугут ааппинаамилуннит тасисумақартиппу иматут налорнинарто сиуниссақ акуеринеқартариарпу аама нунами сорлерлуунниит налуа ақонгуссусоқассанерсо Украин такуиннартигу уллуарлаат саассуннеқариасаарпу саккортунерууммик саккулиммик писсаанеқарнеруйуусумик ууллу ернумассутигалуун блоктилскууи ималуннит таански оқартарнерасут аттави тамааса кипитиссавагут илисси илинниаақусаангиласи исланнимум таамаассана илинниаарсинаасугут ила аққутиссат нутаат аммартарамик мату алламатунеқараангамик таамаамат уақуларингииппаа инуяқатигииттут исумақатигиссагутта таамаасиниарпугут таава аққуернангитторалааю оқарпунга таамаасиссагутта уақарфигититтуаннарама политикерина алланингааннит наами иннуттаасуну таан сулиассаат уақартарамун наамик уақинерникууаанга уасассарникууа намминилиуккусуллуга сулиариниарлугу тааннарта таа иннуттаас сулиассарингилаат массаккут сулиассарпут qaammarsaana аққутиссиуинеқ таа иннуттаас оқассапу аап уунга ималуннаамик
имма таан ерсариссалаарлугу ила массак накасеерт таснаамассиливиппут инуппассуи иммаа налуамикки канортаана ингерлариаасеқ ималун процесс ила qanu isikkoqarnersoq tas una soqutiinaam taasat politikere amertasuut tastam oqartaramik innutaassuli kisia qallunaat taasarpaa ila hønnala eeget ila sortisiulliussava
aernangittorlaaju ullumikku inatimalilluun suliniarutta namminersornermi inatima allaqqaru уллуарлаани итеруттанатсартуни наалаккерсуисунулунниит оқарлутулун намминилуинниарпуут таа налунаарутинерассаат таански наалаккерсуисулут исумақатигинниарнериллу ааллартиллути исумақатигинниарнер инуи иларпассуи эққарсаатигисарпаат анигаасат наамик иллит таанскиугут таанскисул иннуттаассуут паариннарусуллу кисамааннаюақарусуллут қану писсаватсигит аниситаассавит маанигиннассавит калааллим танмаккимииттут тамаккорпассуит исумақатигинниустигисуссаамик qanu aqqinniarpugut toqersumik таа исумақатигиниарнааммассиппат соорлуна минерсорнерми инатсит сулиаринеқармат иннуттаасуну саққуммиуннеқассаппут инатсиартут акурисимаппассук исумақатигиссут таанна тассимапу иннуттаасунуллун тутсеққарнугу инатсисарту аама акуеққаассуат наамееруник оқарлутик уна нуаннарингиларпут имату исиккоқассаа таа исумақатигинниартут ааллартеққилаассаппут ааққиллугу таанна таа иннуттаасут qaamaqsaaviineqarertusik ауассапут ааппинаамилууннит таанна инернера иннуттаас таасиннаармаатиут танмаккимуқартиннеқассаа уарлуллу аана инернера таа folketingi Danmarki 98% timik millissavaat аёрнангиттоқалааюнгалуарпо таамаамат иннуттаасоқ қималлугит политикери илиусеқарсинаангиллат инатсисаарерсуилуанни
таава таккуа оқаасит кингуллиуллугит қуярусуппунга пеқатаарусуккасси қуямасуутигеқарпут аама сиусиннерусум тас оқалоқатигиккат оқалоқатигииннеқ ингерлатсиккатсиут аам пеқатааллутит қуямасуутигерсуарпарпут пеқатаарусуккасси тас наамассилератта кисаатигиссаваа уллум пеқатааникуусут имма тамармик синимукаун маан илангуллутик таа тамассиқуяффигилаарниа расси Lars Jensen аама Julia Suarez Krabbe идай аама идай ингерланикууамик кисиа тас сули пеқатааникуус maaнииттут qummuqarusukkussi yes neanguaq aama Josefine Lise Dage Tina Namansen tava imma oqatigilarniarpaa siullerpaam aaqqissuigatta imatu isuma sioqatigiisittineq kularningila ma unnu eller ullormanna kingorna ilikkagut amertassasut neriutigaara inuiaqasigit una pisoq tigulluassagaat aama imma sineriaammi assingusumi imma ingerlatissoqqarusup toqarpat neriuppung tas nammin aallartissagaat ila isumasioqatigisitsiner imatut pingaarutiqartorussuugami inuariti akornan ila makkua pissutsit eqqartortaajaqaatsigit naalagaafingornissarpu ila iluamik agussagutsigu tamassi quyaffusupassi quyanaruyoriussuaq peqataarusukassi Danmarkimiit Islandimiit aam peqataasut nunatsinningaanerisul kalaaleqatigut ukua nukittuut tulluusimaarnartut quyanaruyoriussuaq aam ilissinnut tamassinnut takkuttut quyanarussuaq Aka. Hey, sudi ingertanasi. Ilis imma maangalaatsi. Selfilaassaut. Ma imaalilaarutta. Maanga ilisilaarusi taatamas ilaassaasi. Kom.
Saadimi daamiraaruppusi.
Tegussaarput.
Teris qummuqarligi. Terisi. Yay.
Tamas ilaavisi.
Yay.
Oi, angana. Toqak. Qoinarussuaq. Unnunaattuasiuk. Qoya.